2025 Toyota FEI World Cup Qualifier, proudly brought to you by Toyota South Africa. Very good morning to you all, wherever you may be. Perhaps you are watching on our YouTube channel here on Equestrian Live, perhaps on Clip My Horse. Wonderful that you're with us this morning. We look forward to a great day show jumping here at KPC Kyalami Equestrian Park. The Peter Mini Arena is where all the action is going to happen. There's a look at the warm-up. We are gearing up for the first class of the morning. The first of two is the 1 meter 40 championship class that gets underway in a few minutes time, around about 10 minutes. 9 o'clock start. We're looking forward to that. We'll take a look at the lineup in a few moments time, but of course there you see the Toyota 1 meter 50 FEI World Cup Qualifier, the first in the series for 2025 here in South Africa. Happens today in the KPC Peter Mini Arena, and we look forward to that. Of course, sponsored by Toyota. Big thank you to them. And it also makes up part of the Year of the Legends series, powered by Toyota. More about that a little bit later. We're going to go to a quick break, sponsored by Toyota. And when we come back, we'll take a look at all the horses and their riders in this class and chat a little bit more about that Year of the Legends series. Good to have you with us. Sit back, enjoy the Sunday on the couch with Equestrian Live as we gear up to the first of the World Cup qualifiers for 2025.
Made you a bucky.
It's not a bucky. It's a Hilux.
The new Hilux GR Sport, legendary toughness meets ultimate performance.
So coming up next is the Toyota 1 meter 40 championship. We look forward to that. We have 68, give or take a few scratchings that go through the start. Let's chat about this Toyota Year of the Legends series. Of course, 2024 saw the Triple Crown series hosted by KPC. The South African Championships made up the middle part of that series. We started off with the Easter Festival, sponsored by Toyota, the Outdoor Grand Prix. We then went to SA Champs, which is on a rotational basis. Last year, it was held in this very arena here at KPC, the Peter Mini. And then, of course, we went to Derby. But this year, South African Championships moves to Shongweni, I believe. So Toyota has decided, well, let's mix it up a little bit. Let's have the Year of the Legends series up for grabs. A lot of synergy there. A Toyota Legend Hilux Bucky worth a few pennies. And last year was the Crown motor car. Of course, last year's Triple Crown Series won in emphatic fashion by Ronnie Healy and cornered Mandarino, who really dominated. He was only second in the SA Champs, but won the opening leg and, of course, won Derby as well. This year, Toyota has mixed things up a little bit. They've brought in some further qualifying classes. And when I say qualifying classes, classes that have points attached to them. Last year it was just the 3 big classes. This year some qualifiers towards the big classes in each of the shows come into play. At the moment, let's take a look at the standings. We started off at Easter Festival, Toyota Easter Festival, where there were 2 qualifiers and then the main class. Each one of those classes, 50 points to the winner and 47 for second, 45 for third, and so it went down, the rankings. We came into this show, the first of the World Cup shows, and on Friday, Frank Rothenberger, our visiting German course designer, who we will be chatting to a little bit later on in the day. We look forward to that, so don't go away after the 140s, because we will be having that chat with Mr. Rothenberger. But on Friday, he pitched a bit of a whopper in terms of the Friday afternoon Grand Prix, the Riders' Grand Prix. From the 57 starters, there were only 5 clears. And at the end of it, Amy Michal walked away as the winner of their class on Go to Blue, and she bagged the 50 points. But this is how the standings look at the moment. Ronnie was second and third in that class, and he was already right up there on the points table coming into Friday's class. So he is out front. Blue Turtle's Capital Magic Boy coming into Friday's class was sitting in second, has leapfrogged Mandarino, but only by 1 point. In fact, on Friday before the class, Magic Boy was 1 point behind Mandarino and now finds himself at 1 point in front of Mandarino. So Ronnie Healy, last year's series winner, doing the business. He's right up there. Gareth Neal on that wonderful mare Dartoli sitting in third on 151. Leona van der Merwe, Finale U on 149. Ashley Healy on Gillian van Oorshoff, 144, along with Chris van der Merwe and Brandon, who went so well to Outdoor Grand Prix, also on 144. And then you can see Larison and Chayton, Conzano and Kayla, they're having a wonderful run. They level pegging there with Winks just on time, and Tamara Rueda and Lord Chris 126 with George. Anything can happen. Still a long way to go. We've got today where 50 points are up for grabs, and then we move into Derby, where Derby is weighted 2 times. And also throwing a little bit of there will be changes, because as per the rules of the series, you have to compete in all 3 legs to have a chance. And there is talk of horses being exported to go overseas. Some of the top riders thinking of taking their horses overseas. So things will change, but we look forward to that, and well done to Toyota and well done to KPC. 140s, let's have a look at the 140 championship class. Here are the horses and their riders. Kolensky and Colin Ferreira goes first. We're not going to mention all of them, but we're going to update the pages. Chayton Hendricks has got a few in this class. Paige Noonan's there with Bon V. Jan Kleinans with Coleman. Kaylee Pissarro with a relatively new ride, Nunu. Talana and Jean. Johan and Best Company was well placed yesterday. So was Talana and Jean. Rivendell Zoid, Jackie Cochran. Casarati Rainers on hot form. So too is Charlie Barford, and Legend went well yesterday. Leona again. Caspiano, Simon Hendry, Hamza Minty. Wow, that's a 7-year-old. Calaho Carida de Rebel gave a great performance yesterday, was in the money, and Hamza stepping it up into the adult ranks, of course, not too long ago at the Outdoor Grand Prix show. Philip Smith, he won that title, so doing incredibly well. As we update, our first horse is in the arena. That is Chucky, Ferreira and Kolensky de Ravel, as we just update the page. Triple Light, Chayton, Dominic Alexander's got a few Soakleys there. Michelle Fleming, Chigori. So a few of the horses, Landino, another one with Alex Mashevsky visiting us from Western Cape. A few of the horses that jumped in the Friday Grand Prix have elected not to go into the World Cup today and have come back down to the 140s. Looking forward to that World Cup. Right, first to go in this class, Chucky Ferreira, Kolensky de Ravel will get us underway. Course information, time 74 seconds, time allowed 74 seconds, length is 430 meters, speed is 350 meters per minute. This horse jumped its first 140 track yesterday. Chucky from KZN. All sorts of things on the go. He's a farmer, he's a horse trainer, he's a coach, he's a dad of a big brood. Highly accomplished rider. As a young rider, rode with Gonda for many years. Had a few spins around the Derby on Maggie McConnell's Zamoka in the 90s at Inanda. Very strong rider in the saddle, and I don't think this cornered Obolensky 9-year-old stallion, Kidam de Revel on the dam side, is the easiest. But I think he'll be relatively happy with that. He's given him a big pat. He's very, very new to the 140s, called Lenski de Revel, a horse with a big future. And well done there, well piloted by Chucky Ferreira. Had a chance to walk this Frank Rothenberger track. As we take a look at the replay of this is the final fence that came down.
And the final fence down, back pole of that Hollard Equipage oxen, total 8 penalties.
8 penalties there for Kulinski de Revel and Chucky Ferreira.
Everything back to rights, we move on with number 2, Sean A.
So next to go is Sean A. Bean, Equicover Capital Chicane. Had a chance to walk the track that Frank Rothenberger has pitched, and as you heard from winning interviews throughout the course of the broadcast the last couple of days, what Frank Rothenberger likes to do is test the rideability of the horse. He opens the horse up over some distances and then he shuts you down over others, and quite similar track this morning. 4 strides from 2 to 3, and the water tray of the last couple of days at 3 has been set on the landing side, as Shawnee takes a couple poles here, which generally sucks you into the fence. Today he's moved it back under the fence on a related distance from 2 to 3, 5 to 6 on a flowing 6, 7 on the curve. That takes very accurate riding. Now 9. It's got a board going in, then very opens, level, vertical to vertical, 1 stride. And then 1 slightly shorter stride coming out, and then a very big test out of the C element of the treble combination. It's on the curve down to number 10 on a very, very snug 6. Riders have had to make a choice there, 5s or 6s, as per Frank Rothenberger's style. He likes to give you choices, decisions to make. So chatting to riders, that seemed like a very snug 6 that would be the right call, but we'll see how we go. As you saw Shawnee take the back rail there, and then the last from 11 to 12, as we take a look at the replay of some of the poles that came down there for Shawnee, 11 to 12 on quite a snug 8 strides as well. We'll see what decisions the riders make. Next to go, Arnold Buerta, Equicover Capital Chicane, total score of 14, 12 for jumping and 2 for time. Time allowed, 74 seconds. KP Manelli now on track with Arnold, 10-year-old mare by Manhattan. From 1 to 2 around number 6. You have to hug that upright at number 6, the wing. Get a good line to 2. So Arnold just going to be into time penalties now, as he has had the disobedience. Well, when I say disobedience, 6 down the hill. He pulled the mare out. He wasn't happy with the way she was traveling off the turn. It's a mare that's very, very new to this level. This will be the sternest test she's faced. 7. It's a little bit tight on the 7. You cannot fall in on that line. Now here's going to be a big test, going to take a big jump out. Nicely done by Arnold. Big jump out over that C element, which is quite square and rather wide. So going to test the horse's scope. And this is another test. We were talking about this in previous days. Arnold putting his hand up there. Well, retirement, elimination, his second disobedience. We haven't seen the wall over the last couple of days. So Sunday, the first day that the horse is seeing the wall, we are being gentle in that it's the wall side of the wall, as the other side is the water wetland. And I chatted to Kevin Spratley on the course walk, and he said that they won't be showing the horse the wetland. They will be jumping just the conventional brick side of the wall. Moving on now to our third horse. Janine Kutsi, Rotaflow Bellissimo Z. Another stallion, son of Breitling. So that's a dedicated 4, and the horse landed, just swerved slightly, and I think she was on the 5. She's done 9 from 4 to 5. 6 down the hill, walked slightly long, but it is coming down the hill and they generally get there rather easily. Got quite deep to that capital stud, but the horse shows his scope. That's one thing he certainly does have. He can jump any size fence. Very nicely done by Janine on that very snug 6 inside leg to push it to the right, just create some space. And a nice jump out over the last. Well done, Janine Kutsia. Leaves them all up. Having some issues with our timing. I would suspect that she does have... Oh no, she did have a pole, I beg your pardon. Of course, she had the water tray on the right and the 4 stride. She landed short and put in the 5, got herself a little bit deep there. So 1 down. On track now is number 5, Christopher Nicholas, Capital Charlton. 11-year-old Capital Colnado, Optimum Thunder Wellington. As we've said before, Nicholas rides with Anne-Marie Esslinger. Also pretty new to the 140s, so this will be a stern test for the two of them. So far, so good. So 5 for Rotaflow Bellissimo and 74.29, just over the time allowed. 1 for time, 8 for Kolensky, 14 for Chicane. C element, B element of that treble going down. Lovely, solid campaigner, Capital Carlton. Finishes nicely, brick out the wall as well. So it looks like 2 down, an 8 penalty round there for Christopher Nicholas and Capital Carlton in a time just over as well, 74.71, so a total of 9. So riders are going to have to watch the time, although he seemed a little bit deliberate in the way he was going around there, but I'm sure he'll be very, very happy with that in 140 championship class as we take a look at the replay of the B element of that treble combination that came down for young Christopher and Carlton. He's looking very slim these days, Christopher, not the horse. He's been gymming up a storm. On track now, we have Kevin Vessels, number 6, Karina MK. Capital Charis, I beg your pardon. Karina still to come with Michaela. Charis is a 14-year-old Consuelo. And I'm happy to say that joining me now in co-commentary for this class is Brendan McNevin. Very good morning, sir. How are you?
Good morning, sir. Fine, thank you. And you?
Excellent. Bit of a rush to get you. I'm sorry about that, but you're here, and that's what counts.
I suppose it's also the convenience of living in Kyalami.
Yes, absolutely. Brendan, you've also got horses at the show, so thank you for making time for us. Currently on track is Kevin. We've had a couple go. And you've had a chance to have a look at Frank Rothenberger's courses as Kevin comes to the last, leaves it up. Is he inside of the time allowed? 73.38, time allowed 74.
Should be in the time.
4 on the board, so he did have a rail at fence number 6 while we were chatting, so 1 down, yet to have our first clear.
Strong round there for Kev. I think it's great to have him back up in the bigger classes now. He's a really hard-working young man, really loves the game and gets super involved. So fantastic seeing him up in the bigger classes. I think just touching a little bit about the privilege of having Mr. Frank Rothenberger here. I mean, wow, just it's such a bonus for our sport. For me, it's such a boost. It just makes everybody level up. I don't think that. You know, I was chatting to the riders, and it's interesting that somebody of his caliber is never going to be intimidated by any of the riders saying, "Ooh, the course is big," or "the oxes are wide." You know, you got to level up when you ride these big courses. So I think it's so fantastic for our younger riders, or actually everybody, to be getting involved with Frank's courses. He's been here a few times, so I think a few riders would have sort of been accustomed to the way he builds. That said, I'm for sure going to be walking the World Cup a little bit later. I think it's going to be a really exciting course. I'm dead keen to see what he's got planned. I thought the Grand Prix was tough. So, yeah, exciting times. Oh, lucky there.
And he certainly does have a style, and you know what we've seen, he likes to open riders up and then shut them down, where Mickey's just gone from the treble, big jump out of the treble over that big square oxer, wide oxer, and then 6 very short strides to 10, and you've got a shortish 8 here to the last as well. You've got to ride very, very dedicated lines. He asks for discipline. He asks for rideability.
Absolutely, yeah, for sure. And you know, Michaela, a young rider, she's proved so much in her life already, so just her getting around these big testing courses, I think, is always something that will sort of motivate her. I think that always jumping in these bigger classes, you know, you get exposed, your training or whatever it would be, your horse's weaknesses or your riding weaknesses get exposed, and I don't think that's a bad thing. You know, I think that that's why we do these big classes, is that we can get better. It's all about, you know, trying to improve ourselves, improve our horses and all that type of thing. So good round for Michaela there.
Next to go, Nariska, Prinsloo Hill, yesterday's winner in the 140s, GCS Max Pacific NPS. She had to go some to hunt down Hamza Minty's time on his young 7-year-old mare. Has she left enough in the tank on Pacific for today? I'm sure she has. Horse is well conditioned. She's an absolute professional. She's been there, done that, but got to get through this first round first. First round, you're against the course designer. Your nemesis here is Frank Rothenberger. You got to navigate, negotiate his course. Second round jump off, that's when your competitors come into play.
I think you nailed it a little earlier when you were... Wow. You were saying he opens them up and then he shortens them up and that type of thing. And you know, I think what that's doing ultimately is testing rideability. You know, the discipline and the rideability that sort of is potentially what's asked of when you're jumping in Europe and that type of thing. It's why we bring him here, so that we can learn a little bit. I think that it's where show jumping is going. You know, the jumps don't get any bigger. The equipment is super light these days. So it's now all about the testing of horsemanship, rideability, discipline, all those exciting words that we go round and round in circles every day perfecting.
The simplicity, I mean, riding is, can you go forward, can you go back? It's how well you can do it. Can you rhythm?
Milliseconds.
Can you do it in balance? How quickly can your reaction times be?
Sure.
And so it gets, as you go up the levels, courses get more technical, so you asked to perfect those very, what seemingly on the outside seem like basic principles.
Sure, absolutely.
Next to go, Leona van der Merwe, as Nariska decides to retire. So yesterday's winner not going to factor in today's jump-off. That very dedicated line from that Callao fence to that rather square, large 140 Oxa. On that 7 on the curve, which we've seen Frank Rothenberger like to do, bring in curved lines that have to be ridden with delicate precision, as you see there. Goodness, how's this horse's scope?
I think when you've, ride as many horses as Leona does and gets to perfect that, I think that's a little bit where she is at this stage in her riding. She really looks like she knows where she is in the distances. She pulls the trigger at the right time. Wow, she's really scopy, that mare inside.
Time 74 seconds, 75.62, so 2 for time. So let's just look at, analyze, dissect this track. We've talked about the fact that he opens you up, he shuts you down. He's really shuts you down out of the treble.
Yeah.
It's very level 9A to 9B. It's quite short 9B to 9C.
Yeah.
The back rail at 9C is quite far away. And then 10 down the hill on a curve, running down the hill towards the gate after you've just come out of the treble is a very, very short 6.
Nothing of that is easy.
And then you jump that, come around to the wall, and it's a very short balancing 8 to the last on a very dedicated curve that you saw. Even Leona got a little bit underneath it and had to call on the horse's scope to get her out of that, to get her over that back rail. So it takes some riding. It takes some riding.
And I mean, what else is quite interesting is we've said everything there is a little bit waiting. It's all a little bit back at you and that type of thing. And then you've got to put the time in on that. So you've got to try and be slick through your corners. Got to obviously have really good ground speed through the corners to allow yourself time to settle down, set the horses down.
That exactly was going to be my next point. So you've got the rideability, but then can you do it in a very snug time that he's asked you to do it in?
And that's what makes the sport so magical, right? It just keeps us coming back for more and more every weekend, just that chance to perfect things as much as we would like to.
This is a wonderful horse that Chayton's riding here, this Corleone, 11-year-old son of Corinth. That back rail that he's just had there, the back rail is quite far away. They need a lot of push off the ground.
And I mean, this horse and Chayton sort of don't know each other that well. This horse usually ridden by Paige. Chayton is just an absolute master, though, the way he tees horses up. I enjoy watching him ride. Even on the flat and the warm-up, he creates such balance and straightness through his horses.
Again, time comes into play, 77.47. So a total score of 8, 4 of those being for time for Callao, Corleone and Chayton Hendricks. And Frank Rothenberger, he ain't moving the time.
No. Well, I mean, this is, so I'm going to be building to something here as we see Chayton coming out. You mentioned this treble's wide jumping out. The horse really tried, almost sort of looked like it was trying to get to the back rail. And then Chayton had to really wait down there. So, we always sort of talk about these new modern day sport horses that are being bred by all our fantastic stud farms here in South Africa. I definitely think that's something that's got to be taken into account these days is the natural quickness of the horses. They've got to move. They can't be, you can't be pushing them out of their comfort zone to be naturally quick, if you know what I mean, because the courses actually demand them to be moving. So it's just, I suppose, a little bit a different type of horse to be rode sort of 10 years ago. And I mean, a perfect example of a modern day sports horse is this little guy. He is just an absolute gem. Paige thinks the world of him. He is definitely her heart horse for sure. every post she writes on Facebook, she's got 100 hearts after everything. She's always thanking him, and I mean, just it's amazing. Their relationship has grown incredibly. She's masterfully trained by Liam Stevens out of Dyser Stables, and watch this horse, is an absolute acrobat.
Brilliantly done. Well done, because that's not easy.
No, really not. He's not a big horse, but for sure, if they're good enough, they're big enough.
Time looks good.
6, 7, 8.
Jumps
Oh,
it.
Man.
And there is our first clear. Wow, 70,464 seconds inside of that time allowed, so that gives us our first clear. She's in form. She had a wonderful...
She really is in form, you are right.
She had a wonderful outdoor Grand Prix show, and yesterday was in the money in the 142 phase, so she brings that good form into today's competition and gives us a lovely clear round.
And I must say, a nicer person you'll struggle to find, really. She's just so sweet, down to earth, loves her horses, gets involved with her training. Really, I'm happy for her for this morning's round.
Simon Henry is next to go, number 12, Hoofie van Het Korterhof for the Dawsons.
He's such an interesting horse, this. He's got such a unique style of jumping for me. That last sort of step that he takes, he bounds along. He definitely a little unorthodox in the way he goes, and would need somebody for me like Simon, who is just the most relaxed person you've ever met in your life on the back of a horse.
Yeah, no, he's never going to suffer any stress-related disorders, old Simon.
But again, just how slick he is through the corner. He's a bit of a silent assassin, old Simon. If he's in the jump-off, you better be watching him, boy. He's so slick through the corners. His outside leg, he brings the horse's shoulders through the turns so quickly. Very similarly to Ronnie Healy for me. I mean, then he knew the horse had lots of step. He gave him a little bit of an outside curve so he could bound him down to that oxer. Beautiful riding. Upper body.
Made a plan on that 6, didn't he?
Well, I think he was saying get a little bit on the outside curve,
Yes.
and the horse was saying, are we going around this one, or are we jumping this one? 6, 7, 8. Oh, good
Well done.
riding.
And inside of that time allowed, so we've just seen Paige go clear. Now we have a jump off. Simon Henry shows us how it's done there. That was masterful riding, because on those shortish lines he was making a plan, because that horse is a little bit heady up front.
Yeah,
he can
yeah.
get away from you and
For
make
sure.
up too much ground that you want him to very quickly, and Simon was just going to plan B down a few of those lines.
Amazing, amazing riding. They suit each other down to the ground, that pair.
Now, Hamza Minty, who has on a rich vein of form, winner of the recent Philip Smith Equitation Championships. He's won so much in the junior ranking here today in the adult 1m40s on this very well-established horse of his. This is Callahoo Conray, an 11-year-old Con Coriano Stolzenberg. This horse can absolutely motor. He's got natural ground speed. You were talking about the modern horse who has to come out traveling. This horse travels.
And just so easily and so comfortably, you know, I think that he just finds it easy at that pace. He doesn't get unbalanced at that pace. Look, I think it's got a lot to do with the preparation that goes in with Hamza. Oh, a little flat through the treble there. Look, I mean, he's won a heck of a lot recently, this young man, and so is this horse, to be honest with you. You know, I think our schedule is unbelievably busy for these horses. I mean, it's only the end of May, and we've jumped lots of big classes already this year. You know, I think maybe not his day today particularly, but I mean, any young rider out there that wants to sort of mold themselves on a young rider, this young man really has got every attribute to go to the top. So cool under pressure and unbelievably disciplined, well trained by Chad Cunningham. So I think he's got the recipe for greatness going on underneath him there.
So good with his body control as well, his balance, and just holding the horse up with his body. We're talking about he goes in a natural forward canter in balance, and that's also got a lot to do with the way that Hamza's sitting on the back of the horse. One down, but he does have the young 7-year-old mare still to come, and she's in devastating form as well. Jannie Kleinans goes next. NK Capital Coleman, 12-year-old son of Colnado out of a Four Pleasure motherline, produced by Dominic Alexander, and recently the ride taken over by Jan.
saw a couple of videos on social media that he put on when he jumped in the grass. It looked fantastic. Yeah, and he's such a keen rider. He really does love the sport. He's got a beautiful property just down the road. Hugely involved. I see his wife's hot on his heels these days in the 110s and the 120s, cruising along there. So obviously a really involved family when it comes to horses, and it's great to see that he's got good horsepower, because at this stage, for sure, the name of the game with the sport is you need good horses underneath you. Dominic was very complimentary of this horse when he produced him. I remember him saying that just he was definitely one of the most intelligent horses he'd ever worked with, just smart in his way. He jumps that for absolute fun, finds the back rail so easily. Interesting son of Colnado, maybe not as conventional as the others, but just has every attribute and wants to clear the jumps.
To the last jumps, that almost had to go on the outside of the outside line, right underneath the fence, and jump it on the angle to get the space again. That's what Frank Rothenberg does. It is an 8, but it's a snug 8 on a turn.
Yeah.
And that turn will cut your engine a little bit as well, so you got to keep them moving. So just the one down over the water tray. And interesting about this water tray, as we take a look at the replay, yesterday that water tray was set completely on the landing side.
Okay.
So that fence, it was almost like a false ground rail. It sucked you in.
Yes.
And today it's on the other, well, it's in square in the middle, but it's not on the other side. So little subtle changes that he's brought in.
Fantastic to see. I must say, again, it's what keeps us coming back for more, definitely.
So 4 penalty ride there from Jan and Coleman. Jonathan Clark is another man who's in form. He was a winner yesterday in the 130s. In fact, he was first and second. Here he goes back on track. Every Cloud, a 10-year-old son of Kevin. A very, very exciting horse.
Yeah, I must say, I'm really happy for Jono. He is, I'm sure, a real crowd favorite and a real home favorite to everybody watching at home there, that he's just the way he does things, the smoothness, the body control. I think that his horses are always so incredibly in tune to him. I think that this horse has got World Cup written all over it. He is sensitive. Jono's taken his time with him. He jumps him sparingly. Doesn't ever really want to make him too tired throughout the show. I often say to him, "Are you going to jump my favorite grey horse?" And he says, no, he's going to leave him for the champs or whatever it would be. So just showing what a horseman he is there, just to get the absolute best out of this horse. But I'm definitely not a betting man in this sport, otherwise I would have lost all my money. But I'm going to stick my neck out and say that in the next 12 months, this horse is going to be cantering around a big 150 class with Jono, and I think going to be a real superstar for the future. Oh man, I suppose there, as you've said, a bit technical at the end of the course, running into a bit of problems.
Yeah, it's definitely an 8, but it's a dedicated line. You have to be on it.
Sure,
and,
sure.
As we've seen a few times, got a little bit underneath that one. The horse has got a big step, and Jono just fighting, said, "Come back, getting there a little bit quickly." Yeah, he knew.
He knew. I think though the horse looked like it jumped that really technical course pretty easily. I mean, I know that Jono does often make it look easy, but he's definitely looking stronger in his body, that horse. He's acclimatizing to being in South Africa now. It also takes him a bit of time to realize they're in a completely different hemisphere these days. So that's one for me for the future, definitely.
Another young up-and-coming superstar rider, already with national colours, and he's won pretty much everything there is to win in the junior rankings. What a partnership he has with Midgard Zakiro. He's due a big win at the show. Divan is never, hardly a championship show goes by where he's not on a podium.
Agreed.
And he's had, it's been one of those four-fault shows for Divan, so maybe he's bringing the best for today in this championship.
I must say, though, you did mention that he has had unbelievable form with this horse. I mean, at the awards evening the other night, I think he stood there for about 5 minutes sort of receiving all his awards, and
bringing
the next
a wheelbarrow
one,
to take them all away.
Really, and for me that's incredible, because in this sport we definitely lose more than we win. You know, it's very much like golf, like cricket. You know, you don't score as many hundreds as you do ducks or whatever it would be, you know. So it's definitely a sport of resilience that you've got to be able to keep picking yourself up and coming back for. And when you sort of see these riders that create consistency, let me call it partnerships, if I'm honest with you, you know. This is very much a partnership. Did he go on 7 there?
He went on 7.
Easy game.
He went on 7.
It looked like that was the plan, right?
Yeah,
He sort of hurdled the wall, nipped on the inside there, knowing your horse.
Exactly. Now, let's see if they all get the memo, because they've been battling a little bit on that 8. Devon's just shown, well, 7 is actually there for the taking.
I wonder if Jono would be saying, I wonder if I could ride that again if I'd squeak down on the 7 and leave it up.
Johan Lotte goes next, but exactly what you were saying, partnerships, and that's what it is, and partnerships are built up over time.
Because it's never, you know, when you listen to those awards evenings and whatnot, you know, it's Lisa and Campbell, you know, it's Devon and Zakiro, it would Kelly and Hero, whatever it would be, you know, it's not always just one person with multiple string of horses, you know, it's those partnerships that I think stand the test and always prove to be difficult to beat.
Another man who's been there, done that, absolute master of his craft, but his top horses have been out for a little while, rebuilding, and today he brings in Best Company, Z. He was in the money on this horse yesterday in the 142 phase, finished up in 8th position. Unfortunately, once again, that Kuda water tray fence, that bit of an open vertical with that water tray underneath it on that 4 strides has caused a problem once again.
He definitely said he's going to be having a bit of a building show. I chatted to Johan throughout this weekend. Always nice to see him at the horse shows. He's always got something fun to say and interesting to say about his horses. I think a heck of a lot of Poimar, his chestnut stallion, as you said, who's making a comeback. What else I find so interesting about Poimar, I mean, he's a breeding stallion. He's got lots of foals on the ground. He stands next to a gelding with a little halter at the truck. The most relaxed stallion you've ever seen in your life. And I think if Johan was in horse form, I think he would definitely be Poimar. Just Johan, a real cool character. You can see not putting the horse under any pressure today, realizing he'd had one down. Johan, this is a long season, long season towards building up to the Derby and that type of stuff. So I'm sure Johan's got his little plan and not going to put the horse under any pressure today.
74.185, 1 for time. Went on the 8 to the last, but you see he rode it beautifully. But maybe that caused the time penalty. That's how slim the margins are here. He went on a very straight line, then an acute turn, and bought himself space to the base of the Hollard fence to finish, but landed up with 1 time penalty.
I mean, that is a very tricky line, but I think also what you mentioned about that water tray, that yesterday being offset and today being pulled forward, I mean, he is a mileage horse, that. Yeah. And I mean, he almost got foxed. I mean, it's interesting, you know, that I mean, it's again, it's a sport of percentages, you know, so you've got to have a little bit more room or a little bit more support or whatever it would be, but you'd potentially expected your horse to have seen it or judged it a little bit better, but because of where the water tray's been set, makes it that much more difficult.
Kiara Byrne currently on track now with Aeroplus Callao Lindor, 15-year-old Lissabon. Kiara, another well-established rider with this horse. She's had lots of success on Lindor.
I mean, he would have definitely been the head boy of his year, right? Just, I mean, a real gentleman of a horse, beautifully put together. He's got the pedigree and the attitude and everything that goes with it. And, you know, I think that if I was Kiara's dad, Simon, I'd be really happy every time he got to see this horse go around with his daughter, because this was a real plan. You know, he bought these horses off the auction. They went to Simon Henry. They went to get the best production, and it's a long shot. You know, whether it's going to work or not for the young kids, and then you see this young lady get on and do this amazing job. And I mean, I watched her yesterday in the 110s on her young horse. She's a real professional, this young lady. She rides magnificently, and I mean, there you go. This is a tough track, top horse builder, and then she canters around for fun.
Difficult for me to see because I was watching the live pictures, not our screen there, and Jean stepped in front of me as I was counting. I think she dropped a stride out of the double and went on 5 to 10, and she went on 7 to the last. Maybe one of our producers in the van could just count. So we're talking about Frank Rothenberger giving you opportunities to make decisions.
Options. Yeah.
And I hope I'm not wrong, but I think she did. 1, 2, 3, 4 for Jean. And Talana, lovely horse, this big, strong, scopy mare. Jean Corber currently on track. This is Callao Talana.
She's another fireball, this mare, I must say. Jean making sure that she's getting her to the takeoff spot. I think when you've got these real technical courses, you kind of want to keep the horse's forelegs underneath you, not get too long. Oh, beautifully ridden, middle to middle there.
It's got scope, this mare.
She was a little on the inside. Oh. It is a tricky line, isn't it?
It's
Gosh,
very
it
tricky.
really is tricky.
She came in slightly on the inside, as you said, to 9A, caught her at the C element. Perhaps we'll have a replay of that down.
7 again.
So that's on the 7, and I think if we could keep rolling it, Mr. Producer, from the C element all the way down to the Western shop, and see what she did there, because I think Kiara did the 5 and maybe the word's already gone out. Let's count. So she wasn't quite straight coming in.
She just towed it.
Was she on the 5?
6.
Was it 6? She
6.
landed slightly short.
She gave a
of-
fraction.
Yes.
She gave herself a little room there.
Yes. Next to go, Jackie Cochran, Rivendell Zoid, 10-year-old son of Chancellor, who we know with Matthew Morrison.
Sort of, for me, an example of a horse that potentially wouldn't be bugged by the clock just by the nature of how it gets across the ground. I don't want to put the commentator's curse on her by any means.
Final score for Talana, just the 1 down, 4 penalties. Talana foxed me. She landed short and then had to go. And everybody
Yeah.
else has been holding
I
down there.
think-
It must have been the 5, but
That
just took the rail and landed slightly to the outside.
Yeah, exactly that. Good shot. Oh, fantastic to see the son of Chancellor. I actually was chatting to Peter Morrison yesterday about Matthew. Let's see the distance. She went on the outside 8. Must be good for time. It's going to be a speedy jump off.
Yeah, 72.09, naturally quick horse, so she could afford to go on the 8 and just buy herself a little bit more time there, and a great ride, Jackie Cochran.
Yeah, really good. Jackie's also put in the hours this year. She's been traveled around. She's gone down to Maxwell. She went down to 334. She's really put the miles in, and it's definitely starting to show. That was a really, really solid mileage round over, I think, a very testing course here this morning.
Smile all over her face, so well done, Jackie. Next to go, Stacey Lee, Western Farriers Alpha Ruby, the 12-year-old son of Edward.
She's got fire in her belly, does Stace? Yo. I love chatting to her about her horses. She's got a very light way of looking at it sometimes. She's also quite tough on herself. She can really want good results in riding from her. Otherwise, she'll let you know that she wasn't happy with the way that she rode the distances or whatever it would be. But she's hugely competitive. I thought that she had an unbelievably good round in the 150s on Friday. I haven't actually seen that Callagher fence fall too many times. I wonder if she was thinking about the outside curve.
Lua DeMel in the big class today. The back of her Good Friday.
Fantastic. So Stacey's just obviously getting all the cobwebs out, loosening her body up before the big one.
Oh. And that, Brendan, another thing we were talking about before you came and joined me, the wall.
Yeah.
Only for the first time on Sunday has been brought out.
I suppose.
And we'll see it in the World Cup. They are being a little bit forgiving, though. They're not showing the waterland side of the wall. It will be the conventional brick side. So they're not going to be that
I think some
cruel.
horses have still got PTSD from that wall. That it's just all a test. It's all the way Frank designs it, you know, like he's not ever out there to make it impossible to ride, but he's testing the relationship between the horse and the rider. When the rider says, trust me and go, the horses go. You know, look, I mean, I don't think that's got anything to do with the fact that Stacey doesn't have a good relationship with her horse. It's just on the day when horses get surprised or whatever it is. I'm not sure that horse is hugely mileaged in the 140s.
Correct. You could see even that the replay on the wall that we've had. He was just having a look at the board, and it just took his eye off the top rail. Coming off the turn to number 2, he seemed to have a look at that as well.
And then again, I'd love to have a chat to Stacey about that. You know, she'll take the positives from it, she'll build from it, and definitely come back.
So Charlie Barford goes next, number 25, Tack and Togs Legend. What a horse he is turning out to be, the 8-year-old son of Mr. Blue, a breeding stallion, also with quite a few progeny on the ground and plenty in utero as well.
I was riding around in my arena the other day and heard some wedding bells going in Sun Valley, and it was fantastic to see Charlie getting married.
The party's still continuing at 6 o'clock in the morning.
Good reason to celebrate, that's for sure.
He is an absolute picture of health. He looks like he's just bristling at the moment.
Charlie's tempo is just something that really needs to be taken note of. Any of the young riders watching at home, the reason I feel she wins so much is that her horses are so comfortable at the pace. You know, she is, whoopsie. Again, though, I think that is part of producing them, is that they've got a little bit learned that this is the speed we're going at, and this is how quick the jumps come. And Legend is, I mean, watch, he's an absolute acrobat. And
he's gone on 5.
Yeah. For me, it looked like that.
Yes.
From the beginning of the round. You know, Charlie gets a bit of training, obviously, from Dominique Alexander in South Africa, and she gets a few of the Irish guys to come out and train her, and it's all forward. There's no messing around. You got to get going. If we want to be going to all the big classes, World Equestrian Games and Aachen and all that, we got to practice. And this is where we got to get the chance to practice, I think. So that was a really good round for things to come in the future for that fantastic stallion.
Let's take a look at the replay of the rail that went down. It looked like he was slightly argumentative. You talked about that's the trade-off, I guess, when you're riding at that tempo, and then it's not quite there in their comfort zone canter, but you train that at home. Obviously, he's in balance, but you're pushing. And then when you need, and again, it goes back to the course design, when you need, and the rideability, when you need him to just go, whoa, it's short in here, just sit back a little bit, and he goes, not quite there.
Absolutely.
Runs into the front rail.
With that pace that you're now at, you know, and that's why the sport is a sport of percentages, and why it takes years and years of perfect practice to get these horses to the level.
And again, in the element C element, it's slightly short in there. And again, with that strong canter, with that pace, the balance has got to shift back slightly and very quickly in that C element to jump out.
But Charlie will be over the moon with that. She'll be building from that. She'll take positives. Oh, look, Legend's got so much jumping left in him. It's exciting for her.
Next on track, Lorette Knowles Taylor, Farnham for gold, 9-year-old Callahose for Joy Udokis, who Lorette knows very, very well, forming a lovely partnership with this very big horse.
I had such a chuckle the other day. I read her Instagram post when she thought that she was flying, and I think she ended up 20th. It's such a funny sport, this, you know. When, I mean, you mentioned this horse is big. He's definitely not naturally as quick, so for her to push him out of his comfort zone and to be going as quick as Legend would, your eyes would be watering, that's for sure. There he gets the 5. For me, pretty easy.
Exactly, and that again was always the plan, to get him out of that treble and then sit him back with a big horse with a big step like that on that very tight 6 was always going to be a challenge.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on the outside line there. She was a bit open to the wall. Good thinking, deep breath from Law as she goes to the finish. He's come on, that horse.
Yes.
He really, really has improved.
He needed time. He's a 9-year-old, but he was always very big and needed time to furnish into himself, and I think he's still got a ways to go.
I agree with you. I still think as a 10-year-old, he will continue to develop. Look, I mean, he's in the 140s now. I think he's got a 150 class in him for sure, for sure. I think he's got to maybe get a little bit fitter and stronger. Lorette and Barry are meticulous about how they feed their horses and the fitness that goes into it and the training and all that type of stuff. So he's in good hands.
She'll be happy. 1 down and then 4 for time, but 8 penalty round with just the 1 coming down. I think she's going to be actually quite thrilled with that.
I agree with you.
Sandy Manassi goes next on her ever-faithful Carinia, 17 years old now, or young, depending on how you look at it. Some of them are evergreen. Interesting, coming off that turn 1 to 2, you have to be so snug around that upright of that Kyalami Park fence. Otherwise, your line's gone.
Sure. And it's a little spooky with a little black plank underneath it. Sandy's got a fantastic young horse that I watched her jumping in the smaller grades. She had a massive smile on her face when she came out the ring. And really, young horses is hugely rewarding. I think it's always just a little glimpse into the future of what's coming, and can really be motivating.
Again, take some proper, exact riding up that line, or you
Precision
can just
riding.
land up deep before you even know it.
And I mean, it's a white top pole, just rolling a little bit down the hill a bit. Jumped that route distance really well.
To the last, was well ridden. She just clipped the front rail.
I thought she'd done enough.
Almost looked like a bit of fatigue just creeping in there to me.
Maybe. I thought that the angle of her curve and the tempo through her curve was good. I think she kept her pace throughout. I thought she left room for a little bit of leg for the front rail of that the Hollard Oxer at the end. But I suppose it's percentages, as you mentioned. Maybe a fraction too much room and a little too much leg.
It's a replay of the top rail, the front rail of that rather square capital stud jump. We've seen that.
I would say that's one of the bogeys.
Yeah.
I think let's call it 9C, and then this Oxer rolling down the hill here, a little positive distance down there.
Shanley Marshall's next, Calaho for Tasca. This is a 13-year-old daughter of Fort Joy, a real blood horse. It's a blood family. It's the family of Forquita, who's just as spicy.
She's a real fireball, this mare, and I must say she suits Shan down to the ground. They've got a fantastic relationship, these two. Oh, that was a bit unfortunate for her. She's definitely getting more established up in the 140 grades after taking a bit of time off to have a young son, Griffin.
We haven't seen that fence come down before, and then I think after that fence, that's a bit of a step, although it is down the hill, a bit of a stepping 6 from 5 to 6, and I think she just went to plan B there and did the 7.
Maybe, yeah. This mare is, she could do that. She is real rideable. She can sort of bounce on a ticky almost, and potentially wouldn't enjoy getting long and strung out.
Correct.
I don't think. Correct. You're beautifully ridden down that last line.
2 down, 8 penalties for Shanley Marshall and Fort Tasca.
That horse is actually looking relaxed and fairly settled. She was very fiery at one stage. I know that Shan's got to be quite mindful of her warm-up and keep her away from other horses. Maybe she was thinking, don't... Oh, that was a real soft fence though.
Next to go is 334 Capital Tori, Leona Fonamava, her second ride. Matilda was clear, but had 2 time penalties. So is she going to change up the plan a little bit here?
I must say, I always, when you chat to professional riders, they ride so many horses, and I mean, it's difficult to be emotionally connected to all of them or whatever it is, but it's funny when you mention Katori's name to Leona, she just has this different look on her face. She's got and I mean, I always ooh and on and love Finale, and I mean, everybody knows how much I love Finale, and of course she's an amazing mare, but when you talk to Leona about this horse, she's just got a sparkle in her eye. She just says, she makes me believe. She gives me the most unbelievable feeling. And I think that's really the essence of the sport. Yes, we love to win. Yes, it's great to be on the podium for everybody, for the owners, for the sponsors and all that type of thing. But riding horses, I mean, I know there are these cliched memes that go on at the moment that say sort of, if you ride a horse that you love, you've won already. But it's true. When you're connected to these animals and they perform for you and dig deep for you. It is an amazing feeling.
71.98, so no problem with the time this time around, but 9A gone down, so a 4 penalty ride there for Leona and Katori. As we take a look at the replay, off the turn she comes.
Front there, I must say, I walked past Katori's stable when I was down at Maxwell's. I couldn't actually believe how small she was. I thought maybe the stable door was a bit high. And I went and looked in there, and I was even said to the groom, wow, she's short. I must say, just again, it doesn't really matter how big they are. That mare's got a absolute heart of a lion, and maybe not her day today, but definitely one of Leona's heart horses.
Kelleher Lansink and Zandi Alcock now. We talk about Leona loving her horses and posting all over social media. These two are
joined at the hip, really.
I think Zandi's going to write storybooks for kids about this horse one day.
Yeah, you know, I don't think you can really put into words the feeling that horses give riders when they make you believe. You know, I think, and I mean, I'm a bit speaking from personal experience, that when I've gone into classes with horses thinking there's no ways I can jump these jumps, and the horses pick up and jump, and you sort of realize that they are such a massive part of our partnership and that type of thing, and they make us believe, they make us who we are as riders, and I think it's great that riders are acknowledging that these days. You know, I think that the sport has become so much more about the horses and the welfare and all that type of thing, and Zandi is, geez, I mean, an absolute she's the epitome of that. You know, she's always owning her mistakes and she's always putting her horses first. And I think that's why this horse continues to go out there and perform for her. Maybe a little open to the treble?
I thought so. Same rail that we've just seen Leona have down. She came off the turn, she saw the open forward one and just caught out just a little bit at it, I think.
But I mean, she's still patting her horse and smiles through the finish. You know, it's not always about winning every class. You know, it's a privilege to get out there and jump these big courses and have these mileage horses in the ring for us. I think maybe she knew there she was a fraction open. I mean, so I'll play the devil's advocate and say, so you're going to go out there and add one, so maybe you're better jumping in,
correct,
but you're paddling jumping out, you know, so it's making split seconds decisions at the, you know, that's what you have to roll with. She won't be upset with that 4 penalties, I don't think.
Zara Didi-Luri's on track now. This is number 31. She rides the 17-year-old wonderful stallion Iliano, Toulon stallion out of a Canadian River mare. He's been there, done that, a horse that's jumped around World Cups with both Zon, well, I was about to say Bosman, but she's not Bosman anymore.
Snyders. There we go. I'm terrible with them with married names.
And then had a few spins with Kelly O'Connor, and for some time now has been partnered up with Zara. He's been a wonderful little horse.
Oh, really, and just an acrobat. He tries so hard. Man, that was well ridden. Stay on the... Ooh, she went a little bit long and flat there. I'm not sure that was the plan. I heard Charlie sort of saying sit up, going around the corner. Keep it together. Oh, fantastic riding.
She is going to be absolutely thrilled with that. She's had a few kind of 4 penalty shows.
Yeah.
Just, you can do that from time to time.
Absolutely.
Just have one down. And
she's a very interesting young lady. She's got a very relaxed outlook on life. I was chatting to her yesterday before jumping in the smaller classes. She was definitely planning a little evening last night. I mean, maybe a little housewarming and then maybe a little drink afterwards. I wonder if maybe that gave her a little bit of a relaxed demeanor coming into this morning's class, because she rode that foot perfect.
Paige Gage is on course. This is Biogen's Lexus, Nabab Derev. He's a 14-year-old now.
Paige definitely has a type, you know, these super sensitive uphill blood horses she does so well on. She's matured so much as a rider, sitting on fantastic horses, but definitely all, I would say, similar horses, which definitely helps her. You know, she'll often, I know Lucetto, her grey horse, she says, he's sort of really nervous within himself, like an internal horse, and I think this horse can be similar. Oh, makes light work of the triple combination.
5 down.
Yeah, she was. She looked like she'd sort of planned for it. She'd stepped up early. She had short range. She was organized. 7 to the last there.
So those are the decisions, the 6 or the 5 and the 7 or the 8.
I really think
Last.
she must be happy with that round. That horse looked like he tinkled around. I mean, a really soft fence at the Western Shop down at the bottom there. We mentioned it's a difficult one. I don't think she made the wrong decision going on the 5, because the horse did the 7 beautifully to the hollard.
Yeah, here is a little bit off of it on the angle. Almost barely that slightly on the way down.
It's almost, it wouldn't be enough room for another one, if you know what I mean. It's definitely the test that was being set out here this morning.
And interestingly, dropping the 2 strides, still got the 1-time penalty in 74.98, so finishes on the score of 5. Kayla Nordia next, Capital Hope.
Big jump there over the Winx Oxer at number 2. She's changed the horse's bitting recently and gone to the Hackamore. It's quite funny. We've sort of, in South Africa, I mean, please don't quote me, it's definitely not the correct terms, but I know we have the Rogan Hackamore, and I think this one's been termed the Domini Hackamore. I know that Ken Farrington used this on I think it was Gazelle when he rode her overseas at Aachen. It's definitely a new setup that I've seen in South Africa. Domini's had some fantastic results with it. I know that Lara Neal's also been using it on a couple of her horses. And Kayla was at Kumusha the other day, and I love looking at people's bittings, and I don't often miss things, to be honest with you. And I said to her, that looks like a new setup, and she said, yeah, this looks like, I feel like I can got a bit of control, and that the horse is nice and soft in her body and that type of thing. And I suppose it's part of our job as riders is to find the sort of the easiest and most comfortable way for our horses to go around the courses, and that's generally when they perform the best.
Take a look at the replay of the second pole that came down for Kayla and Hope. There were 2 down, 8 penalties. She's got that muzzle.
Yeah, you'd say she would sensitive, maybe for the flies. You know, so that is a very sensitive part of a horse's face, being its nose, muzzle area. I have had horses in the past that sort of sneeze and can get quite irritable by having it on, and others that sort of are happiest with it on. You know, Kayla would know that that horse is quite sensitive in her way, and that would be one of the ways of keeping her focused and comfortable.
Tess Joseph on track now with number 34, Big Smile Lunidi, who I believe is the last horse before we're going to have a little rake break. Tess riding out of Burlington. This for owner Stephen Flax. He jumped that.
Gee whiz, that horse jumped that Oxer amazingly. Tess is looking very sparkly and spiffed out here today. She's got sparkles on her jacket and sparkles on her hat. Definitely looking the part. Oh, this horse must give a magical feeling. I thought she rode beautifully in the 150 class the other day. I mean, I want to call it a 155 class, to be honest with you, because, man, that Platinum Tour was staunch. I think just a big shout out must go to Stephen Flax. I mean, I saw he sits and he watches every round. He'll definitely be here today. You know that riders need owners, and I must say that it's great for Stephen to see his horses being beautifully piloted, and fantastic for Tess to have somebody like the Flaxes on her side, allowing her the chance to go out there and get mileage on these fantastic horses. I mean, look at that horse goes with no martingale. He's got his ears pricked. He had an easy little trip around here this morning, and Tess just getting more mileage. I think that, you know, we need perfect practice in this game.
There's the one down 9A that we've seen come down a few times before.
Definitely the word in the warm-up's got to be jumping into the treble and watch going down the hill.
So just a 4 penalty round there. Let's recap. 6 clears. Paige Noonan, Rivervale Bonvi, Simon Henry, Huvi von Head Korthoff, Devon Bosman, Zakiro, Kiara Byrne, Lindor, Jackie Cochran, Rivendell Zoid, and Zara Didiluri Iliano.
Those are all quick. All of them are blood horses a little bit, all good winner class, to be honest with you. So that's going to be an exciting start to that jump off.
So we've had 31 go, 34 still to come, 6 clears, 19%. Brennan, I want to go back to your point. We will be going to a break shortly, but the thing about bits, you've just got to try, because you think one bit might suit a horse and one bit might not suit. But it's one of those things you just don't know until you try.
I think that it even goes one step further than that. Is that when you have a show bit potentially for a sensitive horse, you only really get to feel the full effect of the bit when the horse is in the ring, under show conditions, under adrenaline, with the crowd watching and all that type of thing. So for me, it would definitely be a process of elimination to sort of see which one is going to be give you the best effect. I know that, you use Jonathan Clark as an example because he is pedantic about it. He really is specific about what he would like to feel, the effect that he would like to feel, and then I suppose the effect on the horse. You want the horses to be able to be in control but still soft and loose enough in their backs. It is really something that I'm hugely interested in. I think that there's a horse at the moment that's on on everybody's lips, United Touch, that Richard Fogel rides. He has like 3 or 4 different setups throughout the show. The horse can come out in like a little hackamore combination or whatever it would be, and it fascinates me that riders are that in tune with their horses that they can change the effect throughout. I can go back to thinking of Ronnie Lawrence with Panache back in the day, would also have a hackamore on the last day, a snaffle on the first day, whatever it would be.
And so he had a schooling bit, and like you say, a show bit. The hackamore only came out because I worked with Ronnie for a long time, and then hackamore only came out for shows.
There you go. So it's just, and that proves the professionalism of Ronnie. He knew those horses so well. He wanted that very specific effect on that day, remembering that the horse would have, had a little bit less adrenaline in him because he would have had a first class and that type of thing. So bitting for me is hugely exciting. I think that the modern day technology of the actual material of the bits is so interesting. I've got a string of young horses, and it's very exciting that I don't have to ride them in metal bits. We've got a vast variety of rubber bits, silicone bits, nath bits, whatever it would be, that you can find really what they find comfortable, and go like that. So it's definitely, I've said it before, it's being designed towards the horses. It's definitely been worked out that without them comfortably performing, we're not going to perform as well as we should.
I want to pick up more on this conversation when we come back for a break, but of course we've got sponsors paying for this broadcast. Toyota brings you this wonderful FEI World Cup show, as well as the broadcast on Equestrian Live. Let's go to commercial break. When we come back, more on this subject.
The new Hilux GR Sport. Legendary toughness meets ultimate performance.
Your phone. Hallo?
Hoi, ek dink jy het ons foon.
Die splinternuwe Land Cruiser Prado. Werklik boerbaas.
Welcome back to Equestrian Live. We are in the middle of the 1 meter 40 championship class, where we currently have 6 clears, 19%. Joining me in co-commentary this morning, great to have him along, Brendan, and I want to pick up that conversation about bitting, and sometimes less is more.
Yeah, and it's definitely something that I've learned as I've got older and a little grayer. Yeah, you know, it's about being in tune. You know, I think that's something that South Africans are getting better at. You know, I think that the European way has been ingrained for so many years. You know, if you think of their breeding programs and their training programs, we've always been a developing country, South Africa, you know, and I think it's been so amazing to be part of the development that's happened in South African show jumping. And I think that we are breeding more modern horses. We are breeding horses that have beautiful conformation, and I think when you start working with these horses that are beautifully conformed, you realize that it's not about how strong you are as physically strong, but how much feel you have in your body and your riding and obviously the coaching that you get and that type of thing. So I chat about it so often to Dina, who the lady that I work very closely with, and we are hugely passionate about going a little bit less is more. You know, seeing if we can train the horses in a softer manner, and potentially getting them to work with us, you know, as partners rather than servants and that type of thing. You know,
Well, you picked up on a good word there, training, because oftentimes it comes back to training when a bit can never be used to fix a problem.
Never.
And a lot of the time that's just putting a band-aid over the wound.
It's an easy thing, you know. I mean, it's a financial thing. You can go out there and buy the bit and think in your head potentially that's going to be something that could work. Look, I do think though that fiddling can be good. I do think that, you know, finding you know maybe a specific mouthpiece for a horse and a specific type that it would like, being a rubber or whatever it would be, and then tweaking the sides is something that's definitely become available to us as riders with the bit makers like Bomber and Trust and all that type of thing.
Stuart Barker is in. It's great to see Stuart up in the 140s. Here he goes at 35. iFarmer LJ's Captain Bear, 14-year-old. What a horse this has been for Stuart, and my goodness, has his riding not come along in the last little while.
Really has.
Here he is up here campaigning and competing in the 140s. Of course, he's got Conrado as well. Absolutely loves the sport, loves the game, Stuart and Natalie.
You know, and I think just he always tries to level up. You know, he always pushes himself out of his comfort zones. I always think that he tries to improve the way he rides, improve the way that he presents his horses to the jumps. You mentioned it, he's definitely becoming mileaged at this level. He is I mean, and he wouldn't mind me saying this, not a professional rider. He is a businessman, a very hard-working businessman, but finds huge time for his horses, lives in Rheinkiesfontein with his horses, and is hugely involved with the management and the production of his horses. I think I'm going to go one step further and say that Ray has been an integral part of the iFarmer team, producing the horses, producing the riders, getting them ready for the right classes, putting them in the right classes, advising on the right classes. And I know that Stuart and Ray have a fantastic relationship, and I think you can see it in the way that the horses are going at this stage.
One down could so easily have been a clear. We haven't seen a number 5 come down too many times before. We saw Fortaska and Shanley have that down, but I think that now the only other time it has come down. Stuart will be happy with that.
I agree. He did look like he had the time in his head. He was a bit bounding the horse along, saying, come on, buddy, you know, we got to move it up to get in the time. Unfortunately, that is one of the prices that you can pay, but I genuinely believe that's school fees, because going slowly and trying to jump a slow clear round is never going to win you a class anyway. So you may as well get yourself used to the pace, get the horses accustomed to the pace, so one day when you are ready to win one, they are ready to win one.
Next to go is Rivendell Lamborghini, Nicholas Syme Riley, 9-year-old stallion, son of Lissabon. Was a winner on the very first day in the first 150 qualifier, then went into the Friday Grand Prix, and I think things didn't go according to script, and here's horsemanship right for you.
Yeah.
Nicola possibly would have been tempted to have a crack at the World Cup. It just goes, well, this Friday didn't pan out.
Yeah.
Let's come back.
I mean, a more diligent horsewoman you will struggle to find. She is very in tune with her horses, knowing exactly where they should be and what they should be doing. I'm always intrigued talking to Nix just about her way and how she structures her horses. She has a big string of horses. She has lots of different types of horses. You know, I think her skill gets tested every round by how versatile she is at riding all of these different types. And I think that for any of the viewers looking at home thinking, you know, just because your horse is in a specific grade, it needs to stay there. On the contrary, I mean, you mentioned horsemanship at its finest, the horse not looking happy on Friday, maybe having a green moment. He's very much in the production phase of his career, and now giving him a little skip around with 2-time penalties. I don't think more you can ask out of that horse.
Exactly. I don't think her mind was ever on let's go out and win the 140s today. No. This was just a confidence builder, bring him back, build him up once again.
Absolutely. Yeah, for sure.
2 for time. She won't be worried about that. This is the year of the legend, powered by Toyota, one of the greatest legends of South African show jumping in the ring now, Barry Taylor, riding Jeep Largo S, 14-year-old massive son of Cicero.
You know, I think that Barry's always, of course, one of my heroes. I mean, I've made it pretty obvious over my time chatting to everybody, but I'm always intrigued just by how he just comes out fighting every round. He absolutely loves this game, I think, more than anybody. He does. I read a Facebook post he wrote the other day that, you know, this horse is usually piloted by Ashley, his daughter. The horse was acquired for Ashley by Barry to jump around her first big derbies and 150 classes. So, I mean, that was always his plan. Ash has had a good trip on the horse, and then I think just maybe needed her dad to step in and just maybe put a little bit of mileage back in there. And I read a post that Barry said that he said it was great to be back here. You know, he loves this. He really wants to get back. He doesn't really mind the horses. He'll train any horse at any level, but he's actually putting together a really nice string of horses at the moment. Some fantastic young horses that are owned with Brett Latimer. Going on the big one, leaves it up. Go on, BJ, little fist pump through the finish. There you go. Trust me, boy, he's going to come back fighting. I love it. Really, he's just such an inspiring guy to watch. Another little fist pump as he goes past the crowd as they give him a cheer. Fantastic riding, BJ.
He enjoyed that.
Yeah.
Went on the 5 from 9 to 10, the 7 to the last. He's a big horse. Knew he was going to battle to fit him into those shorter steps. And what a pilot job there by Barry Taylor. Gives us another clear, and like you said, he's going to come out.
Yeah, he's been working on his health as well, Barry, his fitness and whatnot. He looked a little out of puff going out the ring. I think he can go and sit under in the shade for a while and gather himself for this jump off.
Biogen's Greater G is on track now with Chayton Hendricks. Chayton's second ride around this track. This is the 16-year-old daughter of Graf Top.
Any young viewers at home or any people, riders watching at home that want to watch about organization, I think that Chayton is one of the best in South Africa at it. I think that when you start turning horses around, show jumping horses, and you start moving their shoulders and their bodies and that type of thing, sometimes you can lose balance and the horses can lose shape or whatever it would be. And I find Chayton, in all of the horses, that he has a vast string of young horses, he has a vast string of open horses, and I feel that his preparation, how he presents the horses to the jump is sublime, to be honest with you. Now that was something different.
7 to the last. He went on the angle.
Yeah, and it was really slick and quick round there to that wall. Like,
we could grab a replay of that. We're going to take a look at the replay of the pole that came down, that capital stud fence. Once again, that front rail.
I almost thought he'd done enough, but again, it is definitely difficult for the horses and the riders to judge how much space is enough space going down to that capital fence.
Simon Henry is back. Of course, he's already gone clear at number 12 on Hufi von Het Korterhoff. Here he goes on Caspiano. 12-year-old Casperon Con Coriano. Can he make it 2 from 2, Brendan?
So versatile as a jockey is Simon. It's an interesting personality trait that makes up a professional show jumper. You've got to be super cool under pressure, but have unbelievable fire in your belly. You know, it's an interesting makeup, to be honest with you. Whenever I'm training, I sort of try and liken us as riders to ducks, that the bottom half of the body's got to be really working and balancing, and the top half has got to be real serene and not doing a whole stack. And I feel that Simon does that so well. He keeps the horses active and powering underneath him, and then he just creates ultimate balance with short reins in front. As you mentioned, Simon been around this track already, so knows the distances, knows how it feels. It could definitely help. That said, though, the horses are quite different. Steadies for the 8. And
jumps
makes
it
2
inside
from
of
2.
that time allowed. Is he 74.09?
Oh!
Just over.
He grimaced as he went through. I think he maybe got a glimpse of the board as he went up there.
What a pity. Clear for jumping, 1 foot time.
I mean, would you have thought maybe going on the 7 to the last? Should have, could have, would have. I mean...
So next to go, Hamza Minty, another rider that's had a spin around. He went on Conray, beg your pardon. He goes now on Corrida de Rebel. The 7-year-old daughter of Corinth, who was in the money in the 140s yesterday.
He has a very unique way of riding scope into his horses. He rides with, we were mentioning off air a little earlier, an unbelievably good upper body, very short reins, very well organized. And I think if you partner that with good ground speed and sort of active, bouncy horses.
Is there an international rider that he reminds you of that you would say, not dissimilar to maybe a American named
Ken Farrington,
McLean Ward, that
yeah.
upper body and that strong lower leg and that support that he gives in front and riding that back end up into the hand?
Yeah. McLean, you're right. I mean, definitely ride scope into them. I think that's definitely something that he really is amazing, this boy. Beautifully ridden. Another one in the jump off. Definitely one to watch in the jump off.
Brings yesterday's form and of course form from the Outdoor Grand Prix, the Junior Grand Prix. I think he was second on this horse if memory serves. We're going to go back now in program order to Ray Kyorba, who was a winner yesterday. He goes on 334 Kazarati.
You get a look there of Hamza's face. I mean, he's so cool, calm, doesn't look like that was hugely difficult in his life this morning. He, there you go, sort of puts his hands out, said, right, that was that done. Let's get this jump off done.
Kazarati, 8-year-old, Casal Diarado.
He just, for me, suits Ray down to the ground, this horse. I found Ray is probably the slickest rider we've got in South Africa. The way that he just presents the horses to the jump is so easy. He never bustles them. His reins are never long. He's always looks like he's got very much everything under control. And this horse has just got that Maserati way of going, that it's just so smooth and easy. I definitely think that a couple more months under Ray, this horse is going to be up there in the 150s, jumping some bigger classes for sure.
Beautiful use of his body.
Yeah.
Fence up through the wind, through the weather, makes that beautiful bascule.
And I mean, there, look at the room. Ray just canters down there, gives him the space and says, right, do your job, use your body.
5, 10. No, he is an absolute genius on the back of the horse.
Yeah, he is amazing to watch, I must say, and just so organized, always down on the 7 there. Zooms through the finish, plays the music.
So easy. 8-year-old Kazarati through to the jump off. to join the 7-year-old Kalido de Rebel and those who have jumped clear before them.
It is amazing how some horses can just be natural at it. I mean, at 7 and 8 years old, to be going around these courses is not the norm for me. You know, I think, I mean, I don't think that Ray and Hamza are the norm either, to be honest with you. You know, they are definitely a cut above the rest, if you know what I mean. But definitely, I would say that having a 7 and an 8-year-old in this class, they would be special.
Jan is back. He went earlier on Coleman. 4 penalties for Coleman. I think it was at the water tray. He comes back on Epol Landier von Het Linderhof, number 41 on your program.
This horse definitely tests Yanni's upper body. He's got an explosive jump. Really gets up through his wither. That can be very competitive in the jump off. Jan also likes to go quick, I must say, so these two suit each other. That was beautifully ridden on the outside curve. He knows that this horse has got big step. He would have wanted to give him space at the capital jump. Nice.
Touched the front rail, but it stayed.
The plan B here. Oopsie. Wow, he's saying good boy in the air. They knew that he'd helped him.
73.69 squeaks in. What do you think the plan was? Because he was open to the wall. I think he was looking for the 7.
I thought he was looking for 7, and the horse chipped in and went down on 8, and in the air he realized that
Plan
maybe
B.
saved his bacon.
Abort. Now, what is the plan going to be for Jonathan Clark to the last? Because this is his second ride. He was clear all the way to the last. He went on the 8 on every cloud, landed up a little bit underneath it, took the front rail and won for time. He's seen riders go subsequently on the 7. So what's he going to do here? This is back on track Kazan, the 9-year-old son of Balu Bey de Roue. Heartbreaker on the dam side, spicy breeding.
Yeah, proper. And definitely this horse is settling into his jumping. Jono's taken his time. He's also fiddled around with bitting, gone hackamore combination. Looks like he's in a little Tom Thumb today. The horse didn't travel well to South Africa. Really struggled with the actual flight and then a little bit with the acclimatizing. So he's definitely taken a little longer. There you go.
On the 5. Okay, so that's 1 down.
You got the memo.
Yes. Now, it's got to be the 7, is it? If he's gone on the 5, this is where the mistake came before.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
No, he's gone on the 8, but well executed, well ridden. Oh, is 7.
2 for time.
75.37 for Kazan and Jonathan Clark, so 2 for time.
I'm gonna stick my neck out though and say that's the best round I've seen Kazan jump. It's the most relaxed, it's the most consistent. I think that this type of course that you're really testing the opening and the closing of the horse is definitely something that Jono's been trying to put together. I'm going to have a chat with him after this and find out how he feels, but I'm pretty sure he's going to be absolutely over the moon with that, and I think Linda Ellerine, the owner of that horse, also going to be really chuffed.
Tamara Rueda is on her way around and winks just on time.
Always pressure jumping your sponsor jump. Just get that one cleared, please, so that you don't have the embarrassment of having to phone them and say, I had 1 down and I knocked the Epol jump when we sponsored by Epol.
But it got a replay, so I gave you more airtime.
There you go. Double-edged sword. Tamara, just another one who's got an amazing ability to ride so many different types of horses. I mean, she's got this horse and Ladorado, who would be a little bit slower and more conventional, and then she's got her real speed demons and the likes of Leantos, and I think it's Leantos's brother or sister that she's got, younger horse. Definitely similarly typed. That was beautifully ridden on the outside curve. Big to the wall. 4, 5, 6, 7. That's what it looked like Jan had planned. Just.
Oh, and the last rail, the back rail coming. I thought she was home and hosed.
I think so did she. She almost smiled, and that smile sort of turned upside down a bit as you hear that terrible thud. It's a terrible sound.
That was a good ride.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, she gave the horse every opportunity to jump. Maybe he just fell inside slightly on takeoff.
I mean, that's the percentages that we talk about in the sport. You know, we've got light equipment, we've got safety cups, all that type of stuff. You know, it doesn't take a lot for these poles to fall.
Next to go, Divan Bosman, his second ride. It was clear at 17 on Zakiro. Here he goes on Cornerstone's Nobello.
I thought maybe this horse not as rideable and bouncy as the grey horse, so it would take a little bit of time for Divan to sort of strike up a proper partnership with them.
At number 1 down. All comes down just now to mileage for the horse.
I would almost say that a course like this, for this horse, he would have to keep him moving and then potentially allowing the horse time to learn to back its body up. You know, if you go slowly around here, you're going to get 10 time faults. And again, Divana being a good rider, this being a big jumping horse, I'm sure would like to be one day jumping a 150 on this horse. So I think that would be the plan there, you know, that let's teach the horse and train the mileage, train or train the show pace. You know, I read a very interesting article, Hendrik van Eckermann wrote just about how he's definitely upped his pace at home to allow his horses to become more accustomed to the pace. And it makes so much sense.
You've got to take them out their comfort zone. I mean, again, it comes down to balance. You take them out of their natural pace. You're running them off their feet, they're going to lose balance. You've got to train it.
That's what you've got to train. Absolutely. And us as riders, how do we balance them? How do they want to be balanced, or whatever it would be? So I think for me, that would be around for Divan there. He'll go and look at that video again and think how he could balance his horse a little better to jump these big jumps.
4 down, 16 penalties for Divan and Nobello as we take a look at the third pole that came down. So he decided to go down here on the 5.
Which for me suits that horse. I think that's where the horse needs to, Divan and the horse needs to improve the balance so that they can go down on that, because it looks like the horse is comfortable at that pace.
Yeah, absolutely. Ashley Taylor goes next. Hope van Oorsorg, number 46, the 18-year-old son of Cabrio van der Heffink.
I must say they do. He's a real character, is old Hopi. I mean, as I chat to Leona about Katori, I say to Ash, how's Hopi today? And she sort of raises her eyebrows and she looks out the corner of her eye at me and she says, well, let's see. We never really know what we're going to get with little Hopi. Sometimes he has a little spook at nothing, and other times he locks on, so keeps Ash on her toes.
You saw him at fence number 2 on Friday with that upside-down moustache board. He was never, every time he canted past it, you just saw his eye go,
no, for sure.
No. It was actually quite comical, to be honest.
He is a real character, this horse, and just been an interesting horse for Ashley. You know, I think it's taken all of Ashley's horsemanship, we would call it, you know, just to work him out, realize that he is a spooky character, but he is a kind horse, and he does want to do his job, and I think he does love Ash, to be honest with you. I think he's performed the best for Ash, so you know, you learn to love them for their quirks, and to not hold them to their quirks or whatever it would be. You know, it was very interesting for me to watch Ashley maturely take this horse's quirks with a pinch of salt, if you know what I mean. You know, lots of riders would want to change horses, would want to put them in a specific box or whatever it would be, and I think Ashley's very much allowed Hopi to be his own type of horse, and I think that's why she's up here in these massive 140 championship classes testing her ability, you know.
Take a look at the replay of the first of the poles that came down, finished on a score of 15, but 3 of those being full time.
I mean, I do stand to be corrected, but he did look like he was spooking at something on the right there, going a little left. I mean, maybe it was the 2 numbers next to the side of the jump that he spotted, who knows, but he's really, really sensitive, that horse. It does take a heck of a lot of Ash's patience for sure.
Next to go is Gareth Neal. On our programs was Lara Neal, but has been subbed in Gareth Neal and Bolzano.
And when you want to talk about technique, man, I mean, this horse just gets the job done. Gets up with his knees, puts his nose down, and then just this back end that keeps going for days and days. I'm sure it must be fairly difficult to ride in the sense that, I mean, he almost looks like he turns himself inside out sometimes. Gareth, really strong in his upper body, has ridden lots of horses with big back ends like that. Dolce Vita, was that her name? The grey mare that used to almost turn herself inside out.
Talked about not hitting your sponsor's jump. He's just unfortunately taken down the Callahoo fence.
Yeah, you see now, Gareth, that wasn't part of the plan.
Simple tack, simple bitting.
Yeah. Again, I mean, when the horse seems to be very happy in his way, his ears are pricked. You can't force horses to jump with the back end like that. They do it because they feel elastic and they're allowed to, if you know what I mean. As riders, when you create bounce in your canter, generally transfers through into the jump, and you can create big, powerful jumps out of that canter. He, I want to say, is probably coming back. I haven't seen him a huge amount, so I don't think having a little vertical in a fairly testing track like this, I don't think that would bug Gareth too much. I think that he's definitely going to be eyeing out Shongweni 150 class or something like that, which is probably going to be our next one coming up.
There's the replay of the fence that came down.
It looked like he was almost wanting to give himself a bit of room on the outside curve there. Again, it's just, it fascinates me about the sport, that, we always try and work out little ways of making it comfortable for our horses, and obviously sometimes maybe not doing that 100% correctly. It's, again, what keeps us coming back. It's percentages.
Now, you talked about technique. Bolzano, talk to me about this boy in the ring now. 10-year-old Sir Crumble, Hausberger's Sir Crumble. He's by Crumble out of a Casal dam line. And is he not exquisite?
Yeah, really is. I think it's been a masterful production job by Ash. She bought this horse as a 5-year-old from Holger Hetzel in Germany. And he is the poster boy, isn't he? Just so beautifully put together, conformed magnificently. We're sort of talking about conformation these days, and we're getting these beautifully put together modern day sport horses. I do believe he is an example of one of those, and again, I think, I don't want to put the markers on Ash, but he would be naturally quick, this horse. So I thought Ash actually gave herself 1 second going to 9A to get herself straight, to tee herself up for 9C. There you go.
Beautifully
riding.
done.
Super riding. She's been working hard on her riding, has Ash.
He just showed his adjustability down out of the treble, went on the 6. He's a big stepping horse, but so adjustable. And the way that horse shifts his balance back to create that jump is unbelievable.
I think that's how the conformation, that beautiful big neck that he's got, he just shifts his body back and creates that huge explosive jump, as you mentioned. Amazing riding.
Clear all the way. Ashley Healy's Sir Crumble on track now. Good to see her back. Pollyanna, Aeroplus PMH Pollyanna, and the magnificent Hannah Garten. What a talent she is.
Really talented young lady. The super hard working. She's got a real structured system with her horses. She travels them around. She actually comes to Kumusha and comes for a little jump with her young horses and that type of thing every so often. She's got a really interesting family behind her between her mom Carla and Livy, and they're all hugely involved. I reckon that it
must forget Derek, who brings the brides and the catering and the...
And, I mean, we mentioned maybe ACT in there because I'm pretty sure he's been doing a little bit of the sponsoring over the years. But I reckon it must be just horse chat around the table in the evenings. They are just absolutely horse mad. We call it horse sickness almost, that just everything evolves around the horses. And as you mentioned, great to have her back. So difficult when you have these really good horses and they need a bit of time off for whatever reason. Physically, they need to get back or whatever it would be, and that's when, as riders, we need to give them the time and feel when they're ready to come back. She looked pretty relaxed around that round, I suppose, just again, sea element coming down. But the horse did look relaxed through that course, I thought.
Yeah, and again, it's getting they're not machines. She's a top sport horse, and we know what she can do. But she has been off for a while. She's had some niggles with her feet, I believe.
You know, it's so interesting. If you look at that horse's technique, you can't get quicker in front than how Pollyanna is, if you know what I mean. But it was almost like she just jumped at the front rail a little bit, which is maybe through being a little bit ring rusty. We talk about that so often.
Carl Bunzai currently on track now. This is Callao Look Doyen, this 11-year-old son of Lissabon. Again, Balube Derouet featuring in this dam line from a beautiful family of performance horses. Kira Doyen we've seen with Kath McFarlane at the show.
I must say, Carl's done a masterful job at getting this horse, getting the best out of this horse. I think that would be my analogy on it. You know, I think he's jumped some good 150 classes, been around some derbies, but then also puts the horse down into the 140s.
Yeah.
Gets a little bit, puts, you know, I mean, we always say sort of putting a little bit back in the tank. It's quite difficult to do that. You know, horses only have a certain number of jumps in them, you know, so our job is definitely to keep them sweet and not ask big tests all the time. Is definitely something that has become quite fashionable these days with sort of producing horses and keeping them for as long as possible up at the top.
He has done a magnificent production job, because it's one of those stories where, to be honest, when the horse first came on the scene, I never foresaw that one dad would be jumping in the derby.
Definitely
or
not. No,
a bit like
no.
Ronnie and Cat Weasel, you know.
Very much so.
They
were a bit under the radar, you know, they looked super, but I mean, and they were always going to be good horses, but, you know, I do think that Carl has got the absolute best out of this horse.
That's horsemanship. As we take a look at the replay of the first fence that went down there, so finishes on a score of 7, 3 of those being for time for Carl and Callao Look Doyen. Charlie's had a spin around on Legend. She's back for more with number 52, Tak and Togs Khaleesi. This is the daughter of Talano van der Riethof. Absolute brilliant mare. I've always loved this mare. Bred by Michelle Fleming, produced initially by Lorette, and for some time now with Charlie, and isn't she just gone from strength to strength? Just love her attitude, love her technique.
Yeah, and I mean, ears pricked, boy. Just if you look at the focus that she's just got that beautiful bounding canter, again, classical tack, just in a little snaffle. And these two are made for one another. Charlie likes to go fast, Khaleesi likes to go fast. I think on their day, going to be very difficult to beat. This is a tough class though, and this is a tough course, so for sure she's got quite a bit of jumping left to do. Charlie been around this track though, so she will know what it's all about. So definitely she was on the right-hand curve there. The 6 would look like it was perfect. So when I say the right-hand side of the left-hand curve.
8-2, the last, jumps it. This is hotting up. This is hotting up.
She really is amazing, I must say. Charlie, she's got a proper team behind her, but she leads the charge, and it's never done until Charlie's had a dip in the jump off, that's for sure.
Some very, very quick ones in the jump off, so don't go away. We're nearing the end of the first round of the 1m40 adult Toyota sponsored championship class here. Andy Olaf comes in next. Denton Horsebox's Count Cosmo, 15-year-old son of Cupido, jumped in Friday's class, was early to go, had 1 down and 4 for time.
I mean, I was flabbergasted. I went up to him afterwards. I was like, what? Where did you pull that round from? I mean, it was an unbelievable round. He is an unbelievable horseman, this man. Really, I mean, top businessman, hardworking in the gym. I mean, he's pretty much the full package, but he has feeling in his body really like no other. I always say it, I feel like he's a bit underrated. And I feel like had a bit of bad luck with horses recently. I mean, not through lack of trying. He really has tried to tee himself up. He purchased a few mileaged horses that have just got a few niggles here and there, sort of getting them back up in the bigger grades. And old Cosmo's just kept putting his hand up. And every weekend the jumps have got bigger. And he said, no, Dad, don't worry. I'll keep jumping. I did say to Andy that was definitely the biggest course he jumped on Friday. And Andy said, oh, no, he noticed.
Well, I phoned him this morning. I said, why are you in the 140s? Why are you not in the World Cup? He said, no, I put my tail between legs. I said, Andy, you had 1 down and 4 for time on a tight course. Were you not tempted?
On a
He said,
proper
no.
course.
He said, no, I think that course today is going to be a touch too far. So
5, 6, 7 to the last. He was open to the wall, which would have suited Cosmo there. Fantastic ride, Andy.
I think that horse enjoys the bigger fences, to be honest.
I must agree with you. Like, that was a proper Grand Prix on Friday. That was a proper Grand Prix on Friday. And I mean, again, Andy's a friend of mine. I mean, I didn't want to go up to him and say, like, are you sure? You know, like, you're quite early in this class. You don't really have anybody to watch. But he really believes, and as I say, he's got a good system behind him. You know, he's got Sean and Anne living with him now, and Alex and everybody in the house there that's going to be backing him. So I really hope to see that guy up in the World Cup soon.
Robin Shaw goes next on track on KP Laudanum. Laudanum is a 14-year-old stallion now. Lord Z. He's got all the scope in the world.
Just great for Robs that she's back up in these bigger grades here. She is so dedicated to the sport. She has early mornings, late nights. I often hear her when she's finished at the show here after riding a couple of horses saying, oh, she's just got 2 horses to ride when she gets home, and it's like 4:30 in the afternoon. I wanted to say, Robs, you're going to run out of daylight. But just an unbelievably disciplined young lady. She is passionate beyond about the sport. And I think just mentioned to Arnold Buerter, her trainer and the owner of this horse, that he's allowed her the chance to get herself really mileaged up in the bigger grades. It's you know, without opportunities like riding these big brave horses, we don't ever get the opportunity to get mileaged and become better riders. So I think Robin's really indebted to Arnold for allowing her to pilot this fantastic horse around these classes.
He's a big boy, and I think she'll be happy. Well, she is happy.
Yeah.
I mean, 2 down. As we take a look at the treble that came down, I think number 10 it was as well. Just the...
Oh, it's been a combination of the front rail or the back rail in that to that Oxa.
She went for the 6 there, and I just wonder if maybe the 5 was the option for him, with given his step, his size, and the fact that when you say whoa, he goes,
I don't really like that. Yeah.
But listen, we're all experts sitting on the sidelines, aren't we?
And just, I think, you know, that's why I love the sport so much, because you've got to try and take the positives out of it. You know, like, if you look at the negatives, you don't ever really want to put your breeches on. You've got to look at the positives and go, okay, could I have done this better? The next opportunity I get in the ring, I'm going to try that, or whatever it would be. You know, it's how I try and sort of structure myself and my horses, that there's always got to be sort of attainable goals and then maybe 1 or 2 unattainable ones that just really sort of keep you fighting.
On track now, 55, Lorette Knowles-Taylor, Orapo de Emma.
Again, another one, you know, Lorette is so in tune with her horses. She's always pushing the boundaries. She expects a lot of herself. She works hard on her riding at home, and she produces all her own horses. So she is in tune with them and does work hard with them. So, you know, she didn't go perfectly the other day, and again, as Nicola did, put the horse down, try and fill the horse with a little bit of confidence. We've got a long season ahead of us, so it's by no means over. So she would want to create that relationship with Ori, that when it doesn't go according to plan, it's fine, boy, we'll go back a step. Interesting, I chatted to Dominic about it. He calls it the samba of life.
Yes.
That you've got to go forwards to go backwards sometimes, you know, and that's with the horses. They've got to be our partners, you know, and if they're not feeling great, go down a grade, make them feel like, I mean, Ori looks great there, his ears are forward, ears pricked, happy days, job well done.
Through to the jump off they go. Next, number 57. Hannah Gerber and CDE Laura Locke Picasso, who trains out of the Farnham Yard. I just want to go back to your point when you said it. Well, some days you got to look for the positives. Yes, learn from the negatives, but also don't harp on them. You got to move on.
Sure. Yeah,
I think a lot of people go, oh, beat themselves up, and this is a sport with an animal, an emotional being.
Yes. Try and keep it simple.
Yeah.
I think that's the whole thing. You know, I
learn from it, move on. Tomorrow's another day.
Absolutely. Because as you say, often when you hinder it in your head,
it becomes
and you make the same mistake. Yeah. Talk about relationships with horses. Hannah knows this horse absolutely inside out. She is unbelievably talented at giving this horse space and time to jump. There you see she's teeing him up down there, saying, don't get too fast, don't get too fast. She had to remind him sort of 3 or 4 times down that distance, saying, hey, buddy, you need the space down to this oxer. You need to do it here to the C element. He's got push, though. That is a really interesting distance. You've got to know your horse so well, and you've got to get the ride that you want out the treble. If the horses go a little bit right, jumping out that treble, and you've planned 7, you are for sure on the outside curve. That was a beautifully judged ride.
Brilliant.
Huge smile as she goes through the finish there. You can see what that meant to her. Great riding.
Brilliant stuff. And if we are going to have a look at a replay, if we could have from 9C to 10, because that was the plan. Land, get a little bit straighter and go.
Yeah, absolutely.
Get on that 5.
You know, you were saying earlier that the horses have to be so in tune with us. They don't know what's coming. They don't know that it's a cantering distance.
Correct.
So as we touch them with our leg, they've got to say, aye, Captain, I'm off. And I suppose that relationship is when it comes into play. Hannah knows Picasso so well. Picasso knows her. He said move. She said move. He said, yes, ma'am, let's do it. And it worked for her.
Daniela Smit goes next, first L. 15-year-old son of Berlin. Daniela coming a long way to be with us here, but she's been at a few of the big shows, so I think she's stationed her horses here. She's pulled a few shows together.
Yeah, look, I sort of said to her after her last couple of rounds that she's been having, I said, you can't surely go back to Cape Town with this horse. I mean, he's with no disrespect to Cape Town, it's a fantastic place, but this is definitely where the sport is at. And I think this is a fabulous horse. I think he's got all the attributes to be a World Cup horse. And I think that the more mileage she gets around these bigger courses, the better it will make him. I think Danielle rides beautifully. And I think they suit each other as a partnership. It's interesting that she went on the 6 there. I would have thought 5 when I saw him.
He's a big boy.
Yeah. But maybe she doesn't want to string him out, because maybe that's, she feels like that's where he maybe loses a little care. So she has to keep the 4 legs underneath him to get the up jump.
And there he just completely ran out of space. She was looking for the 8, whereas there you feel 7 was the option.
Maybe, but again, maybe in her head,
Yes.
she's thinking, I've got to train my horse to be able to do the 6 and do the 8 or whatever it would be, So potentially paying a little bit of school fees, I always call it, when things don't go according to plan. But I really think the world of that horse. I think the world of that partnership, to be honest with you. I'm hoping that she's going to give the Derby a crack again this year. He looks like a Derby type for me. She has a eventing background, so it would work.
Take a look at
7. Unfortunately, as you mentioned, definitely running out of room, and there is no place to go. I mean, the viewers at home get an idea there as to how daunting that oxer is, right up against the side there, against the VIP area. It's a tough jump.
Before we get on to Tanya Strauss, what was your answer when you said surely you're going to keep the horses here? She's stationed here, permanently, and she's going to fly up? And
I think there's a heck of a lot that's got to go into it. I suppose everyone's got families at the different parts of the country and horses that need to stay and work and all that type of thing. But it is becoming what is needed. I think that people have realized that you've got to jump these courses all the time and try and be familiar with jumping these courses to go out there and be competitive and sort of feature in these bigger classes.
Meanwhile, in the ring at the moment is my favorite horse in the whole wide world.
Isn't he a genius? Really?
Unbelievable. Oh, just takes that front rail, but he was the winner of the opening 1m40 class. She then put him down to the 135s in the second of the qualifiers and back up into the 140 champs. I think 140 is pretty new to Tanya, but he is unbelievable.
He's a freak. He is a
horse.
freak. He really is a freak. Interestingly enough, I actually owned this horse's full brother. Contador is Connor's full brother. Yeah, same mother, same father. So Concoriano Loney. That Loney mare has been amazing for Callagher. Everything she touches turns to gold. Not her day today, but he is definitely one of my favorites. Callagher Connor is an absolute freak.
1 down, 4 penalties, but as you said, I chatted to her after a big win at Outdoor Grand Prix when she won the 135 champs, and she said that the 140s is now her target, is her goal, but she'll see. And
so she's going to go up and down,
exactly,
playing in between the two classes, and that's good horsemanship for me, definitely.
That horse was a cheap buy as well, Brendan.
He was. Who, Connor?
Connor. You can put another 2 zeros on his price tag now. I'm not going to tell you how much, but...
Yeah, no, he was bought for by Natalie off the auction and got sent to Oliver to go and get produced in Natal. He wasn't an expensive horse off the auction. It's funny enough, he doesn't stand over huge ground. He's not a massive horse. You know, maybe would have been one that sort of went under the radar a little bit, but they're all proving themselves these days that if they're big enough, they're good enough.
Correct, he's not under the radar. Now, Shani Swanepoel, Nickelback, 14-year-old Nabab Derev, another Nabab in front of you now, and Shani's getting nice mileage out of this horse. He's taken her up to World Cup level.
I think that he would be a fantastic horse to take around your first few big classes. He looks like an easy jumper. He looks like he has oodles of scope, and I think mileage is definitely something that you were mentioning. So isn't that funny? So she was planning 5. So in her head, she had 5. So you're coming to 9 thinking, I've got to keep moving down the hill. And just having that little bit of momentum in your brain, you overcook it a little bit and end up having a couple down in the treble.
Seeing the same sort of outcome there as we saw with Firstel and Danielle.
Just running out of a bit of space down there.
Another big horse as well,
Yeah,
where you
yeah.
think, well, the seven was probably the way to go.
So it's interesting. I mean, we look at the horses that have jumped this class, and you know, everybody sort of thinks you need big horses to jump big jumps, but actually, the horses that have jumped well,
correct.
You know, you go Condarabelle, Conray, all the very nimble, nifty horses are actually the ones that are able to move their bodies around these courses and perform to the best of their ability.
Replay of the 2 poles that came down in their treble.
Did she have all 3?
All 3,
she did.
3 poles.
Yeah,
beg your pardon.
shame.
All 3 down.
Because you could see the momentum. She had such a good shot at the Western Shop. She'd made up all that distance, so her momentum was great, but maybe a fraction too much.
61 next to go. Alexandra Shevsky, Landina. Absolutely adore this little
I mean,
horse.
if this horse isn't becoming a crowd favorite these days, then I don't know. Because he gave an exhibition jumping the Grand Prix the other day. I was even shouting eyes up from the outside down the last 3 jumps because he was just going higher and higher and higher. Just, yeah, a real... Another Lisbon, just absolute mantelpiece pony in the way that he's put together. So beautiful. He's in the absolute picture book condition at this stage. Again, classical tack, snaffle, no flash. Very much the way Damien Stevens trains. Damien, again, just I chat about him so much. He's a master. He really is. The way he prepares his riders, the way he's so connected the flat work with the jumping, connects the canter with the jump and all that type of stuff. I know that he's put a lot of that through to his son Liam, but I always think you can see Damien's pupils. They always look super organized. They look like they've always got a very organized plan and are always out there to execute that plan. Sure, she went on the outside line. 80 is amazing.
What a horse, isn't he just...
He really is a magical horse, that. And I mean, I would like to say that Alex almost jumps him sparingly. Like, she jumps the Grand Prix. You notice she doesn't now go and ask him a big test in the World Cup. She brings him back down to the 140s. He tinkles around the 140s for fun. I mean, that's for me how you really create confidence in horses and how you allow them to stay up at those bigger grades. I'm sure that's got a lot to do with Damien's management as a coach. He's, like I mentioned, he's a master. Huge smile and pats there going out. Look at him, he's so beautiful.
Jomini Alexander next to go. This is the 10-year-old Soakley Z. The President's Cup not too long ago, this combination. Going back to Alex, again, I'm going to ask you the same question as Daniela. Here to stay or up and down? Does the horse stay here?
I'm not too sure, to be honest with you. That I would like to find out. Obviously, they would probably be based at Daza with Liam. Lots of the Cape Town people sort of come up and do that. So, and we're sort of in the groove of the season at this stage. You know, we're sort of going, you know, this being the first big World Cup now, we're going down to Shongweni, then we move around the country a little. So it's it would make sense that they would be wanting to stick around. You know, when horses are on form, I also think that you've got to jump them. You know, like it's their animals. Their muscles change, their bodies change. If the horses are feeling like they're ready to do it, I think that you've got to get down and get it done. So I reckon that there's a couple people here that have been looking at our calendar, licking their lips, going, they got a big World Cups and Grand Prix coming. I mean, again, you want to talk horsemanship. I mean, Domini just won the 150 President's Cup not so long ago.
One for time.
But I mean, surely that's what he would. I mean, maybe not going out there trying to beat Conde Rebel or whatever it would be when a horse has already jumped magically around in the 150s already. I think that you see Dominic chatting to Coach Gonda there. I don't think that's a terrible round.
No, again, same story as Lamborghini. Friday didn't go according to plan. The horse had a few rails, and again today, just bring him back, give him an easy outing, and come back another day.
It did look like Dominic got the nod of approval from Gonda as she went past, probably saying, you don't need any more mileage, put him away for the show, let's bring him back for the next big one.
Chayton's third ride around this track. He's been twice before. And here he goes on this wonderful quality stallion, Calaho Chupa Light.
And I mean, you want to talk about poster boys. And I mean, I'm not talking about Chayton here. I mean, this stallion really is an absolute, like, modern day example of a sport horse. Gosh, the way he does his job. I do think, though, that Chayton and him suit one another. He bounds him along so beautifully. He's got that uphill canter. Chayton has that ability of allowing the horses to bounce but keep them balanced. He's got such amazing soft elbows, soft hands, short reins. All of that really helps him create that balance at pace. You know, we all forever watching the sport and listening to one another chat or whatever it may be, and we had a competition down at Waterwoods not so long ago, and Rogan had a very interesting piece of information that he chatted about, and not the best timing, to be honest with you, but for stud farms, it's a big responsibility having their stallions that they're breeding with in the sport. You know, there's a lot that can go wrong. You know, so, and I mean, again, this stallion not really loving the look of that wall. Chayton would have practiced it and that type of thing. You see Chayton putting no pressure on the stallion, no discipline, no pressure, allowing the stallion time now to go there and see if he's happy to do it again, and he does it. So for me, beautifully handled by Chayton there, you know. So this horse is still getting produced in the 140s. He's definitely still getting mileage, but it is a responsibility having these horses out on show. You know, there's going to be lots of Chipolite babies coming for Calaho, you know, so you want it to go well. You want the stallion to show a good account of himself and that type of thing, and it is risky in a sense. But, I mean, so there you see from far out the stallion looking like he's not really happy to be doing that, and look at Chayton's leg. He has no pressure on. He's actually patting him. He hasn't put a spur into him. He hasn't said, no, that's not what I want you to do. He's 100% given the horse the chance to learn. And then the horse jumps it willingly the second time, which I'd like to think then it sinks in. Then the horse hasn't been forced to do it. Then the horse has done it out of his own free will. Absolutely.
It's his choice.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Leona van der Merwe, 334 Vidante, number 66.
Another mare that's been really mileaged up in the 150s. Leona thinks the world of her, and then just giving her a little sweetener. I mean, I think that you've got to be able to pick your classes in the calendar, you know, like if you sort of liken our season of show jumping to racehorses or whatever it would be, you know, the guys sort of give those racehorses 3 months and they tee them up for some big races, and then they give them a bit of time off or whatever it would be, or they take the pressure off. And I think that's very much what's called upon of our horses. You know, we have shows every weekend. I mean, in Johannesburg, sometimes we have 3 different shows at 3 different venues on the same weekend. So you've got to be able to pick your classes, work out what's going to suit your horses and that type of thing. And you know, they're not motorbikes, they're not cars. They have muscles. They do need time to recover, whatever it would be. You know, so I think. Interesting time seeing these 150 horses going around these. I mean, there she has a little buck and a play afterwards. That's what the owner would have wanted. She would have wanted the horse to have finished happy and enjoying her job.
4 for jumping, 1 for time. You brought in, as we take a look at the replay of that front rail of that capital stud fence, on that very dedicated 7. Come down. You brought in the racing analogy. They've only got so many races in them, so many jumps in them. You talked about earlier. Top racehorse trainer chatting to a few years ago said you got to think of it like a bar of soap. Every time you use that bar of soap, there's another layer that goes. There's another layer that goes.
And you can't put that back.
No, exactly.
That's an amazing analogy. It's quite a scary analogy because it makes. I mean, it shows you how
you can't just go at everything.
You definitely can't.
You got to pick and choose.
Absolutely.
Especially when that bar is getting thinner and thinner towards the end of the career, then you use it very sparingly.
Absolutely.
Marlene Greef is on track now. This is number 67, Sunny Park Stables, Shandakeur. This is our penultimate competitor in this first round of this adult 1 meter 40. Shandakeur, 14-year-old gelding by Delacour. Marlene trained by Nicholas O'Reilly, and of course she was the former pilot of this horse.
Yes.
And this horse went rather nicely on Friday.
I'm so happy for Marlene. I really am. You got to be tough to stick it out at Sunny Park. You got to have thick skin because Nicola doesn't mince her words. She gives it to you straight, boy. And Marlene has just like absolutely blossomed. Like I mean, I can remember her jumping this horse in the 120s and going around and learning and making a couple little mistakes and then getting it right. And then going to the 130s and then learning and then getting it right. And I mean, look at her smile going through the finish now. I'm almost sure that every time she goes into these big classes, she must be super proud of herself. I mean, she's a mom. And I mean, not a professional rider. Again, I hope she doesn't. I mean, with no disrespect to that, she's put in huge amounts of work. Her trainer, Nicola's, put in huge amounts of work. And I mean, the treble's just, it's been a tough jump, this whole track. It really, really has. It hasn't taken any prisoners. So I think a really solid round from Marlene there.
1 down, then a brick out of the wall, and 2 for time. Total score of 10 for Marlene. And last to go is Sean Neal on Caprice. DBH, 10-year-old daughter of Canan Ramiro Z on the dam line, and we're just waiting for the day that Sean's back in the big stuff where he belongs. He's been what a competitor.
It's due, huh?
Yeah,
He's due. And look, he's had a bit of problems with his back. He's also put both his children and his wife before him for a long time, but he was sitting quietly the other day when the Grand Prix, when they were getting ready to walk the Grand Prix, and I said, "What are you doing here?" And he said, No, I'm walking this Grand Prix. This is my next step. And he's so confident the way he does things like that. You know, Sean, I've worked for the Neils, and he's an amazing guy. Both him and Gareth are incredibly structured in their riding and hard-working businessmen. But Shawnee's had some fantastic horses in his life. He's had Gold Rush, he had Clyde Z that he then let his wife Catherine have a little go on, and you know, those horses are difficult to replace.
One of the SA Championships.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, they're difficult to replace, and when you've ridden good horses, you don't really want to feel like you know, stepping down as opposed with horsepower. So Shawnee's waited he's waited a long time for this mare, and that was a real unfortunate shot at the last. See him shaking his head there thinking, nah, that wasn't what I wanted to the last.
Oh, what a pity at the last. What a great round all the way.
That said though, viewers, watch that horse. Watch that partnership. I'm telling you now that Sean and Caprice are going to be up in the 150s.
Just looked a bit argumentative.
A little bit rideability.
Yeah.
Shame she lost her balance a bit there. They've all the recovery system at Paddock Wood is like no other. Let me tell you, they've got ice spas and ice boots and equilibrium blankets and everything, so I'm sure Caprice will get looked after beautifully when she gets home.
Sean goes to the ice spa, then goes to the solarium,
Literally.
follows the horses around.
Trying to get his back to play the game.
Yeah, where is he at with his recovery?
Well, it looks like he's getting better. He's looking like he's definitely there, and he's needed a horse.
Yes.
I think that's his thing. You know, when you've got that motivation, that you've got these horses that feel like they can jump the big classes, you don't really listen to the pain and the age and anything like that, and kind of go, right, this is it, it's time to go. He's needed this horse, so I'm very happy that he's got it.
Let's take a look at those that have gone through to the jump-off page. Noonan will go first, Rivervale Bon V, then Simon Henry, Huffy von Het Kortrov. Divan Bosman Zakiro goes out relatively early. I'm sure he's going to set one hell of a target. Kiara Byrne follows on Lindor. Then Jackie Cochran, Rivendell Zoid, Rainer Korba Casarati, Zara Diddy on Iliano, Barry Taylor, Jeep Largo S. Hamza Minty is there with Calaho Carida de Rebel. Yanni Kleinants on Landier. Then Ashley Healy, Sir Crumble, followed by Charlie Barford on a fast one, Khaleesi. Andy Olaf, Count Cosmo. Lorette Knowles on Oropo de Emma. Hannah Chaber, Picasso, and last to go will be Alex Mishevsky and Landino.
16 in the jump off. I mean, they've done well to get that many. For me, it was a really strong course. But I mean, if you look at those horses, those are proper horses. They're proper riders. It's so difficult to pick who you think is going to be really quick. But I mean, as far as form goes, I mean, you've got to be looking Paige, Hamza, maybe Hannah, because she's got a bit of a good draw at the end there. I mean, I reckon Alex with Landino out there last to go, she's going to be able to see what everybody else does. Damien's going to be watching like a hawk for sure to give her the right or his opinion on what he should be doing. So yeah, this is going to be exciting.
We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, more information on that jump-off track. It's jump-off time. Toyota sponsors the adult 1 meter 40 championships. All comes down to what happens in the next half an hour or so. Don't go away.
Opa made you a bakkie.
It's not a bucket. It's a Hilux.
The new Hilux GR Sport. Legendary toughness meets ultimate performance.
Welcome back to our pictures from the Peter Mini Arena, where we're gearing up for the jump off for the 1m40 championship class, sponsored by Toyota. And it's going to be an interesting jump off. 14 is a new fence in. 7, 3, 5, 8, 9, A, B, and 10. Brendan, talk to me.
This is why we pay him the big bucks, I reckon. What an interesting jump off. I didn't realize that from the Callahoo at number 3, he would put them, at the Callahoo at number 6, put them on a related distance back to the water tray. So interesting. I think that this jump off is going to benefit the people maybe towards the end. I think that Alex Majewski right at the end there is definitely in the pound seat. She's going to be able to see what everybody's doing, see the distances. 9A and B, he's taken out the C element going down to 10. We were talking off air thinking maybe 7 strides on the inside gallop down after the double verticals. It would depend on the shot that you get in and out, I suppose, knowing your horse, because you've got to obviously leave them all up. But this is what makes it exciting, boy. And I love being here, I must say. Pound seats, we got the best seats in the house. Let's see what we got here.
Paige Noonan on her way. Rivervale Bon V, 14 to start. 7.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6 strides. Wow.
To 3. Ask him for a bit more gallop. Now 5.
Oh, she's gone inside.
Inside to 8.
Come on, boy. Oh, shame. She tried so hard. He's a magical little horse, this isn't he?
9AB then to 10 on how many? Count for us, Brendan.
See what we got. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. She is brave, isn't she?
7 to the last. What an interesting jump off track. 4 penalties. The front rail at that capital stud. Oxa on an inside tight turn.
Time 39.42. So look, I mean, anything in and around 38 seconds is going to be absolutely blitz here.
39.42 and 4. Got to leave them all up as we take the look at the replay of little Bon V. Tried his absolute heart out. Simon Hendry next to go. Hoofy.
Horse with a big step. He would have counted the 6th here. Oh, whoopsie. Interesting there. Simon was sort of saying move, and the horse was enjoying the idea that he was moving and didn't realize the jump was right there.
He's now going round to get a good shot at that capital stud fence. 9AB and 10 to finish. Down the hill we come.
Fantastic course building, making it so exciting for everybody. I love a long gallop to the last.
7 to the last, made the 7 look really easy. Finishes in 43, 87 and 4. There's Lorette and Hannah.
I stand to be correct, but it does look like Damien Stevens is standing on the sideline there, just checking out what's going on, counting the distances, seeing what's going to be necessary.
So strange that he had that look at it. He looked like he was good. And then all of a sudden just falsed him.
Falsed him, yeah, strange.
I'm going to ask you a question. 7, is anybody, is this the 6 on down the hill? Is any, Hoofy made the 7 look easy.
He did, but I think he's the biggest stepper in the class.
Okay.
I think he's got unbelievable bounce, that horse. You know, this guy's just super slick in the way that he does his job.
Van Bosman, Midgard, Zakiro. He's definitely going to come inside of Winks. No, he's gone round. He's gone round. They've had a look at Paige.
And thought, okay, he's got to leave them up. He moved going around there, though. This horse is so deceptively quick. 2, 3, 4, 5. He's a mile off on 7. Leaves
Jumps it, leaves them all up, cuts the beam in 38.90. Quickest time and a 0 penalty score goes into the lead and sets them a target now. Now it all comes down to the clears in a quick time. As we see Dominique Alexander there. Is that Lisa and Kevin having a look at course plans, are they?
That's going to take some beating, if I'm honest. Obviously, he did leave the door open. You can still go inside the Winks to the capital, but you've got to leave it up. We've known that was the bogus jump in the last course. So he's definitely put a bit of scoreboard pressure on everybody. I mean, that time's still quick. Paige went inside and was still, you know, he was quicker and he went round.
And he went round, correct. Yeah. That is the question. What do they do now? Do they chance it, come inside? Or do they look at those times and go, well, Paige tried inside and she wasn't as fast. Kiara's coming inside. Oh, and that is the risk.
That's the risk,
That's the risk.
Risk and reward. And I think with a bit of scoreboard pressure, now they know that they really got to be quick there. It was just an unfortunate distance turning up there. You sort of, as you turn there, you do sort of say a little prayer and say, I hope there's a nice one waiting for me, and unfortunately it just was too deep to jump such a big oxer.
Now, what is the memo going back to the practice ring? Do they say too risky, or is it still there for the taking?
Well, that's where scoreboard pressure comes in. Now everybody's brains are rattling in the warm-up. What do we do? What are we going to do? How do we beat Divan? And I suppose it goes back to knowing your horse, being able to put the best jump off together for your horse, and obviously see if you can pip Divan.
Divan's time 38.90 and clear. Kiara tried that inside line. This is what happened.
It's a big oxer to turn inside there. It is a big, big test. You need a very good shot, good balance, and an exceptional horse to get that jump out the way.
Finishes on a score of 14, Kiara Byrne, with those time penalties to add after that disobedience. Jackie Cochran, Rivendell Zoid. Good ride there on the 5. For my money, she's going to go round Winks.
She's got her trainer, Ray Korber, close at hand. Did that stay? Did it stay?
Yeah, it's up. Gave it a knock, but it stayed.
Big ask. Whoa.
Quite wide to 9.
Good room. What is she going to do to the last? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Big there. Leaves it up.
Leaves them all up. Time 41.27. Leader's time 38.90. So the same choices that Devon made, but he went just a little bit quicker. His ground speed. Jackie now sits in second in 41.27. Next to come, Reina Korba, 334 Casarati.
Zakiro is unbelievably quick through the ground. Like he's so slick the way he gets across there. He's won so many classes by doing that.
5 from the Callao to the Kura water tray on the angle.
He looks like he means business. He's moving.
As he landed, put the leg, saw the horse go up a gear. They're going round.
So you mentioned, what's the word in the warm-up? I reckon it's move round.
Move round and go quickly.
It's looking like it's a big oxer to go inside. He cruises on the 7. Look at the time.
13.992 is the time. 38.90. Casarati moves into second. Jackie Cochran and Zoe drop down to third. The leaders Midgard Zakiro in 38.90.
Gosh, Casarati's really come on here. Really, really, really. That horse has improved in the last 6 months. I can't believe it.
And he's an 8-year-old. So what's still to come?
Yeah, what's still to come? That horse again got World Cup written all over it for me.
Iliano is not an 8-year-old. He's a 17-year-old. He goes next with Zara Diddy.
He likes to go faster, that's for sure. Oh.
That's down. So unfortunately, her chances are gone well and truly now with the second rail. So she's going to look to go round and just finish nicely. Likes the deep ride, this little guy.
I think his body does so well like that. He jumps up through his wither so easily. He is looking much happier in his body though. I must say, he looked at one stage maybe like he was feeling his age or maybe a little something, but he is looking really happy in his body these days.
4 down, 16 penalties for Zara as we take a look at the replay of the Callao fence number 2 in this jump-off track. Pitched by Frank Rothenberger. Forward to what he's going to pitch in the World Cup. That's up next.
Maybe just a bit open, a bit keen down that little line.
So next to go, we have Barry Taylor, Jeep Largo S, 14-year-old.
So Barry will know that this horse isn't naturally quick. I saw him eyeing out that inside turn there to the capital. This horse has got enough scope to jump that ox. So obviously, he would really want, well, Barry would want a good shot. He wouldn't be quick enough to gallop around. So let's see what the plan is with the maestro.
The angle to fence number 1 in this jump off. Keeps it tight and tidy to Callagher.
Uses the horse's
5,
big step.
and then where's he going to go? He's coming inside. Come on!
Oh, BJ!
And that is, once again, risk versus reward.
It is a massive oxer off that turn. I mean, we saw Kiara have the deep one and then Barry with the room, and neither of them were sort of the right one, to be honest with you.
Hats off to Page's little guy who busted gut trying. He tried. It was impossible ask, but he tried.
Bonvi is a freak. Really, he is. BJ mounting up there. No harm done.
Off the turn he comes. Flap of the elbow says, come on.
Just a bit too much room. It is a massive jump. A big ask there. Just not coming off for Barry.
So now has the word gone out to the practice ring that it's go round. Do it quickly.
I think for me, the risk is too big. So I think that if you see Devon's time, they're 38.90 by going around, I think the plan must be to beat him going around.
What's Hamza going to do? He's winding up.
He really is winding up. He started with a huge pace there.
Karida Dirabel, the 7-year-old mare, is flying. He hasn't been hanging around.
So this is it. Yeah, he's got ground speed, huh? He's gone around. Got to.
Just looked like he steadied on the turn. He might have been better off just a slingshot forward to it. But once again, easy from a seat over here. This is just a 7-year-old. How good is she?
She really is a jumper, isn't she?
Unbelievable little horse. So 1 down, 4 penalties. He went the long way round, but he still had that front rail. So still leading his bid guard, Zakiro Devon Bosman in 38.90 as we take a look at the replay. So we can see he comes off the turn. He's moving now. He's going, then he checks, then he sits.
And a fraction, maybe too much go off the turn. You finished too close. Oh, should have, could have, would have. As you say, it's so easy to say from here.
Jan Kleinans next to go. Ipol Landia van het Lindenhof.
I do love watching the scoreboard pressure, though. I do love watching people try and work it out, try and find a little second or two that they could shave off the winner's time to pip them.
Jan on the angle over fence number 1, quickly to 2. So far, so good. Now he presses off the turn.
Big jump.
I think they're all going around now.
Yeah.
A little bit wide there.
And a bit deep. Wow, this horse has got technique, doesn't it? That is a huge shot in there. Keep going on the 7, Jan. He was nearly kicking for 6, I thought, as he pipped him.
40.42, just outside 38.90. So good enough to go into third. Zakiro and Devon still leading over Casarati and Rainer Korber 39.92. And Jan Kleinans now into third in 40.42. Then Rivendell, Zoid, Jackie Cochran, those are the clears. 41.27 her time. On track now, Ashley and Hausberger's Sir Crumble.
Big ask at the Callagher there. She wanted the distance. He's moving. Everyone's going around. I think after the great Barry Taylor falls off, I think word filters through that maybe that's the wrong move.
It's looking good.
She was quick there to 9A.
38.90, the time to beat. This is looking good.
5, 6, 7 to the last. Leaves it up. Time.
39.94. Devon hangs tough. He still leads. 38.90. Casarati in second. Third now is Sir Crumble and Ashley in 39.94.
Oh, we said it was going to be quick. They're getting quicker.
Well, Khaleesi's next to come. Charlie Barford, Tack and Togs Khaleesi. Here she goes.
again, though, you know, all of these horses, Crumble, Khaleesi, they do spend time in the air. Zakiro just,
Down. Her chances are gone. Not going to win it today. Callagho Fence has gone down. Devon still leads 38.90 with Andy, Lorette, Hannah Gerber and Alex still to come. Front rail of that Capital Stud Ox is gone, so sits on the 8. Charlie's just going to bring it home nice and sweetly now.
It really has been a treat being able to see these courses and just the thought process that goes into it and the professionalism that goes into it. It really is so exciting for South African show jumping, having our international course builders coming here and yes, again, not Charlie's day or whatever it would be, but that's a young mare, it's a young partnership. She'll take so much off this, she'll be back. Look at her expression as she goes down that line. She is an absolute athlete, that mare.
Andy Olaf goes next. Denton Horsebox's Count Cosmo. Big horse, deliberate in his step. What's he going to do?
I never know what Andy's going to do. He's also like just quietly goes about his business. I think maybe the horse
Deceptively quick. He doesn't look like he's running him off his feet, but he's got a huge stride.
He has a huge stride, this horse. Actually often puts Andy in a little bit of a predicament because as he gets the power canter, it can almost put him in a deep spot.
Done there's gone round. Hunting down Divon's time, 38.90. Gets him nice and straight to the double.
Easy 7 he'll get. Oh, man, that was unfortunate.
Last rail, front rail of that Western Shop Oxer going down. Almost got there too easy.
I want to say to you, I almost was saying to you,
maybe there's the
could have
6.
curved. Yeah. He sort of landed and saw everybody else bounding down there, and that horse has so much stride. You can see how deep he was there to the Western Shop. Just strokes it off in front. Andy knew he was a bit deep. Good round nonetheless, though.
Still, Devon Bosman remains in the lead. We said he was due a big win. We said Lorette Knowles Taylor next to go, Orapo, then Hannah Gerber, Picasso, and then Alex Zhevsky on Landino. Still to come in this 1.40 jump off. Orapo's on, and Lorette are on their way.
So just got a big extravagant jump, this horse. I mean, it's obviously what everybody wants, that the big jump, but when you're trying to hunt down Devon's time, you need to get back on the ground as quickly as possible. Good ride. Ooh, good jump. Good on the curved 7 there.
Jumps it, leaves it up. Time 40.60, not good enough to go into 5th position. Zakiro leads with Devon.
Looks like the finish flags are far from the last jump. Every time it seems like they finish it, I think it's going to be a quicker time than it is.
Hannah Gerber next to come. CDE Laura Locke Picasso.
Her coach Lorette just giving her a little bit of last minute.
Lorette's still in there. She's taken the long way out the arena. When I say the long way, she's walked away from the gate and come back up to give a bit of coaching to Hannah. Come on, Hannah, let's get going. Oh, it's down. Right, so Devon survives again. Just Alex left to come to possibly knock him off his perch.
He's actually walking around at the back of the arena there, just keeping an eye on the class. He knew that what he did there was going to be good. It was going to be difficult to beat.
Down now for Hannah, so sitting on the 8, she's just going to bring it home nice and gently.
I mean, this horse's first round was an absolute picture book round. I mean, I know maybe 2 down in the jump off, but she's got to be happy with her first round around a big testing tough track like that.
So what has Damien said to Alex as she comes in as last to go?
I think he's going to say to her, you're going to have to gallop round. Landino is also a big expressive jumper.
Just a mile off.
Yeah, shame.
Last to go.
I think she is going to want to keep him for another day. I don't think she's going to let him completely hang out to dry, if you know what I mean. He's such a special horse, he's such an amazing partner to her, but he's quick and she's won a lot, so let's see what we do. She's done the 6 here.
Yeah. Devon's up.
I think he's up, and it looks like
Devon's got it. I think you're exactly right. She's going to have a mild attempt, but not throw caution to the wind.
oh, he just shame.
Devon's got it. Devon is the winner of the Toyota 1m40 championship class. Alex just brings it home in second place.
Beautiful jump.
We will have Ray Corber.
What a class, huh?
Yep.
What a class, what riding, amazing course building. Gee, I've actually thoroughly enjoyed sitting here watching this. It really is. I'm so proud of South African show jumping at this stage. You know, I really think that we going from strength to strength. The riders are getting better, the horses are getting better, our shows are improving, everything's just on the up. It's amazing momentum that we're sort of all benefiting from at this stage.
And somebody like Frank Rothenberger coming here and pitching something, these courses, they are different.
Definitely,
you know.
Definitely. I'm going to be shooting home to go and fetch my young horse, and I'm coming back because I'd really want to walk this World Cup course. I really want to see what he's pitched for everybody. It's so interesting. I feel like it's a little glimpse into Europe and that type of thing, you know. There's been so much chat about Europe. We've had so much momentum internationally. Bronwyn's done such an amazing job over there. We've got Oliver flying the flag in the Global Champions Tour and all that. So I think that we've got all this international momentum, and just seeing how well our riders have handled this course, it's very inspiring, I must say.
Here is the result. Devon Bosman, Cornerstone's Midgard Zakiro. Great win for him. We said he was due a win.
We
and
did say,
he pops up
absolutely.
and he says, well, here I am. Take that cue. Thank you very much. 38.90 his time. Ray was brilliant on an 8-year-old with a huge future back in second on 334 Casarati in 39.92. Then Sir Crumble, 39.94. Yanni in 40.42 with Ipol Landur von Linderhof. Then Lorette Knowles-Taylor, Orapo in 40.60, and Jackie Cochran gets that 6th position, 41.27. I'm going to touch on what you were saying, Brendan, about a glimpse into Europe. We want more than a glimpse. There's been this expression of interest. Some people have thrown their hats into the ring and said, I'm keen. We chatted to Ronnie after his win in the Outdoor Grand Prix. He says he's a definite, he's going. The quarantine is booked.
You can see Zakira having a...
Look.
He's super excited. He's a really spicy horse. That, I mean, Devon falls off him often at home. He is really sharp and that type of thing. Anton Hook there, the main ringleader at Cornerstone Equestrian and been Devon's trainer for many years. Just enjoying another very well-deserved win. Yeah, Aidan, I must say, just again, going back to the momentum and international momentum and all that type of thing, it's so exciting to be a part of. You know, we had the Tri-Nations, the Young Rider Tri-Nations last year that we got Portugal and Ireland involved in, and then we had the Inter-Africa Cup this year at the Easter show when we had sort of 6 or 7 countries from in and around Africa come and getting involved on borrowed horses and all that type of thing, and then we get we get all the inspiration from Bronwyn and that type of stuff. There is this move at the moment, and I'm a huge believer in momentum, and I think that this is our time a little bit. You know, we've been in the wings a little bit, and we've been knocking at the door quietly with all our international riders. And I was chatting to Peter Morrison yesterday just about, you know, all the other people that are there. You know, Matthew's got a really good horse, Oliver's got a very good horse, there's Lexi Carter's over there with a good horse, Bronwyn's over there with the Magical Babisi. So there's a whole lot of people. I mean, now you mentioned Ronnie going over there. There's lots of new expression of interests that have been put forward. People keen to be putting their horses on aeroplanes and going over there. And I think it's amazing, to be totally honest with you. I think that we're really going to get a proper benchmark as to how good we are. I mean, obviously we're not going out there to go and win anything particularly, but it's interesting that South Africans are being noticed, I think. You know, I think Matthew's being noticed in Ireland. I think that, you know, Lexi Stace has done a big thing in Germany, even though she's changed nationalities or whatever the case is. Bronwyn, I mean, life-changing stuff for what she did for herself and for South Africa, to be honest with you. So it's been really amazing and inspiring to sort of be around and be on for the ride. It's been amazing.
Exciting times in South African show jumping, and we're going to be having a chat hopefully with Frank Rothenberger in the not too distant future. So stay tuned for that.
Yeah, that'll be interesting.
All these questions to him.
Don't miss that interview. That'll be a goodie.
Exactly where he feels South African show jumping is at, and the role of the course designers, the evolution of the sport, where is it going? You know, all these very, very interesting little touches he's put on these courses.
You know, I was chatting to Rogan, and he mentioned that Frank was definitely one of the people who was involved in the development of the light equipment and the safety cups and all that type of stuff. You know, the jumps couldn't get any bigger.
Yes.
You know, the horses weren't handling it, and they couldn't come back and jump more. So he was one of the people that realized that, him and Olaf Peterson, and it would be fantastic to literally hear from him his opinions and all that.
And where do we go to here? Because they can't get bigger, they can't get faster, or can they? What is the next step?
Well, it's funny where you say where do they go from here, and I mean, I'm just looking at them building the triple combination. He had a plank in the B element of in the Grand Prix in the triple combination. It looks like he's going to be doing it again. That's what I think that's where the sport's going. It's spooky, it's stuff that's maybe going to distract the horses, where you can just have a light fence here and there.
Regina Hobbs and Gwen Crompton going forward to present the prizes here in this 1m40 championship class, where the winner is Midgard Zakiro Divan Bosman, who will be lining up for an interview as well. Casarati Ray Corbon, that 8-year-old, in second. Third place to Hausberger's Sir Crumble. Ashley Healy.
Ash on the podium. She'll be chuffed with that, boy. Let me tell you, she's not going to let Ronnie take all the victory this show. It's a very competitive household there, let me tell you. I mean, Ronnie loves to win, but Ashley loves to win. So I can imagine there's often chats around the table there of who's winning the more prizes and that type of thing. So fantastic for Ash today that she puts her hand up.
Thumbs up from Jan Kleinans.
He's had some really consistent rounds recently, and I must say I'm not surprised at all that he's up in the prizes.
Lorette Knowles-Taylor, Orapo de Emma. Looking very pleased with his efforts today. And Jackie Cochran, take a bow. Jackie, great result on Rivendell Zoid.
I think, you know, Lorette in her time, she's a Springbok, she's a mom, she's had lots of different sort of times in her career. And I believe recently she's done a lot of soul-searching, mental work, all that type of stuff. And it's so interesting to read her Instagram, Facebook posts about how she processes things, about how she feels, you know, maybe wasn't good enough, she needs to improve, or she needs to do the. She's taken a lot on as far as that goes, and it's been quite interesting to see. I think it's been very positive for her riding. I feel like it's taken her to another level, if I'm honest with you. You know, you can get down in the dumps in the sport, you know, like you have a four-fault show, and then you have another four-fault show, and then you don't believe, and then you want to change things or whatever it is, you know. So it is a tough sport.
End up trying too
hard. No, absolutely. And great here to see Ray with his one of his pupils, Ash. He has a little bit of help with Ash these days. But we did mention that Divan was due, and he is difficult to beat. When he puts it all together and Zakiro gets it right, he's like absolutely so slick. He clears the jumps by millimeters, gets back on the ground. He's so quick across the ground, got good balance. Fantastic class.
And he's a very likable, humble, down-to-earth, genuine human being.
Yeah, absolutely. No airs or graces. You're 100% right. He's actually a very quiet guy by nature.
We must mention Anton once again, his long-time trainer, Cornerstone's Equestrian, been there for many, many years. Anton plays a huge role, influence in young Divan's life. So big ups, well done.
He's so good with unorthodox horses, Anton. You know, like it's often people that, you know, the horses end up there because they can't be managed anywhere else, and he does such an incredible job. And I mean, again, Zakiro, I've said it before and I've said it again, or I'll say it again, he's sharp, he's naughty. When he gets a bit there, you see him bucking around. Apparently when he has a bit of time off after the shows and Divan gets on, he often falls off trotting around the arena because he spots something or whatever it is. So I suppose that sharpness works for him in these Grand Prix when he needs it.
Groom's prizes now. So Zakiro's groom on the top podium. Well done.
He must be pretty used to standing up there.
Yeah, he certainly has won a huge amount in his career, Zakiro. But again, you wonder if he'd be as good as he is without a Divan on his back.
I don't
it's
think
one
so.
of those partnerships.
It is a partnership. Really, it is a partnership. Oh, don't get me wrong, the horse is good and Divan's good, but I think together they're amazing. They've also walked the line. You know, they went to their junior careers together, you know, and now he stepped up into the adult classes. They know each other so well. It is, as we say, one of those partnerships that people will remember for time to come.
So well done, Devon Bosman, going to lead us off on a well-deserved lap of honour. And Devon's going to dismount and hopefully join us for an interview. So Brendan, I'll take this opportunity to thank you for your time.
Pleasure.
You've got riding commitments and you need to get out the way and then sit back and enjoy the World Cup.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me. I always love being here. Love to help out where I can. But yeah, I'm going to go back to my real job, go and fetch my horse and do some jumping. Guys, I hope you enjoy the World Cup as much as I'm going to. I'm going to be absolutely glued. Enjoy it. And yeah, Aidan, thanks for the opportunity.
Always great having you along. Brendan McNiven, as we build up to the World Cup, which is currently being set up by Frank Rothenberg, there will be a bit of a break to that World Cup. We'll get the start time for you, but of course we're going to have that interview with Frank Rothenberger once he's finished, obviously, his duties with pitching that course. Let's quickly confirm the result of this class. Devon Bosman takes the win in 38.90. Rainer Korbe in second with the Kasarati 39.92. Then Ashley Healy on the podium 39.94. Yanni Kleinans with Landior, fifth place to Lorette Knowles-Taylor, Oripo, and sixth place to Jackie Cochran, Rivendell Zoid.
Your phone. Hallo?
Hi, ek dink jy het ons foon.
Die splinternuwe Land Cruiser Prado. Werklik boerbaas.
My mum's dinner's cancelled. Aww.
Aww.
The all-new Toyota Starlet Cross. Own it.
Welcome back to Equestrian Live, and with me is the winner of the 1 meter 40 adult championship class. I'm not used to saying that, adult championship class, and having Devon next to me, but you dominated the junior classes. You've stepped up to adults, and you're kind of picking up where you left off in junior as well. The adults are wishing you'd stayed 17, that you hadn't stepped up.
Yeah, but I must say it's quite competitive in the adults now.
Yes.
It's difficult.
Well, I'm sure that they're enjoying having you along with them. It's pushing them. Nothing like the exuberance of youth to motivate the adults to compete. But tell me, Devon, let's start off with this wonderful horse of yours. When did you get him? Some of the big classes that you've won. It's been a journey and obviously very rewarding. He's a horse of a lifetime.
Yeah, Zach's amazing. I got him about 5 years ago, so I have him for a long time now. And I've won quite many, a lot of titles on him, such as SA Champs I won, and the big under 25 classes, and some 140s last year as well. So I'm quite new to this adult 140s, but I'm super proud of him, and he's just my hard horse, and I won't never let him go.
He seems like he's not straightforward. We see him bucking and playing in the lineups, and apparently you've taken a lot of falls off of him at home just because he's so spicy and he's so reactive.
Yeah, he is. Sometimes it shows, he gets irritated, and then he just starts bucking, and he can't stand still and stuff, and yeah, so he can be quite difficult.
Yeah, you do a wonderful job with him. Now, let's talk about the first round. This track, Frank Rothenberger from Germany is visiting us. Something different, these tracks of his?
Yes, definitely. But I thought it was a nice track, and it was built nicely and square and everything. But it was quite difficult because the jumps came so fast. So you have to look up after the jumps, and they're just there. So it's
he gave you decisions to make that we've seen a bit of his trend right throughout down the line in the first round, out of the treble on this 6 or 5 strides was the option there, then to the last as well on that curving line on the 7 or the 8. You obviously picked the right choices because you jumped a nice clear.
Yes, I did.
Are you aware of what's going on with other riders? Do you sit and watch before you go, or do you have a plan when you walk the course and that's it, you stick to it, you don't deviate?
I have a plan when I walk it, so I stick to that normally with Zach. So with Zach, normally I stick to my plan, and I still watch some of the others go and just see how I can, so what the striding is and everything, just so that I can adjust or let him go to the jump to get the strides and stuff, but normally I stay to my plan.
Let's talk about that jump off, because a very interesting jump off from the Calaho to the Kudder on a bending line. When you looked at the jump off, I looked at it and I thought, is that right? Were you the same? I mean, that's something we don't often see.
No, it's not. But I think it was an amazing jump off. So the turns were nice. It had a nice flow to it. But all of the angles and stuff, it was...
When looking at it, were you tempted at all to come inside of the Winx jump to the capital? Then you saw Paige go. She came unstuck. A couple of the other early riders attempted it. And then what was your decision? Were you in two minds?
So, yeah, definitely. So I had a plan that I was going around, but then I also had a plan going inside. But I didn't really look at the others while they take their turn. But as I went around to that jump and I landed, then I just saw I can't go inside.
So what you're saying, you were saying, well, let me see. Let me see
so
after I land after 5 where it's at, either come inside or outside. So, and in the moment, the choice was outside.
Yeah, so the moment...
Good choice.
Yeah, it was.
We've got your round queued up, so we're going to play it, and you'll talk us through it, because a very, very interesting jump-off track, which we obviously thoroughly enjoyed. So here is Devon's track on Midgard Zakiro, and you're going to take away and talk to us about the dynamics of this track.
Okay, so, so there I just had to get him to a nice pace, and so jumped the first one, tried angling the second, but then I saw a bit of a short stride. So I went, and that one I didn't want it to angle too much, so I went down on 6 just to get a nice clear. And then as I came around here, I was jumping that a bit skew, But then as I landed, then I just said that I can't go inside, so I just went quick around. And to this capital stud ox, I was a bit far off, but thankfully just made it.
So you give a little kick at the base there.
So I went quick into the double, but it came off a bit short in between. And then I just went for the 5 down to the last. So I just,
7. Had you gone for the 5, you
of course, 7, whatever.
5 in the first round, yeah. No, and look at him playing. Look at him playing. Absolutely.
Yeah, he's happy.
He loves the job, doesn't he? He's a happy horse. He enjoys jumping. He enjoys competition.
Yeah, definitely.
Brilliant stuff. Divan Bosman, well done, sir. Let me shake your hand. You've just won. You've shown the adults a thing or two. We were saying in commentary that you were due a big win in the adults because you are so dominant at most shows and most championship shows. I was saying you always pop up and you always put your hand up and you're always on the podium. This show, coming into this class, it was a rail here, a rail there. It was like one of those shows. I thought, Divan's due. He's been knocking on the door. He's due here.
Yeah. So I just went for the clear and I just wanted the best for Zach. So
congratulations, job well done. It's now World Cup time. Is that on your radar for when? Do you think he has it in him to jump at the very top level in the adults?
I think he will. So I'm just going to wait a bit, stay in the 140s for a bit and then try 150 and then see if he'll jump the World Cups and then I'll move on from there.
Excellent.
So yeah.
Before we let you go, a little bit about the show. Have you enjoyed the show? This Toyota World Cup, the opener for 2025?
Yes, I definitely enjoyed the show. The sponsors were great. And I just want to say thank you to Toyota for all of their efforts and stuff. And all of the other sponsors for this whole show. And it's been amazing.
Excellent. Divan, well done.
Thank you so much.
Kick your feet up now. Are you old enough to have a beer?
Yes.
How old are you now?
19.
Okay, you can have a beer. Go enjoy it. Go and sit in that gazebo or that pavilion and enjoy. Kick your heels up and enjoy. Sit back.
Thank you.
Watch
Thank
the
you so
World
much.
Cup. Divan Bosman there, who takes the win in this 1 meter 40 adult championship class. Coming up next, the 1 meter 50 FEI World Cup qualifier. Of course, that's the next class, the pinnacle class of the show. It all comes in the next, what time is it now? In the next hour or so, we should have the course walk. But of course, we've got that interview hopefully coming up with Frank Rothenberger as well. Looking forward to that. You're watching Equestrian Live. Don't go away. Plenty more to come. Thank you.
Opa made you a bucky.
It's not a bucket. It's a Hilux.
The new Hilux GR Sport. Legendary toughness meets ultimate performance. Fortuna GR Sport, the luxury of freedom unleashed.
Your phone. Hallo?
Hoi, ek dink jy het ons foon.
Die splinternuwe Land Cruiser Prado. Werklik boerbaas.
My mum's dinner's cancelled. Aww.
Aww.
The all-new Toyota Starlet Cross. Own it.
Okay.
Alright, here we go.
And
Two.
let's go.
Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home.
Look at this. How do they even find these places?
Push it to the limit, I can't go no
The Toyota Urban Cruiser. Go find your fun.
Searching for greatness in a sea of the dying and shameless. A sea of the aimless. I don't wanna be one of the nameless. I'ma wake up with the mindset that one day I'm gonna make it. And I don't think I'll be fine if I don't break my limitations. Don't try to stop me, I exist to write my own story. I'll make a decision if I want some peace or if I want the glory, yeah. Don't want a life that is complacent or possibly boring. I just want a life that is worth every day exploring.
My whole life I just wanted someone who would notice me. My whole life I just wanted to be somebody to be. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, 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 I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, 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 yeah.
This is a statement to appreciate all that is vacant. It's just for the taking. If you make up your mind, you can take it. I'm never complacent. I would work in a mansion or basement, yeah. There's no replacement for persistence. It's a patience, yeah. In this life, I wanna be soaring. To feel sun inside when it's pouring. And I'll fight till anxiety is foreign. I'm so sick of my mind's extortion.
My whole life I just wanted someone who would notice me. My whole life I just wanted to be somebody to be. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, 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 I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, 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 yeah. Step 1, wake up early, gonna rise with the sun. Step 2, get some good, some food in you. Step 3, think real hard about what you wanna be. Step 4, everybody just do your thing.
Wake up, today's gonna be a good day. 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 Yo. Set your affirmations, aspirations. I got shit to do, the aftermath of preparation. Good food, good mood, blood in circulation. One step at a time, yeah, that's how you make it. Set a goal you control and the steps you take them. I try to pick one thought, have some concentration. And if I make a mistake, it's called education. I try to do this every day, call it replication. Wake up, today's gonna be a good day. 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 So life ain't easy, yo, I think there's a reason though. Ups and downs, just like every different season, yo. Sometimes I'm high, other times I'm barely breathing, though. I always gotta fight and hide from the demons, yo. Negative thoughts are poison, they rot. Head full of flies, so here come the clouds. They'll never stop unless I can swap all the bad for the good in my head when I'm lost. Yeah, so I'ma fake it till I make it. Positive thoughts are overtaken, I got patience. One day at a time is how you operate a cadence. A flow, you grow, you show yourself a foundation. Stay away from all the shit that causes temptation. I know that I like to do it cause it's sensation. I live my life in my head like a narration. Don't expect greatness, do my best, man, I'll take it. Wake up, today's gonna be a good day. 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 Wake up, today's gonna be a good day.
Wake up early, gonna rise with the sun. Step 2, get some good, some food in you. Step 3, think real hard about what you wanna be. Step 4, everybody just do your thing.
Welcome back to Equestrian Live as we build up to the big one, the World Cup Qualifier, the first in the series for 2025. And of course, part of that Legend Series sponsored by Toyota. Speaking of legends, I'd like to shake your hand, sir, because you are one. It's a great privilege to have you here in South Africa. We have thoroughly enjoyed watching what you've pitched for us during the week. Looking forward to this World Cup class that you've pitched as well. But I want to talk to you in depth. First of all, a little bit about your career. You've been there, you've done that, assistant to Olaf Peterson for many years, Seoul Olympics, you've built Beijing Olympics, multiple Longines, World Cup qualifiers, Nations Cups.
104.
104 Nations Cups. At Aachen, you are for 10 years or 20 years now?
Since 2003.
You are the resident or senior course designer at Aachen.
Yeah.
Of course, we've got the World Equestrian Games happening there next year.
Yeah.
So, wow, it's just an absolute privilege to have you here. You've obviously seen, Frank, the evolution of the sport over the many years. We've gone from heavy poles, lots of fillers, to lighter, bigger, faster. How have you seen it over the years, and where do you see it going from here?
I think I came here first time about, 15, 20 years ago. And I must say, the improvement is very big. So better horses, the breeding is much better. The horses are more warm blood, not that many thoroughbred horses anymore. And the riding is improving a lot. And we have more riders and better educated riders. Years ago, if you did show jumping, you came from a farming background.
Yes.
Your father was a farmer, or breeding, or sheep, or whatever. But nowadays it's different. Lots of young people, 20, 25 years old, juniors, young riders, coming up. They're all very well educated. They have really good gear, good horses, good trucks, have a good farrier, good veterinarian, good support. And they are doing really, really well. I find out the same 2 weeks ago when I was in Sydney. The same with Australia. So you can compare. And but this is really very surprising, and I didn't expect such a strong field the past classes, especially this morning. This is 1 meter 40. It was a strong 1 meter 40 class, and we got 16 clears.
Yeah.
It was not an easy class. It was difficult. Of course, one or the other pole is a little bit heavy, but at the end, the distances are the same, like in Europe or like in overseas. And I must say, I'm very positive surprised.
What was the memo that you got about South Africa? Because you haven't visited us for a while, and then you came in on Friday. You pitched a track, 57 odd starters, 5 clears. What were your impressions of that class, and how does that affect what you pitched today?
Friday was a little bit different because I got a schedule from the organizer saying that we must build 4 verticals 1 meter 55. 1 meter 55. That didn't make sense to me. So it's just like to jump a joker. Okay, he can jump 1 meter 55. Sometimes 1 meter 45 is more difficult than 1 meter 55. We should not always judge it on the height of the jump. We could have it a little bit more technical, dropping this 1 meter 55 jumps to 1 meter 50, and a little bit more technical. Then we would end up with, let's say, 10, 11, 12 clears. At the end, we had 5 clears, and I didn't see the horses before. So it was the first time I saw the top level horses, and I got forced to build this 4 verticals, 1 meter 55. No oxer was 1 meter 50. All the oxers 1 meter 45, but I had to build. This was like a joker.
Yes.
That was a little bit unfortunate, and I think they should change this.
Yes. So how does that affect today's class? Obviously, coming into World Cup, you also get given specifications.
Yeah, because this is a qualification for World Championship for next year for Aachen in show jumping, and the FEI is asking for a proof. Is it a proof of the level? So that means it's a certificate of capability. And then we have to, if the riders are jumping clear or just 1 down, they are qualified with this horse to do next year the World Championships in Aachen. And I have to follow some rules. I need 4 jumps on 1 meter, no, 4 jumps on 1 meter 55. I need 3 oxers 150 by 160. I have to do 2 Liverpools in this ring because we don't jump a water jump. And I have to do a wall, a narrow jump, plank on top, but I didn't do it. A triple bar, so I could pick out of 6 or 7 questions. I must do 3 or 4.
Okay.
And I needed a straight line from or to a double combination, a bent line to or from a triple combination, and I had to follow all this.
So we are expecting a stern test today. You've gone up a level from Friday.
It's a real test. I must say the triple combination, and I need 1 oxer in the triple combination, 1 meter 50 high and 1 meter 60 wide, which is tough.
Yes,
I must say it's serious.
Yes.
It's a serious competition.
Right. So we're expecting a good, stern, stiff test that's going to separate the men from the boys today.
Yeah. Yeah, that's and surprising. That's like all around the world. More and more women, ladies, and riders now.
Yes.
And when you do, especially when you go to the little classes in the country, 1 meter 10, 1 meter 20, you have 80% the girls riding. Yeah. Because they love the horse. And the men, the young boys, they love the sport.
Yes.
They want to win. They are stallions.
Exactly. Tell me about your particular flair or your particular signature on your courses. What I've noticed, there's some very nice bending lines that you put in. You ask for rideability. You ask for accurate riding. I've noticed some subtle little changes. The water tray at 10, when we saw on Friday, was pitched on the landing side. Today it's on the takeoff side.
Yeah.
Little things you do with the poles. Instead of going across the fence, you go on a diagonal of some of the fences. And those have created little issues for our riders and horses, given them things to think about. And then a lot of the time you give decisions. Is it a 6? Is it a 7? What are you going to do?
Yeah, but it's normally it's the less strides you must do, the less time you have to control the horse. That means if you're 6 or 7 or 8, it's easy. But if it's 3 or 4 or 5, then it's getting a little bit more difficult. In this class, we have a 3-stride distance, a 4-stride, a 6-stride, a 7-stride. So straight line, bending lines. But for me, the most important in course designing is that the track must flow. Must flow, easy going, not too many hard turns on the horse, on the mouse, and also the jump-offs should be a little bit more open, a little bit more gallop. Okay, we need 1 or 2 turns to left to the right, but we also need to open the canter a little bit. And it's not always. What are they doing? It's not always the distance, 3 short or 4 long. It's sometimes you have 35 or 40 meters to the next jump, and then and it's can be very difficult. So I think we need diversity.
Yes.
But the line for me, the track is the most important, and then diversity. Yeah.
Talk to me about times that you've pitched. On the Friday, we saw that a lot of the riders initially in the beginning of the classes especially got caught out by the times allowed. This has traditionally been a little bit of a problem in South Africa, that when internationals visit, they ask us to go out of our comfort zone. How important is it for local course designers to start asking the riders to go at a quicker pace earlier on, so that by the time they get to these levels, it's not a new question?
No, it's not a new question. It's, this exists already since I do course designing, and if the time is little tight, the riders scream, time is too short, and wow, you made a mistake. No, they just go and do a little bit more, the canter a little bit more open. And the same in Australia 2 weeks ago. We had in the big classes always the first 5, 6, 7, 8 riders. We had 3 or 4 riders with a time fault, and after it worked well. So they knew they have to go a little bit more, and they lose time in the turns, not in this on a straight line. On 5 strides, it's 5 strides, but they take too much time in the turns from one fence to the next, and then they lose 1 or 2 seconds, and 1 or 2 seconds can change a class totally. If I make a mistake in measuring, sometimes in 1 second, in 2 seconds for sure, that means if you're 2 seconds too long in the World Cup in Europe, you get 7 or 8 more clears than you expect.
Yeah.
And it's really difficult. And the speed on Friday was 375 meters per minute, same as today. And today we also had some riders with a time fault because they took too much time in the turns.
So in this World Cup class that we're about to see, you have stuck to your guns. You haven't pulled back the time because, we're in South Africa and they need a little bit of leeway. You were saying, right, you need to go at the Frank Rothenberg pace.
It's not the Frank Rothenberg
No,
pace.
but what I'm saying is you haven't backed off after Friday.
They have to do the pace according to what we measure.
Yes.
That's very simple.
Yes.
Sometimes, okay, we do the turn a little bigger, and then. But if we have a speed of 400 meters, this is almost impossible.
Yes.
So if we have a class of 400 meters speed, then we do the turns a little, more generous, and
Yes.
then it's also possible. But the time allowed decides a lot nowadays in the top classes. And they have to go, and this must be trained, also with what are they doing?
Well, it's been absolutely fascinating chatting to you. I have been told in my ear by my producers that we need to wrap it up because there is a coursework to come, and you're wondering what our officials are doing down the bottom end of the arena. So I'm going to let you go and investigate and see what they're up to. It's been an absolute privilege chatting to you. I'd like to shake your hand and thank you for being. And please come and visit us again.
I would love to do.
All right, thank you.
And then I stay for some more days.
Excellent.
What a beautiful country.
Thank you. Enjoy.
And our boring Germany.
I appreciate you being here. Your boring Germany's got lots of pluses. You've got fantastic horses, breeders, fantastic horse sports, and we enjoy watching. So thank you for taking the time and coming out.
Thank God we got a new chancellor.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Frank Rothenberger there. He's got to run and put the final touches onto the track. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, a course walk. We're going to chat to some of the riders and see what they think about this track that they've been asked to navigate this afternoon. Don't go away.
Opa made you a bucky.
It's not a bucket. It's a Hilux.
The new Hilux GR Sport, legendary toughness meets ultimate performance.
dance's dinner's cancelled. Aww.
Aww.
The all-new Toyota Starlet Cross. Own it.
This weekend, designing and laying out courses for our top riders here.
Welcome back to Equestrian Live. We're here in the Peter Mini. The bell has just sounded, and as you can see, the riders are currently walking the course for the first of the World Cup qualifiers for 2025. We're going to see who we can grab, which one of these riders. Obviously, we just had an interview with Frank Rothenberger, who's pitched this track. It's going to be a stiff, a good test. We start off over here, as you can see, with all the riders pooling up around here with number one, which is this Hollard Oxa. Not the biggest, obviously being number one on the track. Amy Michau is there, who won the class on Friday on Go to Blue. Has a good chance here, walking with Damien and Liam. Let's see what this walks. We're going to put their brains as they come out the other side by the wall. Like a pretty skinny wall. 1 to 2. We talked about those bending lines from 1 to 2. We've got one right here, right from the get-go. Is taking no prisoners is Mr. Rothenberger. So let's see what we can find out from some of these riders. Let's see if we can go and have a little chat with Amy. I hear short 7, Alex Mishevsky, Damien and Amy. Amy, very quickly, how's your mind at? I'm going to ask Dirk to come in. How are you feeling?
Very nervous. I know about the wall, but I'm excited.
New wall, you haven't seen it yet, but your horse is game.
Yeah, he should be fine.
How's he feeling after your big win on Friday?
Feels good. Rode him yesterday. He's feeling confident, feels good. Haven't sat on him today, but I think he'll be fine.
All the best, go well. Amy Michau on Blue Questions, Go to Blue. There is Ronnie Healy in Chayton, George Cutlass, Paige Gage. Let's see if we can go and have a little chat to them. So from the wall, which I heard is a 7-ish, maybe a tight Chayton, can we grab a word with you very quickly? How are you feeling about today?
Yeah, I'm feeling really good. The horse had a good Grand Prix. He's jumped a few World Cups last year. This is the first one, yeah. We still have to walk the rest of the track. It looks doable. I thought it would be a bit bigger. I'm sitting on a Scopy horse, Larison, so yeah, just hoping for a good round.
Calls on rideability, adjustability, but you're a master in the saddle and your horses are well schooled, so that shouldn't be an issue. Let's Lawrence Mowat is coming down this way. Let's see if we can chat to Laurie. Laurie, how are you feeling? What does this course look like to you?
Reminds me that I was walking through a cemetery and this guy got up from behind a tombstone. I say, morning. He says, no, I was just having a poo. But I mean, that's pretty much. It was hard at the Grand Prix, so well, I think it looks big and technical today. But yeah, I think my horse is able for it. I feel I'm able for it. So yeah, let's see how it goes.
All the best. All the best. Go well. Ariska got 2 horses in this class. Who have you nominated and how are you feeling?
I've nominated Oregon. Well, I feel how I can feel. The nerves are kicking in. It's their first World Cup, so I don't think I can expect much. I want them to jump around nicely, have some good jumps, throw some flashy ones for the crowd, just maybe. But I'm excited for them.
There was a lot of nerves about Frank's courses, but it looks like this is fair.
Yeah, it's definitely fair. I mean, it is Frank, and Frank builds on the top of the world, and I think it's very important that we start stepping up towards that.
Go well. All the very best. Let's grab Dominique over here and Tracy Carney. Dom, have a quick word. Turn to the camera here. Charlie's here. Dom Collier, how's he feeling? How's your show been going? And tell me about what you think Frank has pitched for the World Cup today.
Collier's been feeling very good. I'm hoping he's going to feel even better today. That's what we're hoping for. And I think Frank has pitched so far what we've seen. I'm only up to number 7. But I think it's a very good test, and yeah, it's exciting. It's lovely to have somebody of his caliber come out and build for us, you know. We have good designers here, but, you know, he is on the pulse in Europe and knows. So, yeah, I think it should be a very good class today.
Excellent. Go well, go well. Charlie Barford, how are your nerves? You all set for action?
Yeah, absolutely, Aidan. I couldn't have wished for a better partner to jump around our first World Cup. Really excited. I think it's an absolute honour to have Frank Rothenberger here. And yeah, massive thank you to Toyota for making this happen. I just want to have a super round and enjoy it and ride my best.
Fantastic. You always do. You never let us down. Always in top form is Charlie Barford. Right, let's go and have a look at some of these fences. Riders are just wanting to put the final touches on their course walk. Onto my right there is the current Legends Series log leader, Ronnie Healy. He's got Magic Boy and he's got Mandarino. Magic Boy, the winner of the Outdoor Grand Prix. Interestingly enough, he hasn't nominated Magic Boy today. Mandarino is your nominated choice. Why is that? I mean, difficult. They're so equal. You flip a coin, eeny, meeny, miny, mo. How does it work?
Yeah, I've been scratching my head. A little bit. He won here last year. He jumps well in this arena. It could have been either. It wasn't anything one or the other, but, you know, with these, Frank is so clever with these half distances. You know, it's always, is it an extra, is it, you know, and Cornetto is such a big stride. I just thought it would be nice just to have not to worry about necessarily the distances so much with Cornetto. Magic Boy jumps quite big, and sometimes I have to like override. Then I'm going to be thinking it's that way for him. So it was a, whatever.
Last year, Ron, you had a fantastic World Cup series, but again made some wrong choices with the nomination. So hoping 2025 goes right.
Oh, please God, from your lips to God's ears.
Go well. All the very best. Log leader in the Legends Series. Another related distance coming up the hill to this very large square equi-cover fence. Take a look at this, viewers, off the turn. Fence number 5, the triple bar. It's which seems to be another signature on Frank's courses, on Frank Rothenberger's courses, is the openness, the airiness of the fences. A lot of them, especially you'll take a look at the C element of the Toyota treble. It's open. And what I want to point out here, throughout the last couple of days, something different about this water tray. If Dirk can have a shot down here, take a look at this water tray. Today being Sunday, it's pitched on the jumping side of the fence. We've seen on Friday pitched on the landing side of the fence, dragging you into the fence, inviting you in. Today, something completely different, inviting you to be a little bit off of it. And I imagine if we walked in here, we might find a slightly short step here. Nicole Hallwood, Capital Impossible, looking resplendent in your red. How are you feeling?
Good. Yeah, pensive is the word. Yeah, so it looks okay so far, but that's what we thought in the Grand Prix too, and there were 59 and only 5 clears. So
now, how is Impossible feeling? Because the Grand Prix didn't look like himself.
Great, no. So I'm hoping today he's had lots of treatments. He's feeling good. I've warmed him up. So hopefully today everything's on track.
And speaking of track, what is this? How does it look to you?
Look, it looks reasonable so far. It looks okay, but I mean that's where he's so clever. You know, the courses look okay, and then come to ride them. You know, he places them, the jumps, in a position where you're going to knock them if you don't ride them 100% correctly. So yeah, we'll see. It's not the hugest track, but I think it's quite technical.
He's got little things he introduces and asks questions, like the water tray. Exactly. This time it's going to invite you to have a go at it. I'd imagine it's quite short there, then to 11 on a 3-stride, which you haven't seen. And the wall is new as well.
And I mean, there's some options like 1 to do 2. You can do either 7 or 8. So have to have your thinking cap on today.
All the very best, Nicole Hallwood, one of the absolute legends of the game. Gonda is up there, but she's having a chat to her pupils. Rainer Korba is having a look over there as well. A testing track, it seems. Here's the 334 crew. Chris van der Merwe down here. Let's go to Chris, see if we can have a quick chat. Have a look at this Oxer coming in here, Dirk. Big square board in the middle, airy going out. Ambrose, how are you? I saw your post about Casco Gray, his first World Cup. How are you feeling? He's on form.
Thank you. It is our second World Cup. We had a wonderful President's Cup earlier in the year, and that gave me a bit of confidence. But obviously a World Cup with Frank Rothenberger as course builder, we've got to step up our game, and I hope we do just that.
You're going to go well. All the very, very best. Wishing you well, Jody. There is Ivan van der Sade visiting us from Plettenberg Bay. If we can grab a chat with Ivan as he re-walks the distance from 1 to 2. So you heard Nicole say there are options, either the 7 or the 8, Ivan. 7 or 8, Ivan? 8. 8 for Ivan. How are you feeling? How are the horses going?
Good. Mare's been in good form.
Yeah.
Yeah, this will be a big question for her, but excited.
Good to have you here. Go well, Ivan van der Sade there. He says it's the 8. We'll have to see how it all rides, how it all plays out. Tony Lewis, legend of the game here, lurking behind the wall. I spotted you, Tony. I spotted you. You sent me some messages about Frank. You've walked the track. If you were riding today, where would your head be?
Sure. No, look, I'd be worried, eh? It's a big track, eh?
Yeah.
Big track, but that's what we expected from the guy. You know, he came here and said, look, this is a World Cup qualifier. You guys have got to jump. So I don't know what you've been jumping, but from what I can see, the horses look pretty good and the riders are looking pretty good.
Yeah.
So we're going to test them today. That's
Lovely,
what he said.
Lovely seeing you, Tony. Well done. Right, so Chris, you've walked. Your impressions of the track and where you at with the stallions, how are they feeling?
Yeah, really good. I think good courses. We've had Frank Rothenberger, one of the world's best.
Well, let's just go.
Okay. Yeah, I think.
The new Hilux GR Sport, legendary toughness meets ultimate performance.
Your phone. Hello?
Hi, ek dink jy het ons foon.
Die splinternuwe Land Cruiser Prado. Werklik boebaas.
I love the chase and the hunt, and I set the pace when I'm running. I always take what I want and I always give it 100. Don't need a bank, no I'm funded. Play the game like it's nothing. I'm always thankful for something. Don't take for granted, stay humble. Now wake up! It's time to look at the enemy. Look in the mirror if he is no friend to me. It's not working out, maybe it's the chemistry. It's time to break up so I can make a better me. Better believe in your mind, cause it's everything. You can mold, shape, find almost anything. All it takes is some time and some clarity to find your identity. It's mind over everything. And when I feel like this, I'm immortal. 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 Don't be scared. Just don't be your math. When I hate, I attack. And when I feel like this, I'm immortal. 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 Don't be scared. Just look me up. Don't be scared.
Gearing up to action, the first of the World Cup qualifiers for 2025 here at Kyalami Park Club, sponsored by Toyota. And these are the horses and their riders that will be going into the class today. Nicholas Riley gets us underway. Quintessence. Lawrence Moat goes at 2. Kelleher Lorenzo. Then John Corber, Lexington. Ronnie Healy, his nominated horse Mandarino, goes at 4. At 5, Gareth Neal Dartoli. Alex Rick Hansen at 6 on Laos. Nicole Horwood, Impossible at 7. At 8, Stacey Lee Weston, Lua Demel. Then Ashley Healy at 9 on Gillian van Orshoff. Tamar Glixman, Kronos at 10. At 11, Chris van der Merwe, Brandon. We're trying to have a chat with him. Unfortunately, a technical glitch just plaguing that interviews. Apologies. Oliver Bishop go to Amy Michau, go to blue. Chris van der Merwe, Bakure. Dominic Alexander Collier at 24. Oscar Ngube, Kelleher Consiga. 26, Amy Hay, Othello. 27, Tam Rueda. 28, Ronnie Healy, Magic Boy. 29, Yvonne and Carinian. At 30, Ashley Fox and Franzi Yu. At 31, Nariska Prinsloo, Capital Aiden and Shari Michaelis. At 32, we are on a draw, so this is not in qualification, it's on a draw. Jason Phillips is with me. He walked the course. Frank Rothenberger said he's going to pitch a decent one, but some of the riders saying it looks jumpable today.
I'm glad to hear that looks jumpable. No, welcome, and it's great to be back here and exciting. Best day of the most famous day of the show, isn't it?
Yeah, this World is Cup the big day. One, World Cup Day. We look forward to the World Cups every year, and they have arrived.
First one of the year.
They have arrived. So, your impressions of the track? Some questions?
It's way more technical than we had the Grand Prix. There's way more shorter distances from that side. For me, it looks a few taller, and overall the whole course looks for me bigger. It's very square. It's interesting that they say it's rideable from that side. So it is inviting. Number one is a nice hollow where Nicholas Heim is cantering down to on the side of the crowd. It is slightly offset, so it's not square. And they do a 90-degree turn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 strides to the wall, which is very tall. I think that's sitting at 160. And they're cantering out the corner away from the gate to a nice Western Shop Oxer. I think it's correct. It's about 6 to the combination, the treble. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Big wide Oxer in. He's put the board in again at the base. And 1 and 2. And Nicola showing us exactly how to ride it. Then we're coming out of a deep corner to a triple bar, the Capital One, which is very shiny with those poles. And then it gets 6. 6 to a very big, tall Kelleher 160 vertical. Now they turn away from a gate to a big combination of vertical in. 1 stride to an Oxer, very open. And then to a very 3 to a very square water tray Oxer. I think and then committed straight away on the 8 to the Baker McFay vertical. And I think this line is going to come very quick, this 9 to 10, because now we go back to the Kudo vertical at 160. 3 strides of very square wings Oxer. And a little breather. I think the horses might think they've finished, and then a little bit back to a off the curve to another 160 vertical. Sure. But for a young horse, I think Nicola would be ecstatic. I think this is horse's World Cup debut, isn't it?
16 penalties. Take a look at the time, 73.29, as we take a look at the replay of the treble that came down, 73.29, time allowed 74, just sneaks into that.
Another thing is a young horse, it's very open. There's a big gap between 1 and 2. They have to stretch for the back rail, and then it's a steady 3, and again he jumps up and then just doesn't finish quite behind. So for me, I think she'd be very happy with that. It was actually one line that just caught them, and I think it was age of the horse and experience.
16 penalties as we move on to Lawrence Moet, Callao, Lorenzo. Now remember, we are on World Cup rules here, top 25%, so we're guaranteed 8 to go through, or all the clears. So if we have more than 8 clears, they'll all go through, or we'll get the top 25% going through to the second round, carrying forward their scores from the first round through to the second round.
That was a good start from Lawrence. Great jump at 1, positive. Horse jumped beautifully over the wall. Horse needs to be running with Lawrence. That's where he gets his power from. Super shot into that. Lovely balanced out the back there. Bit of jumping there.
Both Nicola and Lawrence have gone down the hill off the triple bar to that Callao vertical on 7. What did you walk there?
I think it was a 6 or 7, but it's interesting that they did 7. I think they did, but I think that if they get there on the 6, they might be a little bit long to it. Again, he struggled with that little vertical coming in. It's very flimsy.
You say
Great
little
job.
vertical.
Yeah. Yeah, it's... That oxer looks daunting when you walk up to that Winx oxer. All the flowers on the side. Yo, what a great...
Beautiful ride there by Lawrence. Just the one down, 4 penalties in 70.70. So all good for time, just one down, 4 penalties. I think he'll be ecstatic with that.
I think he'll be absolutely ecstatic.
Because Friday he had quite a few down as we take a look at this rail that came down.
And I don't know, I think that combination can also make you want to jump for that oxer when you haven't cleared the vertical first yet. You get on your leg a little bit early and get a push out and stuff like that. So I think it's subconsciously you don't even realize that you haven't finished jumping the first vertical yet.
Next to go, Callao, Lexington, Jean Corber for Jean and Mr. Michael Whitehouse in joint ownership.
Oh yeah, I'm expecting this horse to have a good day today. He needs bigger jumps. Always seems to come on form on show day, doesn't he? BMT of note.
I felt he was a little bit flat on Friday.
Did she?
Normally comes out a little bit buzzier than what he did then, so she was a little bit of oats to the diet.
Yeah, super shot in, eh? The 7's definitely a nice ride down to that Callao, isn't it? That was beautifully ridden. She was on
little touch, but it stayed.
She was on the diesel quickly there around the corner, which just gave her a chance to balance, and then oh, that was so unlucky. I don't know if he unfolded too early over that water tray. It is a very square water tray, so I think also the horses maybe might see that back rail quite late. Keeping it together to the last. Yeah, fabulous. So great.
The one down for Jean and Lexington, 4 penalties. So we've had 1 on 16 and 2 on 4. Take a look at the replay. You talk us through it, Jason.
So he jumps up, he clears the front rail beautifully, and then just catches it behind, doesn't it? I think maybe it is square, and it is obviously a little wide. I think it just catches them with the width of it,
First of the Ronnie Healy 2 horses, and this is his nominated ride, Mandarino. So just for those unfamiliar, when a rider does have 2 in a World Cup class, obviously World Cup Series run on points, they do need to nominate one of their horses for which they are going for the points on. Otherwise, obviously, there's an unfair advantage if they were to have 2 chances to scoop the points. So it was a tough choice for Ronnie between Magic Boy and Mandarino, but he has decided to go with Mandarino, and the nominated horse needs to be the first one that comes in.
Yeah, very much, and he's coming off great form, and I think the only reason you would take Mandarino over Magic Boy is maybe a bit quicker in the jump off. But as far as form and jump and readiness, I think they're both bang on. It's amazing how that horse can bend his body when you see it through the treble, and he's coming right towards us, and you really do appreciate the athleticism of that horse.
Triple bar wide and 190 wide.
Really well. Just such a slick combination. Each one knows exactly what the other one's thinking. They've given him time to jump in. Horse uses his scope. Beautifully executed. Horse has an amazing ability to jump straight up when he needs to, and then just the elasticity of him in his back is incredible, isn't it?
Exactly right word, elasticity. Wow, there we go.
Super.
Clear all the way, 0 penalties. He'll take through to the second round. Watching is Amy Michal, Friday's winner.
Job done, eh? That's why it was nominated horse.
71.87. Yeah, last year he made a few mistakes with the nominations, again with Mandarina and Magic Boy, and he nominated the wrong horse. Was it Magic Boy or Kyalami last year that he had? But anyway, he lost out on some points through through nominating the wrong horse, and I think that's cost him the series. So
this year he's coming in nice though, because he's coming in with 2 horses which haven't, which are not injured or anything like that. You know, he had a good run from the end of last year, and he's been able to keep them sound and happy and strong. So you know, it's always difficult to nominate when you've got 2 good horses, but maybe one is rusty or hasn't had as much. But both of these horses have been primed, and I'm sure they worked through December and got kept strong and that. So.
Oni obviously leading the Legends series, and there are points on offer. 50 points to the winner today, 47, 45, and so we go down. Another man who's right up there in the series on this beautiful mare of his Dartoli is Gareth Neal, sitting on a good haul of points, so he's wanting a good outcome today. Oh, and a little swerve in front of that.
It's so funny, the way he
triple.
jumped number 3, I thought, sure, he's just giving us such nice ground speed, and I think he maybe just ran a little wide there because he was not getting there on the 6 strides that he needed to. And something that you definitely do not want to jump in incorrectly to would be that ox over treble.
Rail at the A element, so sitting on the 4 for the disobedience and the 4 for the rail, and now he's playing catch up because those dreaded time penalties are going to come into play. Wouldn't be surprised if he pulls up now.
Yeah.
Decided not going to be his day today. We'll have to come back fighting another day. So retirement there from Gareth.
It sometimes just throws you off, you know, when you hit that line and you know it wasn't there. So when you're having a 6
where the rail came down, this is the second time of asking. Not sure if we have the replay of the previous fence and see exactly what happened there while we wait on Laos.
He had such a good shot at that number 3, and I thought, wow, what a great start. And that's the kind of ride you want up to the treble combination. And then and I don't know if she just dropped off the bridle a bit on the left as well, because she can sometimes do that. And you know, Gareth was left in no man's land.
Next to go, Calaho, Laos, Alexandra, Rick Hansen. We've got the one clear, Cornets, Mandarino, still early days, and of course this is a draw. The Grand Prix normally go in reverse sort of qualification, taking into account the previous day's exploits of the horses. Not so with World Cups, it's all about a draw.
And the draw is done with all the names, with all the start numbers in a hat, and you go in and draw a number, and that's your start list, eh?
Correct.
Yeah. So nothing computerized at all, and I think done in the public or the open hours, no? You can go and watch it if you want to. And these guys, I think they're making their World Cup debut, aren't they? They came off a great Grand Prix on Friday.
Yes. Dell.
They've also had a great young riders career, haven't they? And to be honest, Andrea is not old. So, I mean, she's basically almost still in her young rider career. I mean, she must be
She's new to varsity, so she'll be around the 18, 19-year-old mark, I'd imagine.
Yeah, fabulous. So quickly to blood through to the World Cups is fabulous.
One hell of a resume already.
Sure, that was so beautifully ridden. Could just see she understood her horse, because that was
Jumped
so
that, didn't
nicely
it?
done.
Oh,
Yeah.
jumped that.
Oh, what a good run. Quick time.
Beautiful effort there from Alex Rick Hansen. Just one down, 4 penalties for the brilliant Laos.
So you always wonder, you know, it's quite a daunting ox, and you just wonder whether she didn't put too much support on or too much leg going in. Oh, it was actually the back row that he just didn't. Sure, fabulous.
She'll be very, very happy with that. And of course, we are on the top 25% rule. So at the moment, going through, but I wonder where it's all going to play out. We've got one clear already, and still plenty more to come. Lots of quality combination. So Impossible Nicole Horwood for the Capital Stud goes next. Now, another one I chatted to, he just wasn't himself on Friday, so he was taken home. The physios came, they've done some work on his body. Just hoping he feels a lot better today.
He's definitely got enough jump, and he's definitely brave enough, and the pilot's definitely good enough, and he would have to be one of your favorites week in, week out to a course like this, eh?
Rides up on the 6.
Sure.
Little tap, but it stays in the cups.
What a great ride to the treble, wasn't it, eh?
Speaking of cups, one of the things that Kevin Spratley was saying, that Friday they were pitched on those yellow, the top rails, or as that goes down, on those very shallow 18 mil cups, and today there's a change as I'm looking around. Some of them on the yellow cups.
More of a mixture, isn't it?
Yeah.
Shame they just ran out of space after that treble. Good ride to that water tray. And then that water tray is sitting at 160. And he jumped it with space to clear with absolute ease there. Oh, that was a real pity, because that was such a great ride.
73.59, just inside of that 74-second time allowed, but 4 penalties. As we take a look at the replay of that Calaho fence that came down on the 7 strides. Down the hill, maybe just got there a little bit easy.
I think so. I think it was actually the jump before. I don't think she got the right hit to the triple bar, and he landed a bit shallower, and then it just, you know, your rhythm broke, and they didn't get down there with as much fluency as they had on all the rest of the course. Because you could see how he jumped number 10 when he went 10 centimeters higher. That height is definitely not an issue.
Sure. Lua DeMel, Stacey Weston. Would this be this horse's first World Cup?
Be close to, if she didn't catch one at the end of last year or something like that. But I think it would be. I mean, she's been producing this horse nicely over the last 2 years, and I think it's won the Gold Tour year before, and she's won a few Grand Prix, and she rode as our second rider on Friday. She cantered around clear, and we all thought it was procedural, and then the pole started falling. So it's good to see them coming on a great form. And if you wanted to jump your first World Cup, I think you would definitely want to be on that. What a fight that little mare was, eh? Sure. Eh? Those front legs were stretched over that oxer coming in there. Oh.
She tried to go down.
She tried to do the 6, yeah, exactly, and it just.
So far, that Calaho fence has come down more often than any other. Oh, she tried over that. She really tried.
So sometimes when they step up to this, the horses just need to get their eye in. And that's almost a little bit look what it looks like at that oxer there. That she wasn't quite sure. It was a little bit wider than the ones they've been jumping, and 1 or 2 holes higher. Oh, fabulous, eh?
She'll be super happy with that. That horse jumped out of its skin, and these 160 verticals made light work of them.
Fabulous ride there. I think everybody expected that triple bar to ride bigger, and generally you would think you're riding with more momentum.
Yeah, the horse actually did really well to jump it. She was going down on the 6 and then was a little bit far off of that, and Louis de Mel actually just chipping in there.
And they almost got away with it, didn't they? They were really.
So 2 down, 8 penalties. Now, what does this... We've had quite a few on 4, Jason. We're on the top 25% rule. And when you have an early rail 4, what does that do? Because top 25% means you could be on 4 and get bumped out if you're not quick enough. So does the time come into your mind, or are you just thinking about the end flags?
I think it would be dependent on horse and rider, and I say experience of horse and rider. So if I'm riding an experienced horse, which I would be like thinking that, you know, I've got a shot at this and I hot a rail, I think my ride would then be, you know, okay, I'm now going to take a little more risk, cut a little bit more corners and do that. If I'm riding a young horse, I'd be thinking, okay, we still want to come home in 4. Yeah, you know, if I'm in, I'm in, if I'm out, I'm out. But someone that's chasing points and would expect to jump clear, you know, like if Ronnie and a Magic Boy happen to have a silly rail, I would expect to
start moving up a gear. Ashley Healy on track here with Gillian van Oorshoff.
And this will be their debut together in a World Cup. First season together. Both come in with great experience, but you know, it still takes a little bit of time to understand exactly how much support, how much leg, do I do anything different when it's a bit bigger? And I'm sure this is their biggest.
Their face, second rail goes down, so sitting on 8.
And a great round, I mean, really. So both, was it both back rails or the combination of the triple bar and the water tray?
The water tray is at the Equicover fence.
Back rail as well.
Coming up the hill. Let's take a look at the A element of that Toyota treble. This was the first mistake. Dedicated 6 strides.
She might have got a little easier than she would have liked to have had. The horse had to pitch a bit higher, but that's being super critical from the side.
So we now have had 8, and we move into the top 25% rule, sitting in 8th position. In that precarious position on 16 penalties, Rivendell Quintessence. And once she moves out of that position, we're down to 8s, only 2 of them, and then we're already into the 4s, Jason.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think the word will go out to the warm-up ring that if you have one down, there's still a chance, but only if you have one.
Yeah.
You're quick enough. The fastest of those 4s, or the slowest of those 4s, 73.59, which is Impossible and Nicole. Meanwhile, back to the live pictures here. Tamar Glixman Farnham's Capital Kronos is on track.
He's got jump and he's a lot of experience, and Tamar is also coming off good form from this year. I don't think she was happy with her own riding, she said, at the Grand Prix. I think she, and rightly so, being the outdoor or indoor champion, South African champion, she knows that they both have it. Coming out with different form already today, aren't they?
Beautifully done through that treble.
That looked like a great shot there. Sure.
Callagher fence.
She had to fix that, eh? I think the first 2 that showed that 7 strides have ridden it beautifully. Nicola and Lawrence got it. Tamar's fighting here hard. Fabulous.
3 from home.
I don't think time's an issue here. She feels like she has gone a little slower.
61 needs to get home in the next 10 seconds.
Yeah.
She'll be all right.
Tight.
Yes!
Yeah, and in. Okay.
72.05, the second of our clears. She books her spot into the second round. Capital Kronos and Tamar Glixman. Well done. Just waiting for her to put that red jacket on.
She worked so hard for it, didn't
So that means that Quintessence and Nicholas Simon Riley drop out of that top 25%. Lua DeMel and Stacey Weston now in that hot seat, 8 penalties in 73. 0-1. The bell's gone for Chris van der Merwe. Brandon, number 11, a 9-year-old stallion, a son of Brantzau.
Yeah, I think there'll be this horse has he jumped a World Cup yet? I'm sure not, eh? I'm sure it's his first. I think Chris has got 2 horses debuting here. I mean, very exciting for the 334 stud to have 2 stallions that produced up the ranks.
Really coming into their own. We're going to see plenty of them. And
did you jump much against the stallion on his way up? I had some horses that were at the same rate, but mine horses ended at 130 and are still there. And here he is jumping around the World Cup. Sure, what a fabulous jump. But you can see Chris's experience. I mean, he's already a former World Cup leg winner and has won pretty much everything.
Absolutely dominated that series the one year, just won about all of them. Chantilly, the overall series, I think that was around 2016 or so.
Time flies. Wow, you can just see the class of this horse and everything like that. How old is he? He's an 8-year-old, isn't he?
8-year-old.
And that is fabulous. We can't run a World Cup with an 8-year-old. I mean, that is exquisite.
73-1-6, 1 down, 4 penalties as we take a look at the replay. He came over that Callahoo fence in turn and had to really get the horse back in his just a little bit together again.
Yeah.
And it was back up the hill where where off that turn. He was just bouncing a little bit bouncing around a bit. But I mean, the light touch. Really.
Oh, yeah, it was. I mean, he does not want to touch those poles at all, does he?
And his time, Brandon's time on the 4 fault, 73-1-6. He's the second slowest of the 4 faults. So we'll see how the rest plays out. Top 8 will go through. So Stacey, I'm afraid, is out. Ashley and Gillian on 8 in 71-36 in the hot seat as Oliver Bishop comes in on Gaucho.
He had a good showing on Friday. Just one down at that water tray. He said he might have just ridden it a bit harder than he should have.
Bit of a rest.
Yeah. I did also say to him that I think it would have been easier with it being a little taller, and the way he jumped through the treble, he said if it does help when it's a bit bigger, the Gaucho's eyes get big. I'm sure not only Gaucho's eyes, my eyes get big. When you see these horses jumping this. But as cool as always, smooth.
You've had that rail.
I don't know if I mean, at this level and with these quality riders, I don't think they really care whether they're going towards the gate or away from the gate.
Well, I was about to say, do you think it's coming off the gate, they jump at 6 and go past the gate, coming back up the hill?
I think it has to. I mean, it affects it a little bit. I mean, and I think, he'll be super happy with that, that's for sure. I mean, obviously he would have wanted it clear, but I mean, the horse did not struggle anywhere, and, you know, I mean, he's known for being so smooth and fluent, and it just wasn't as that to that combination, you know. Other than that, I mean, they didn't put a foot wrong anywhere.
Shots of the onlookers, Lisa, Linda Kirschman. Leona is in the arena, ready for action. Number 13, Finale U for the 334 Sport Horse Stud. Also
a nominated horse, eh? She's got 2 horses here.
Yes.
Yeah, and she was 3rd in Outdoor Grand Prix, wasn't she? This horse. And then 3rd in the President's Cup. This also comes off great form, eh?
He's currently 4th in the Legends Series.
Such a fighter, this mare. I really think she jumps fully on as well. I mean, I know we haven't probably had any younger horses in, but that board at the second one has not made a difference. And I wonder if it's because it's also this time it was Oxa vertical Last time it was vertical oxa, so interesting.
Down, that Callao fence has gone down a few times today.
Almost looked like the mare was anticipating a left turn and then didn't keep it up.
7A and 8 is also down.
Looks like she ran out a bit of puff there, didn't she? Down that line. And she is fighting and she gives everything when she jumps here. Still beautifully ridden there.
Finishes nicely, big jump out over that last. Finishes on 12 penalties, not going to be good enough to go through to that top 25%. This fence has come down quite a few times, so too has this cover fence. Also that Callao fence, definitely the 3 bogey fences that we've seen thus far.
I think some of those horses also jump out that double and they push quite hard and they maybe just don't land a bit in a heap and don't land with the same momentum and rhythm. So you expect it to be a level 3 and then suddenly, as you saw, Leona was trying to ride to get there, which is not really what you want, you know?
Charlie Ann Barford goes next, Odiena van Berrimar.
Also this horse's debut, she's quite excited about this horse. Blooded it through last year and very opinionated little mare there.
She is a fighter.
Only believes that she should jump. There's no such thing as flat work or schooling or anything like that. It's just a waste of her time.
11-year-old daughter of Kanan.
So she's got more than enough ability as long as she'll let Charlie ride her. There's a lot of feeling that she knows better. Lovely and crisp through there.
Out through that.
So it's just when you have those turnbacks like that, then she sometimes gets. But Charlie was really good there to try and minimize it.
Number 6 has come down 4 times. Number 7 has come down 4 times. Number 8 has come down 4 times.
Look how easy she got there. Almost too
number
easy
Number
again.
6 now 5 and number 8 5. So definitely they some sort of an issue for whatever reason it is.
Which Charlie has to be quick on her wits with the mare. He is back and wants to fight and just do it her way. What a great showing though. Fabulous. She'll be ecstatic with that.
Go down. 8 penalties, so in the 8th position now.
Silly rails. You know?
Yeah, and just outside of that top 25% into 9th position as we take a look at the replay of the first rail that came down. This is down the hill on that 7 strides to that Callao fence.
I think Charlie was asking her to slow down a bit, but she didn't need to go slow.
It's the opinionation that comes in there. So sitting in 8th position now, we into the 4s, Jason. 4 penalties in 73.59 or better at this stage will see you into that top 25%, and sitting in that precarious position is Nicole Horwood and Impossible.
How many 4-faulters do you think you have in the jump off? What do you think? Give us a prediction, yeah.
I think we could be going, I think 2.
Yeah.
I'm going to say 2. Yeah. Jodie Ambrose currently on track. Casco Gray's 2nd World Cup qualifier.
We were talking about how bloody is and electric is for a big horse, eh? I think maybe that board showed a little bit for him his greenness again, because he did have a bit of a look at it, and I think that's why he had coming in slightly. So again, but he's the first really young one of the lot that we've had come through here. Be interesting to hear how wide that oxer is, because it definitely does catch them on the width side of things.
Yes.
Sure, it's looking good. Yeah, fabulous.
2 down, 8 penalties for Callao Casco Gray.
Yeah, really good. I think she'll be ecstatic with that.
Replay of 4A, another one of the fences that has come down quite a few times.
And they just don't jump across it enough, eh? I mean, it really is soft rails there.
So Nicole survives on the 4 penalties in 73.59. Second round, the riders will get a chance to walk their second round. Will be in reverse order of classification, taking into account penalties and time from this first round. So the 0 penalty fastest ones will go towards the end of the second round. Meanwhile, Kayla Nordia is next to go on this fabulous Calaho Conzano.
A great outdoor Grand Prix. Sure, did he show his scope and ability there. Sure, rolled that.
C element rolled in the cups, but she got away with it. Unfortunately, the A is down, so sitting on 4.
So that line definitely shows if you don't have the right line after that oxa and you're a little wider, you end up just, I think, traveling a bit too much in, by carrying a bit too much pace into the treble. That was well ridden, sure. So where everybody else has had the problem, she was fantastic through that. They just got better and better as the course went on.
Settle and get down to business, finishes
just
well.
Find a great rhythm and sure.
2 down.
Good.
So once again, the A element of that treble combination comes down, and 6 as well. That Calaho fence that's caused a few issues. George Cutlass. I tell you that number 6 has gone down 6 times now. And number 8 has gone down 6 times as well. So those definitely the bogies, the 6 being the Calaho vertical, and 8 coming back up the hill with that very wide back rail, that very square equi-cover oxa with that water tray underneath it. Those are the 2 that have gone down most often than any other fence. 4A has gone down 4 times, which is the A element of that Toyota treble combination. Penalty round there from Conzano and Kayla as George begins his round. Previous winner of a World Cup qualifier at Heartland a season or 2 ago, Mr. Cutlass and Lord Chris.
Yeah, and these 2 come off. I mean, Chris has produced this horse, so he knows this horse well, so this is all his own work, and good on him to do it, and I think he's produced. He's got another young one coming up in the grades. It's exciting. Not the easiest of horse, in the warm-up and stuff like that, and if Chris does have a chance to nominate, he would always try and be early. So I think it's a little disadvantage having to draw, and
George having to really sit back on him there and set him up for that tall Calaho fence. It looked like it was taking charge down the hill. No, he's a very quirky animal. Oftentimes in other classes he'll nominate to go first because he tries to warm up when others are walking the course.
Yeah. But the horse is looking strong and healthy and shiny, and Chris is looking fabulous. And top the way he's piloting it here. Obviously out of the mentorship of Ronnie as well.
And there we go.
Fabulous, for sure.
Well, Ronnie was clear, you mentioned him, Mandarino, Kronos clear with Tamar, and now Calaho Lord Chris with George Cutlass. Also, is he? Was there a time penalty? 68-71. The music suddenly went quiet, and that normally happens when they've had a look at the time and had to pull back the music because it wasn't clear. But I think
what a fabulous round
it was. So 3 clears now in this opening stanza of this World Cup qualifier. Tracy Carney comes in on number 18, Calaho Lamour.
She was chuffed with her on Friday. She was very happy. She says maybe she could have done something a bit better. She did comment on our 90s girl comment.
What did we say?
We saw her in the 90s jumping. Always a great sense of humor. on and off the horse, but a professional through and through. I think that's
just stutter on the turn then have to go on the 8.
Yeah, I don't think that definitely wasn't her plan.
Yeah, I think Lily turned the corner and saw the wall in front of her. Remember that wall is a fence that the horses have only seen for the first time today. So another little sneaky from the course design party that they left it out until today and then just give them a little bit of shock and awe. But it could have been worse. It could have been facing the other way with George the Pelican.
George the Pelican scares me. So hard to see. So I mean, this is such a sensitive mare, and really does need Tracy's expertise and Tracy's know-how to pilot her around. And so you never know, when the horses come in here, we take it at face value and that, but you don't know how the warm-up's gone and whether it was according to plan. And so it's always, obviously they come in to the best job they can, and also a little unsettling when you have that ride 1 to 2.
Brother Lindor with Kiara in the previous class. This morning in the 140s.
I think Tracy just is saying, when the mare's that sensitive and things aren't going,
it's not your day, it's not your day.
Exactly, and neither have anything to prove here. They have good enough credentials and have done enough in the sport, and the season is young.
Let's take a look at the replay. So off of the Hollard ride around the turn, just looked like she's lost her rhythm off that turn and then had to go to plan B, and then at 160 it's a big ask off of not enough rhythm.
And that's also very quick thinking to do a plan B. I don't know the sitters, but I understand that it is quite quicker, the thinking and reaction when they get to this height of how fast you have to react. There are some stats I was going to, someone was telling me the other day, but I didn't.
Well, that's what Frank Rothenberger was saying when we interviewed him. That's what it all, as it gets bigger, more technical, your reaction time is shorter. That's what it comes down to. It comes back down to your training.
To actually get all those facts, could be very interesting to know exactly how.
Oregon von Bischkop and Nariska Prinsloo has come in, and I'm afraid not going according to plan because this was Nariska's nominated ride. She's got Aiden coming in a little bit later at 31.
But both young horses in this.
Yeah, it would be a tough choice. I mean, you could have rolled the dice there or flipped a coin rather.
And you can see his inexperience. The way he jumped number 1, I think Nariska was just going to feel out whether it was worthwhile continuing and seeing how it was. But, I think he looked at the crowd, he went super high at number 1, didn't jump across. And that was definitely not Nariska's plan. Then jump 2, jump 3, he jumped it huge again. Just see how airborne he gets here. How high he goes. So, even Nariska's quick thinking, his plan B was not on the cards.
When you say quick thinking, lands in a bit of a heap as he takes the back rail with his back toes, and then you're on the committed 7 to that wall and suddenly it's gone.
Yeah, no,
it's just not there.
It's hard enough when everything goes well.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, I'm Wilma goes next. Leona Fanamava, she comes back in. Of course, she went on a nominated ride earlier on finale and finished up on 12 penalties, so back in for her second bite of the apple here.
That was a quick change from Leona.
This horse, World Cup qualifier winner from last year at the Maple Ridge Kromdraai event.
Yeah, in good company as well, wasn't it?
Bit of a touch, but it stays.
It's funny how many people have. I think everybody will be grateful that the white cups are on their hair, not the yellow.
It was definitely a conscious change. Course design party, but 6 has gone down yet again for the 7th time today. So 7 times it's fallen. Number 8 has fallen 7 times as well. So those very much the 2 fences.
Just saw the mare take a bit of charge after the triple bar. Leona knew what was coming and what she needed to do, and that line is written really well.
I was about to say that 10 has almost set you up really nicely for 11, which is a big square oxer.
And from our view here, you just see them balloon that number 10, and it looks beautiful. It looks like poetry, the way they jump that 10. And I really thought that we would see those rails come down, but...
So 2 down for Hayheim Wilma.
You know what also she was maneuvering, just couldn't get, that was the difference, fine lines.
So let's take a look at that hot seat top 25%. Nicole Horwood has fallen out of contention for the second round. Brandon and Chris van der Merwe, 4 penalties in 73, 1-6. Now sitting in that precarious position, and I would, maybe some of those assistant support crew are listening as to what's going on in the arena whilst they put the warm-ups on some of the riders in this class. You need, if you have one down, riders to be quicker than 73.16. So an early rail, make sure you have a quick 4. You could find yourself still in contention for the second round. Trayton Hendricks.
This also had a great Friday, didn't it? Well, let me say, Shayton and all his horses had a great Friday. And 2 horses in the top 6, something like that. And this horse must be his first World Cup.
Certainly furnished, blossomed, developed.
Wow, how was his quality through that?
Formidable sport horse. Was in the money on Friday.
Yeah. And it's just over the years, Shayton's been, he's allowed Shayton to ride him quicker because time was always of the essence. I think Shayton is riding a slightly different line. I hope he doesn't get caught.
Caught by the clock either, because he was very deliberate off of that turn. He's got to keep moving. He has.
And the horse has just got to naturally, as we said on Friday, an up canter. So time is what 14 seconds to get home in.
He's going to move.
If he's too careful to the last, he could be caught. Oh no, he did move on there quickly.
Has he? Into time, 77.14, 4 penalties.
He needed 3-time penalties, didn't he?
I'm afraid, yeah. He's.
But well, I mean, he'll be ecstatic for her first World Cup debut. I mean, that was clear for jumping.
Clear for jumping, but I'm afraid 4 penalties and being time penalties not going to be good enough to get himself into the top 25%. If you're on 4, it can't be 4 time penalties, as you need to be quicker than 73.59. But one massive future ahead of them.
So exciting for Kalahostad and for Shayton, and very, very nice. And that's only one of a few in the pipeline, I think.
Now we have Friday's winner, Blue Equestrian Go to Blue. It's Amy Michal, 14-year-old Zorocco Blue. Chatted to her in the course walk. She said she was a little bit nervous for today.
I didn't think she showed any nerves. I haven't seen her. That's amazing.
But I mean, you wouldn't be human if you weren't nervous for today. And chatting to Johan yesterday in co-commentary, I mean, somebody who's seasoned and is tough and hardy and is battle worn as Johan is, he says he still gets nerves, and that's very, very normal.
Sometimes I don't know if it's nerves or butterflies, in the sense that, you know, these athletes have been, they dream of this. This is the day, this is the whole reason for the show, these 6 World Cups, you know. And finally when you get here, it's a little bit of excitement, and you know, I'm not sure it's always nerves for these guys, but it's the adrenaline pumps, and you realize you're alive, and here we go.
It just skips through there. And remember from Amy's interview on Friday, this is her first 1 meter 50 back at this show since 2023, when she won the SA Champs at Stockies Dry. Can you believe it? He's been on a holiday and she's been studying. First 150 show back. In fact, at the beginning of the year, they were skipping around the 110s.
What have you been doing since 2023, Aiden?
Plugging away.
Sure. Fabulous, but I mean, I mean, she is very natural. I mean, look at that feel that she's got, and her timing is exquisite. And for someone who hasn't jumped at this height, you know, we were talking about horses getting used to the height and the width and everything like that. I mean, that was fabulous. And look at this.
And you see the support crew. You can't see we are on camera, but at Damien and Liam giving each other big hugs.
Almost did the Mexican wave, didn't they? Huh?
brilliant stuff.
Sure.
69.38, great time as well. So she's put herself into second, and remember that the second round will be in reverse order. The only quicker one, George Cutlass and Lord Chris in 68.71. Amy in second, 69.38. And wow,
No, fabulous.
what
I mean,
a rider.
I was thinking that...
What a story.
But after her win on Friday, I was thinking, sure, you know, you just told me she hasn't been back to 2023. Is a Friday and a Sunday too much for a horse? You know, what do you do? But, well, she answered all those questions, didn't she? Like a little equitation round as well. Fabulously ridden.
Chris van der Merwe is back. Bakure, an 8-year-old stallion. You were talking about some of the younger ones earlier in that treble combination.
Yeah.
This is one of the youngsters in the class, but of course he's got a magician on his back.
Now this is this horse's first one. He didn't jump Outdoor Grand Prix or anything like that, did he? I don't remember. Or did he? Yeah.
Bakure, Brandon jumped the Outdoor
Brandon
Grand.
does, yeah. So you can see he's a little bit green already there. Made a little mistake wall, but
He just pecked on landing after A. He didn't have his back. He actually went. I think he went into the surface a little bit.
And that's just, I mean, it's actually just quality of horses, you know, when they're that good and everything like that. And that's where, you know, I'm sure Chris knew that it would be interesting to see where they're at. And, you know, I mean, we know that he will be a horseman now, give him a nice little jump and finish the day and, you know.
Come around, jump number one.
And that's just knowing what's right for your horse, you know. What a great. But I mean, that's also an exciting horse, eh?
Very.
And again, like you just mentioned, that wall for a young horse, again, catching it early. I mean, look how big he went.
Clipped the rail and
in
then
front, and then he couldn't land.
Went over his fetlock a little bit on landing.
It shows what an athlete he is, because most other horses would have landed in a heap on the other side. He was still able to, you know, attempt the second element.
It's unfortunate, but that's sometimes just the rub of the green, the way it goes.
So how good did he jump number one again, though, when he finished?
With the course design party, putting up the fence right next to him was unfazed.
No concern, they were just,
And again, a huge future. I mean, Chris has got one heck of a string. This is early days at this level.
Yeah, exactly that. Exactly that.
Dominic Alexander, Capital Collier for owner Holly Smith comes out next. So Lexington and Jean now in their hot seat. Unfortunately,
you believe it,
Chris has been knocked out. Brandon's no longer there. So Jean on 4 in 71.
How many 4-faults have we got?
How many have we got left? We've got Jean, we've got Gaucho and Oliver, we've got Lorenzo and Lawrence, and we've got Leos and Alex Rick. So 4. We said possibly 2, and we've got 9 left to come. So, Collier, no pressure, but your dad is clear. Go and join him in the second round. Kronos, one of those that have gone clear.
He definitely has the jump, and I'll be honest, I think it'll be easier for him today with the jumps being a little bigger.
Is that a focus thing? They just need the bigger jumps, just grab their attention, make them try a little harder?
I think so. And I mean, look how easy he's just jumped this bigger jump. I mean, the same with Gaucho. How easy did he go down that treble when it was a bit bigger? You know, these horses are used to jumping the big fences. These are the seasoned World Cup horses. Maybe the riders have bigger eyes and pay more attention as well. But no, I definitely think, you know, this is a horse that could easily skip round. Also a great pilot, lots of experience, also won the World Cup circuit enough times. Been to the finals, like Lisa and Bronwyn so eloquently represented South Africa over the years. And Dominic would be focused today. He wasn't happy with
brilliant stuff
Friday, but not happy with not his horses, with himself. You're kidding me.
74-1-4.
I think one will get in there.
Time, and you'll get in. So he's in the top 25.
Yeah.
but it might come back and bite in the second round because
100%.
he'll be playing a little bit of catch-up.
A double clear will win it still.
Well, let's see. We thought that. I mean, we've seen President's Cup twice at Nicola, and Sagi win on a time penalty from the first round when the others have been bailed out in the second round, and she's gone clear. So, listen, it ain't over till it's over. It could get very interesting here. You never know what Frank Rothenberg is going to pitch in the second round as well.
Point,
he could go up three holes, and he could change the white cups to yellow cups.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting. I didn't think he was slow, so it'll be interesting to see where he actually lost time. Or maybe it was just a bit everywhere, wasn't it?
Oscar goes next, Calaho Consigo. So with Domini's one-time fault, Jean Corbin, Lexington, they drop out of that top 25%. And it's now Oliver Bishop and Gaucho who sit there in that hot seat in 71.96 and 4 penalties. Oscar's on track now, Natural, Calaho Consigo, 10-year-old Con Coriano Clinton.
So produced himself, and the young horse in here, he already had to make a plan B 1 to 2, but beautifully executed.
Would this be his first World Cup on this horse, new to this?
I really do think so. Yeah, he thinks a lot of this horse, and I think would rightly so. He's done some good stuff on the way up here, and how he's young, isn't he? 10 years old or?
6 has gone down once more, so that now becomes the fence that's gone down more than any other with 8 times.
It's entering this Baker McFay one. I thought that the one right in front of us here might have proven a little bit more, and after that thing, but it really hasn't.
It hasn't come down.
Yeah.
And I don't think, I was about to say, Wings jumping. Oscar's just clipped it.
Yeah,
but he should be very, very happy with that.
It's a very careful horse, and I think it just needs to get used to this height a little bit. But yeah, I mean, what a fabulous showing. It did so much good stuff.
6, 7, and 11. So 6, 8 times, 7, 8 times. 12 penalty round there from Oscar. As we take a look at the replay, this was the first. That's fence number 6 that came down once again. Finishes on 12, not good enough to go through to that top 25%, which means that at this stage Gaucho and Oliver survive on the 4 in 71.96.
So we're thinking if it's only 2, then Lawrence will be the one in the hot seat at the end there. So we're saying we could lose 1 or 2 more.
Well, we are surmising.
Another debut in the World Cups here. I think it'll be the hottest little one here.
He is little.
Time
he
will
is
not be of an
hot.
issue.
No.
Whether he listens to Mom is a different
Breaks
story.
might be an issue, but time won't be. God, he's game. Look at him. Look at him.
It's amazing how quick he is.
Sure.
And it's as it gets bigger, he gets stronger and harder, and then goes higher. This will be just a little balance for her to see.
Look at her sitting up. Yeah.
We knew that was going to be, because he's running hard at it. So
as he landed, Amy was with her body behind the vertical.
He's going to attack this water tray as well. He's on it.
Tray's clear, but the other 2 down, so sitting on 12.
I know this is where he gets his strength and his power from. Sometimes wish he would give his mom a little bit more of an easier time.
Because there's nothing more she can do. I mean,
yeah,
you might say, okay, well, we've got to find something else in his another bit for him. But
and I think if he gets used to this height a little bit more, you'll find it won't run as hard. But what a great viewing!
Yeah.
I mean, it was one line that really gave them a hard time. Otherwise, that was
look at the smile on Amy's face. I think the pair of them, that's a debut World Cup effort.
Start and finish.
Super, look at how happy she is. So 3 down. She had the Calaho fence before this one, and then both A and B elements of 7 A, B.
So you can see he hit 6 and he ran hard 6, 7, and then came back to listen to Mom.
So she is certainly a very, very happy young lady as well. She should be, because that's got a big, big future.
And also just come out of the young riders circuit, young, lots of future ahead of her.
Calaho Lientos goes next, Tamara Rueda.
I think this horse looks like it's harder to get to the start than the way he spooked there. He's such a tiger that he looked at the wall and Again, another horse which is unbelievable athleticism, doesn't he? Oh, he can bend his body.
Electric, he's fiery.
Tam just knows him so well, man. That ride to that wall was fabulous.
Like a little bouncy ball.
Electric, eh? I don't know if you can see it from home, but you can just hear him through that treble, how quick he was off the floor, and then you hear him come off the floor, but you don't hear him land. He's just so light. Beautifully ridden.
Curls his body over the fences.
And also coming off a bit of an injury, not
Yeah,
not
he's
in
been off for a while.
not in a.
It's so easy. He's looking on it. Left to come. Come on, Eatos. Come on, Tam. Sponsors jump, gives that plenty of air. One more to come, 160 vertical to finish.
Gave herself a bit of time.
Yes,
Well done.
beautiful time is super. No problems there, 71.96. That gives us another clear. The magical Calaho, Lientos and Tam Rueda put themselves into that second round. All clears will go through, top 25%. So out now is Gaucho and Oliver, and Calaho, Lorenzo and Lawrence are there. There's Alex Rick on 4 and Domini on 1. The rest are all clear.
So we've got 2 on 4, is that what you're saying?
We've got 2 on 4, but
you might need a clear round to get in, eh?
Well, Magic Boy is up next.
You've got Magic Boy, you've got Francis Edge, you've got Aiden, you've got Ultimo. All of those have definitely the credentials to put a zero score together, don't they?
Ronnie already clear on his nominated horse, Mandarino. This is the horse now that is leading the overall Legends series by 1 point over Mandarino.
Have you got the latest one since the World Cup?
I have. I can tell you that Ronnie on Magic Boy sits on 168, Mandarino on 167.
Sure.
Gareth didn't go according to script today, 151. 149 Finale, she's not there. Ashley's not there on Gillian. Brandon's out, Larison's out, Conzano's out. Chris is still there, so the biggest benefactor here for today could be George.
Domini.
Ronnie as well. So cool. He seems the trouble. No bustling, there's no fighting, it's just...
And it's funny, this is what we see now, but you know, this horse needed Ronnie to produce him. And the younger horse, he wasn't as easy, and he wasn't as, I know Ronnie and him and Bits have always been a big discussion. But, you know, consistency year in, year out, him getting to know the horse, finding out what the horse wants, giving him what he wants, finding a balance. And then you have that masterpiece there.
71.52 clear, 2 from 2. Mandarino clear, Magic Boy clear.
Sure.
Wow, Ronnie Healy. Who was the quicker one? Into third he goes, 71.52. Lord Chris and George lead out of the Ronnie Healy stable in 68.71, sitting in pole position at this stage. Go to Blue, Amy in second in 69.38. Magic Boy in third, 71.52, and then Mandarino in 71.87. But because Mandarino is the nominated horse, he will come in first in the second round ahead of Magic Boy. In the top 8, we've got 1 sitting on 4, then Domini on 1, the rest are clear.
With 4 left to come.
Yvonne, Carinia, Franzi Yu, Ashley Fox, Aiden, Nariska Prinslua, Ultimo, Shari Michaelis.
Now this horse I think is also making a World Cup debut, eh?
For sure. Fonda Seda, 14-year-old mare.
They had a good Friday.
A's down. I beg your pardon, 4 A's down and
C. wonder if he changed his mind, because originally it looked like he was going to go down on the 6 to that Callahoo, being this kind of horse because it always runs, and he rode it beautifully on the 7.
Look at that water tray. Ivan put the leg and he jumped.
Not the easiest. Ivan does a great job on this one. Definitely got the scope and the technique and that, but
He's doing a great job here because the mare has been looking and he's been riding for his life, and he's going to bring her home on. The last one goes down on a 12 penalty round, but I think he should be very proud of himself. That took some strong riding from Yvonne van der Sade, and she'll be the better for it. She had her eyes, she had wide eyes, but she made the finish. Let's take a look at the treble. So the A element went down, the C element went down as well.
And I mean, these horses are making their debut with Frank Rottenberg. You know, they're not making their debut on course builders of the world, you know.
Take no prisoners, Frank. Ashley Fox goes next. Franz EU. Although having said that, this course has been very fair. Look at the results of it.
I think he's pitched it beautifully. I mean, for us as spectators, we're going to see a great jump off, and that's what we want to see. You know, we want to see speed. We want to see it all. You know, no one's coming here today and is going to jump the jump off and go for a double clear. You know, everybody's going to want to. If you got a chance to be clear and to win a World Cup, you end up in a very select few around the world that can put that on their resume.
Ashley Fox is on track now. 334 Franz EU, this 12-year-old daughter of Cassel. There is one left on 4. That's Alex Rick Hansen. 4 penalties in 70.33. So it really does mean that you want to get into that top 25. You can have 1 or 2 time penalties, although that's really not ideal. What you need is a clear. So come on, Ash, leave him up.
Also their debut on this, or I haven't? I mean,
World Cup debut.
All day.
Jumped the Outdoor Grand Prix and she jumped President's Cup. So she has gone
setting up for it.
So now, if she wants to get in, she needs to be quick. I don't think she's going to have the ground speed that Laos has. He was quickly around in 70.33.
Well, he was one of our quickest overall. There was only 2 other quicker than him, wasn't it? Lord Chris and Go to Blue.
Class stats. And 6 has gone down that Callahoo vertical 10 times. 7A has gone down 10 times.
Sure. She
beautiful round.
Happy, yeah, great round. And within the time, beautifully executed from a time and ground speed, and I think really a little unlucky actually.
Just 2 down, she should be ecstatic, beautifully ridden. That was the first that came down, and then off the turn she comes back up the hill to 7A, which also came down to give Ashley just 8 penalties in her World Cup debut. There's been a few debutants today. It's been exciting to see.
And great showing as well, and I think I'm actually really happy. It's funny, everybody that's kind of hit the Callahoo have then come around and hit the KEP as well, if they're, you know, from that side, if they've had that one.
KEP A element has been done 8 times, and the B element twice. So it's all the A element causing the double, but the big bogey definitely that Callahoo fence. Hill off of the triple bar on that 7. Look at his scope. Look at his power. Goodness.
He hasn't jumped many World Cups either, has he?
He's very new to this level. So I think in a season or 2 will be absolutely amazing, because he is a big horse. He's going to get stronger.
Yeah, I mean, and Nariska does a great job, and he's got quicker. I mean, he's spending still, when we're watching here, a lot of time in there, but he's spent less now, and he's allowed Nariska to let him ride him from that side. So, I mean, she's a master. I mean, I watched her jump him in a Grand Prix at, I don't know if it was President's Cup or Maple or something like that, and the turns that she had to do to come in the time was unbelievable. She made it look so easy. You just saw the horse's quality and class there. And again, you know, he would have pushed out the combination. I mean, he must be the biggest horse in the class. Pretty close on.
Pretty close.
From that, if not, I'm not sure who would be taller than him. So, He really is elastic, the way he can bend his body. But those big horses, I think when they're that young and they debut, run out a bit of puff at the push at the end there. They have to work hard. But wow, I mean, what a great horse for the future. And great job by Nariska. I think she's ecstatic.
First mistake, and then of course that tall vertical, as you said, Jason, right at the end came down and maybe just ran out a bit of puff there. But like I say, in a season, he's only a 9-year-old and he's a big horse.
Sure.
Bigger horses, they take.
I didn't realize he was only 9.
They take time to furnish into themselves. I think that is.
Imagine him in a year,
correct.
more strength.
Yes.
He'd probably one that you would want to take to Aachen, because there wouldn't be a jump big enough for you, would they? The way he jumps.
Certainly got power. Last to go, Shari Michaelis, Ultimo WC. World Cups on this horse before.
She's also got a very strong resume even before having Ultimo, hasn't she? Career. Make her sound like she's old and she's still really young.
Fantastic. Is it Cupidor?
Cupidor, yeah, won a lot. I saw her win some classes, some jump-offs, which, you know, you knew when she go there was no chance that you were going to get that. You were really fighting for second. So she knows how to ride fast. And I mean, this is purchased from Lara over the years, and together that long, might be their 3rd season together maybe. Conda's helping her now. She's based at Ray's yard. Corba helps her when Conda's not around.
Really solid outing from Shari. Oh.
Don't think you should commentate anymore when
Sorry,
you do
Shari.
that. That was
sorry.
That was really solid.
Sorry.
And how many people hit
4,
number 10?
hang on a sec, 4 in 69.97. That'll put her into the top 25.
Oh, is she
just quick enough, 69.97. So she'll still be there. She'll be first to go, and anything can happen in the second round. So very quick 4 falter, good enough from Shari to buy her a spot into the second round. So well done,
Fabulous.
Shari.
It is going to be a very exciting jump off. It is going to be fast, that's for sure. With you look at some of the people that are clear here.
Our clears are Mandarino,
who's quick,
Ronnie Healy, Kronos, Tamar
who
Glicksman,
is our indoor South African champion.
Lord Chris, George Cutlass.
I mean, look at his fast ground speed in the first round. I mean, naturally he can't go slow.
And a winner of a World Cup qualifier, so to Mandarino. Go to Blue Friday's winner, Amy. We know she's quick.
Yeah, we saw
and jumped
that.
a fabulous first round as well, made it look absolutely effortless. Lientos, very fast, Tam
Sure.
Rueda. Magic Boy, Ronnie Healy is
other clear.
there is the other clear. Then we've got Domini on one-time penalty with Collier.
He'll have to go clear.
He'll have to go.
That's all.
Yeah.
He'll be trying to, you know, he's not going to be 1 and 2. I can't see that. He might get lucky in with a pole if everybody's chasing a win. But you know, I don't think.
And again, it comes down to what sort of track is Frank Rothenberger going to pitch her? Is he going to go up a little bit? Is he going to make it a very tight time in the second round? The time, will it factor in? Well, I don't know, because essentially it's a jump off. I mean, it's not called a jump off because you've got. Why is it not called a jump off? Called second round because a jump off has to be of horses sitting on the same amount of penalties. Whereas second round you've got clears and you've got 1 and you've got a 4. So it can't be a jump off.
Hence
It's
the top
called
25%.
Exactly. So you're carrying forward your faults from the first round, and then we've got Ultimo and Shari. Who has to jump clear. She's pretty much...
fortunately.
Yeah.
She'll be trying to make up some points here and get some World Cup rankings and jump double clear and end up as high as she can. Where is she?
So Ronnie on Mandarino and Magic Boy are right up there in the points on 168 and 167. Domini on Kronos is sitting on 118. He sits on 1 time penalty though, so he's going to enjoy getting some points. He's going to hope he's going to aim for a clear and hope that the others fluff their lines in the second round and buy himself a few more points. Kronos, where do we have Kronos? Tamar Glixman, she's sitting on 97. We've got Lord Chris and George. He is sitting on 126. Amy and Go to Blue didn't partake at Outdoor Grand Prix, but they banked 50 points from Friday, so they'll be looking for, well, I mean, there's a long way to go. Derby's waited 2 times, plus with a qualifier, so anything can happen here. Liantos.
But George can win the most here.
George?
He is. I mean, he's sitting 30, 20, how many points was
126 at the moment. So
he's sitting 40 points off.
He could put himself right up there as well. So let's take a look at the lineup of the horses going through to the second round in reverse order of classification, taking into account penalties and time. Shari Michaela sits on 4, Domini sits on 1, the rest are all clear. Tamar Glixman, Tam Rueda, Ronnie and Ronnie. Ronnie will have to go first on Mandarino, correct, his nominated horse, then on Magic Boy, so there might be a little bit of a break while we wait for him to change over, unless of course Amy is happy to go before him, and so too the judges, but we'll have to see. And then sitting in pole position, George and Lord Chris. That's what's still to come in the second round of this Toyota sponsored FEI World Cup qualifier, round number 2. So they are going to change the track, and Jason's going to go out and walk, and we're hoping to go and get some thoughts about the first round with some of the riders. So plenty more to come here on Equestrian Live. Don't go away.
Fortunate GR Sport, the luxury of freedom unleashed.
Okay. Alright, here we go. 1, 2, 3. Let's go. Red light, no way I'm coming back home. Long dirt road all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way I'm coming back home. Long dirt road all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home.
Look at this. How do they even find these places?
Ooh. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more.
The Toyota Urban Cruiser. Go find your fun.
About others way before myself, yeah. I guess that's why I feel like I go through hell, damn. Wasting time on your dreams instead of mine, yeah. About to turn this franchise around on a dime, man. It's all about finding your right state of mind. It's all about turning the worst into fine. It's all about time and the work and the climb. From the thirst we will rise, I'm immersed in this life. Don't let somebody take your time and your worth. Just focus on yourself first. Don't let somebody take your time and your worth. Just focus on yourself first. Don't let somebody take your time and your worth. Just focus on yourself first. Don't let somebody take your time and your worth. Just focus on yourself first.
Welcome back, and we are preparing for the second round. Frank, he doesn't know we're going to go in for an interview, but we are. Is Amy Hay, who rode Othello, and of course Charlie and Odiana with newlywed husband Roy. Come talk to us, Amy. I want to chat to you. Amy Hay, what a fantastic round. Just 3 down. This magical little horse of yours. Your first World Cup, his first World Cup?
Yeah, both of our first World Cups. So happy with him. I mean, he gets a little bit strong. Should have maybe waited a bit earlier, but I couldn't have asked for a better first World Cup.
And what was the feeling? Were there butterflies going in? Absolute exhilaration coming out?
I'd be lying if I said I wasn't nervous. But as I jumped over number 1, I knew I needed to focus and concentrate, and then I was ready. And the tracks this weekend have been amazing. Yeah. So flowing, yeah, perfect.
He makes you work. We see your upper body going right back, trying to hold him off the fences. But all of that will come. I mean, it's new to both of you, and once you settle down, you're going to be a force to be reckoned with.
Thank you so much, Aiden. And thank you to Toyota for the sponsorship of this show.
Coach Charlie, we're going to call her out there. Mrs. Barford, come and chat to us, please. Well, apologies for that. Little gremlin making its way into the system, but we are back with Charlie Barford. Odeon at 2 down. Tell me about your round.
I was so proud of her, Aiden, and I think it was a good round. You know, one rail her fault, one rail my fault. I think I could have supported her. She lacks a bit of rideability, but you know, the jump is there, and I just think it's going to get better and better. I'm so proud of her today, and so grateful to be able to jump a World Cup. I think, you know, it's very rare to find a horse that can jump at this level with such an incredible course builder, and I just feel so grateful to have her.
Brilliant. We look forward to the future of you two. It looks bright. Charlie got one hell of a string of horses. Let's sneak up here. Ronnie and George, 2 from the Equestrian Yard. George, chat to us very quickly, and then we're going to have a chat with Ron. Pole position, well done, clear, and the fastest time. Tell me about the first round and what you're expecting in the second.
Oh, he felt amazing. I knew the way he was jumping the warm-up that if I rode well, he would jump well. If I do my job again, I know he'll do his. So that's all I can hope for.
He's settled down a bit in the warm-up now.
Yeah, he's better. He's fine if nothing happens. Yeah. If someone sort of runs into him, then he gets a bit funny. But touch wood, he's been all right. So.
We'll be watching keenly. Go well, my friend. All the best for the second round. Ronnie's over there. Let's steal him very quickly before Gonda steals you away. 2 from 2. Magic. Yeah, both of them. Mandarino, tell me about him, and then Magic Boy as well.
They have just really come into themselves the last 18 months, 2 years. I am extremely lucky to have 2 horses of this level, and it makes riding fun and enjoyable. To be honest, both of them felt like they were trying, but like they're just so good in their bodies now and maturing and I guess ready for their next level. You know, if everything goes to plan. You know, definitely ready for next year's adventures, I think.
It looks easy. We'll talk to you about those adventures as well when we get a chance. Perhaps even after the class. He's a man in form. Where is Domini? There's Domini. I want to talk to him about those time penalties or time penalty that could come back to bite him. So we take a look around this track, see if it has gone up. We'll have a chat to Domini about that as well. Let's go find him. Here he is. Here he is. He's trying to ignore me, but I'm going to trap him there quickly. Dom, before you start that walk, very quickly, 1 time penalty. But tell me about the round.
I thought my horse jumped fantastic. I mean, he really was pushing and jumped well. And I think the only place when I've analysed it afterwards, he jumped a little right out the line over there. I think it was 8 to 9, and it walked to normal 8, and I added 1 stride. I did 9. And that's 1 second. And unfortunate, but that happened. But my horse jumped really well. I was happy.
Where's your head now going to the second round, carrying forward that 1 time penalty? What do? Just jump a clear and hope the others that fluff their lines?
Yeah, I need to jump a clear round.
Go well, Dominic Alexander. They think they're going to run away, but we're going to grab them. Nicole, very quickly. He looked better today, but just out of that top 25%.
Yeah, I was so pleased with him. I was thrilled. So I think I had this one down this Kelleher jump. So he landed a little bit short after the triple bar, and then I thought move on and then just hold him off, and he ran through the bridle a bit. He just tipped it off, but I'm really happy. He jumped super.
If you're a betting person, who's your money on for this title in the second round?
Oh, it's a tough one. I mean, obviously Ronnie's so consistent, but Amy, she's been amazing as well. So Kroondog, yeah, he's got a really
Lovely
good chance.
for you to see him up there with Tamar.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's fast in the jump off, so he's also in there with a good chance.
Thank you so much for your time. Let's chat to Tamar Klicksman very quickly. Tamar, what a run, Tamar. Come quickly. You can't run away. Fantastic performance, but well done. You're in the second round. Jumped absolutely splendidly. Where's your head going into the second round, and what do you see?
Good. No, I'm very confident. I hope he just has a smooth round. I just want to give him a nice ride. And yeah, he's just the best horse in the world. So I'm just grateful that I'm on him and I'm in the second round.
Oh, well, all the best. Let you complete your Lawrence. Well, that wasn't so bad, Laurie. You were just knocking on the door there or thereabouts, just pipped out of that top 25%. But what a round.
I was absolutely over the moon with him. I've never felt so confident at that level. I felt like we gelled, and the track is technical and big, and I'm just so happy for him that he had a good, safe round. And I mean, I underrode, so I had going into that double, the kept double, I just underrode it slightly because I just wanted to be quite steady on that one stride and the four stride. So I had to underride going in, paid the price. Should have ridden up to it, then just trusted that he would come off the jump himself. But a good day at the office.
Well done, my friend. All the very best. Look forward to the upcoming season with the two of you. Here's Amy just chatting to coaches, the Stevens outfit, Damien and Liam. Amy, are we going to get a quick word? Can we jump in? Amy, well done. What a brilliant... You just made it look so easy, like you were out for a Sunday hack. How are you feeling, and what does the track look like for the second round?
Very nervous. The track looks pretty good. I'm just hoping that his ground speed is good enough. There's nothing... I'm going to try and drop a stride where I can, but everything just needs to flow, and there's no tricks or anything, so just got to see if...
Ground speed on Friday was good enough. I mean, today's enough.
Yeah, I think so. We'll see.
Give it horns. All the best. Amy Michal there. Who else have we got? Let's take a look. Maybe we can see some of these fences. Have they gone up? Let's have a chat to Gonda and Ray, chatting about the second round. Just Ray, have a chat with us quickly. Second round, how's it looking to you? Is it bigger? Is it
not really bigger, just quite flowing with some one or two tight turns and a little turn back here. I think it's going to be a bit gallopy. It's going to be fun to watch for the crowd.
Excellent. Let's chat to Gonda. Hi, Gonda. What have you told your pupils going into the second round?
I told my pupils they've got to come first, second and third.
Okay. How are we going to do that? Go fast, leave them all up?
I don't know. No, it's a good track. I think there's places where you can gallop on, places where you can turn short. Quite clever with the turning short. There's a jump pretty well in front of the jump you're turning into. So you've got to be careful not to go across it too much, because then you're facing into the jump on the other side. But yet you've got to hurry up for your time. He's built fantastically this show, and the guys have been very good. I think everybody's up tremendously, and he's very impressed with our young riders and with the others. He said that he has not seen Frank Rottenberger said he's not been here for a long time, and he said the improvement is unbelievable, and he's just been in Australia, and also the improvement is unbelievable, which is very nice to hear from a guy like him who's been building. I think he told me he's built over, I don't know, 5,000 tracks or something, or more, 40,000 tracks or something.
I think over 100 Nations Cups as well, so quite special to have him here. And I mean, that's a feather in your cap, Gonda, because we're only on the up because of what the likes of you are doing, coaching these riders. Yeah, well,
Even
well
though
done.
I have to fly up and down from Cape Town every 2 weeks for 8 days and back again and back again.
But it's your expertise, your experience, so thank you very
I'm
much.
ready
and
to
well done.
tie one of these days.
Yes, Gonda Beatrix there. So we're going to go to a commercial break, and when we come back, all the action from the second round of the Toyota-sponsored FEI World Cup Qualifying Legends Series.
you a bucky?
It's not a bucket. It's a Hilux.
Okay.
Alright, here we go. And
On the
1, 2.
floor, feeling at the gas station when the time's close. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home.
Look at this. How do they even find these places?
Push it to the limit, I can't go no
The Toyota Urban Cruiser. Go find your fun.
So we just got the lowdown of what riders are thinking as they go into the second round. The riders going through. Let's take a look. Of course, they are in reverse order of classification after that first round. And first to go will be Shari Michaelis, who sits on a very fast 4 penalties from the first round. Domini Collier sitting on 1. We heard what he thinks. He'll just have to go clear and then hope the others fluff their lines. Tamar, she's looking for a lovely clear round in the bag. Just super stoked to be there. Tam Rueda and Liantos is going to be super fast. Ronnie's going to give it his all on Mandarino and Magic Boy. Amy, well, she hasn't come here to make up numbers, especially after a great win on Friday. She's on Go to Blue. And then George fancies his chances on the very speedy Callagher Lord Chris. Of course, he's already won a World Cup qualifier a season or so ago out at Heartlands. So he's got a big shout here. Of course, this is the first leg of the series for the World Cup qualifiers, but it's also makes up part of the Year of the Legend series, powered by Toyota. That's how that looks. 168 points. Blue Turtles capital Magic Boy and Ronnie. He's there with Mandarino. 167. Dartoli takes no part in the second round. No points today for Dartoli. No points today for Finale. No points today for Gillian. No points today for Brandon. Larison's not there. Conzano's not there. Just on time. Lord Chris is there. He could be a big winner today. Should he bag 50 points, he'll go pretty much to the top of the tables. Obviously, it depends. There's not any points for winners, but all the way down as well. So we are ready to go. Jason, you walk the track. It's a galloping track. Time allowed 56 seconds. What did you see?
Yeah, it'll be interesting. So Shari's going off to number 1. They put number 1 backwards this time. So now they're jumping into the catering, still on the side of the arena. I don't think you don't want to waste time to 2, but you need to jump 2 clear. They've changed 2 from what was the triple bar to a very square capital Oxa. I'd say very square is slightly offset. The back rail is higher. Shari has to go clear, so that's what she'll be doing here. They haven't changed the distance here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, still the 7. They have lowered going in here by 1 hole into this double. Still the 1 stride in, so vertical in. Now the jump off starts quick. So now they're going to whip around this number 2 to the wings, which has a nice little base underneath it. But the horses only see it as they turn around there because of those big capital wings. Then they're going to land inside that combination. This next capital Western Shop Oxer is not wide. It is, and it's also not that big in comparison to everything else. And then 6, 7, 8 to the last. So it'll be a gallop to the last. I think Shari did a great job there. She did what she had to do, jump clear. We've got a nice big board at that Toyota, so the horses can really gallop down and back off from that side. So I think the key will be what happens after 4. How quickly they whip round to wings, how fast they gallop down to the Western Shop. And if that's matched by horse, it'll be he who risks the most to the last. So
Shari does brilliantly well, stays on the 0:46.70. She now has to wait it out and see how the rest go. Dominic Alexander has to go cleared here to stay on the 1. And again, hope that the others have issues in the second round, those that have gone clear. So here he is, Dominic Alexander on the wonderful Collier.
What did he say about his time fault?
He said he was just a little bit deliberate. It was all the way around, possibly just...
Did the 7 down. So we don't expect speed from him and Shari. We expect them just to be clever, make sure they're in the time, make sure they don't knock any down, and then that'll be their job done for the day. I think there's also a little bit more underlying riding on here, Aidan. The reason I say that is if you talk about people wanting to go to Aachen next year, if you won the World Cup Series, you would have a ticket, and you're there. So the likes of potentially Domini and for sure Ronnie and whoever else, I mean Leontos is in the name on that side, so job done within the time.
48.85 moves into the lead at this stage. 48.85. Shari's time 46.70, but of course she was on the 4. Dominic needed to bank that clear and then see how the rest plays out. So at this stage he does move into the lead on 48.85, but of course we're now into the clears, and now it all gets very serious. Now they're all level pegging and it comes down to time. Who can leave them up and go the quickest?
Yeah, it'd be interesting. I mean, when you look at that, you know George can be very quick around after 4, 5, 6, 7. Leontos can be very quick. Go to Blue, we already know that is going to be quick. Mandarina and Ronnie, I think this will... And this is his nominated horse as well, isn't it?
This is his nominated horse, correct? Yeah. That's why he's coming in first, obviously, and that's why he's actually coming in a little bit earlier, because these two horses were to go after each other. So he's decided he'll come in a little bit earlier on this one.
So I think he has to set the tone. He has to obviously leave them all up, but he has to give them something to chase. He's good at that. So ideally not wasting time to 2, which he hasn't. It's quite tight there. Interesting line. No one else has had that line. No, but it's the problem when you have to risk it.
This of course plays into Domini's favour, because he's now banked the clear, and the others will be going hammer and tongs against each other and might force each other into mistakes.
Yeah, no, Ronnie's now, you were talking about trying to be quick. He needs to be quick because now he wants as many World Cup points as he can. He's obviously not going to win it now, but he needs to try and get up as high as he can. You can't just settle and jump, go around and clear, because he's also got Shari who's sitting there at 46.
Interesting. So comes home in a time of 42.23 on the 4 penalties. Mandarino.
I think that's still going to be a really quick time. I think that's going to be a really quick 4-faulter. That was it wasn't really. I mean, I know he didn't risk 5, 6, 7 as much as he could, but
just going.
There's really not much you can do down there. You've got to survive the 7. Someone that was making it easy, she's definitely tight everywhere. Look how tight she is around there. Out the turn, 1, 2, pop
Get up.
Oh, fabulous. Now she must set sail. If she can hit this on the gallop, which she has, then we'll give her 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so she did 8 to the last, sure, and a nice time.
Brilliant as Ashley watches on. 43.45 the time. Into the lead she goes, clear all the way. Tamar Glicksman, what a roll she's on.
Yeah, fabulous. And that's I think what Ronnie wanted to do with, obviously he would have been 1 second quicker, but just to set the tone that people have to catch him, because that was a great ride from Tamar. It was clever, it was precise. I think maybe people could go a little bit quicker, 5 to 6. This horse is naturally such a fast speed and doesn't spend any time in the air, so he'll have a bit of an instinct advantage. If he takes the same line as Tamar, he'll just naturally be quicker, so that's
interesting at this stage. Of course, plenty more to come. Kronos leading Collier, who's by Kronos. 4.5 the time. Now on her way with a very speedy Liantos.
She's set up on such a good canter there.
Like you said, Jason, if he leaves them all up, he's going to be quicker.
So she's gone a little wider to this 2 to make sure. Also, that was a good ride. So 8 to the last looks like the number.
3 left to come. Ronnie Healy, Capital Magic Boy, will go next. So the judges obviously affording him the time to just get ready. Then we've got Go to Blue, Amy Michal. And last to go will be Callahoo, Lord Chris.
So of those ones there, which are the ones that I think most of those have expressions of interest on them, don't they? I think George put his name down, if I'm correct in saying.
George, I think, is on the list. We're going to grab it and just have a look exactly. Ronnie's obviously there. We've got Lexi Carter, who's overseas. Amy Michal put her name down, although in her interview she said, I didn't really know what it was all about, but I put my hand down. my hand up. Bronwyn DeSantos, obviously she's overseas. Charlie Bays is based overseas. Chris van der Merwe, Dominique Alexander. George, Hannah Garton, Jason Slade, John Corber, Kelly O'Connor, Lawrence Mowat. What a great outing he had today, just out of that top 25%. Leona van der Merwe, Lorette Knowles-Taylor, Matthew Morrison is overseas, Monique Beck is overseas, Nariska, Nicholas Simon Riley, Nicole Horwood, Oliver Lazarus overseas, Paige Jacobs, she's already there, Raina Corbo, Ronnie Healy, Tam Rueda, Thomas Triggle, Thomas van Reekvorsel. There is Laurie, enjoying a cold one for his efforts.
So what is the prize for the Legends this year?
Well, there's a lot of synergy. The reason why it's called the Legend Series is this year it's a Toyota Legend double cab buggy. So a lovely little vehicle to have for any equestrian enthusiast.
Sure.
Vital. It's listen to me.
Great cars.
Yeah. Talking like I know cars, but I know it's a great vehicle.
I've heard.
Comes with a good price tag as well. So a really fantastic vehicle. And of course that's for the show jumping. For the dressage, they're also in the year of the Legend Series. For the dressage, it's SA Champs, which happens at KPC this year and then rolls into Derby as well, the dressage Derby.
So they've got over 2
and
legs.
They've got, theirs is over 2 legs, and they are competing for a Toyota Starlet Cross motor car. So Toyota really coming to the party. There is Magic Boy and Ronnie trotting in, 1 down on Mandarino.
And that was his nominated horse.
Yes.
From that side. So really, yeah, this is all pride and prize money and
points for the Legend Series.
Yeah, of course.
I also picked up on this that from 2 to 5 you come around the corner and the wings, the capital jump obscures it once again. Frank Rothenberg's been very clever in his placement of jumps.
Don't think it was luck.
No, I do not.
No, that's why he is who he is, isn't he?
On the angle over that hollard fence to start.
Yeah, a little bit different kind of run-off with Ronnie. He knows his horse, he knows his strengths. Sure.
Shaved that front rail, jumped it.
He's been really quick here, quicker than I would have thought. He saw such a good ride to the combination. Knew he has living on the edge here.
It'll be a win for him today.
Still going to be quick though. I mean, we've got how many? We've got 2 double clears. Wasn't it? Sure. Fabulous.
4 penalties in 42.12. The time was quick. That's the fastest time that we have seen, but unfortunately the 4 comes into play as we take a look at the replay, Jason.
Oh, he was trying to win. I mean, that's the bottom line, what you say. You know, they could jump that all week in, week out, you know, and he knew what was coming. He knew, you know, he's got an idea of what George's plan is, considering he helps him.
Exactly right.
You know, he knows what Amy's already shown what she can do.
Amy's next to go, Friday's winner, previous winner of the South African Championships. Amazing story. This horse at the beginning of this year was hacking around the 110s on a comeback performance. studying. He needed a bit of time off. Their first 150 show in over 2 years since SA Champs when she won it at Stockies Dry. She's on her way.
A little wider than Ronnie there. So let's jump it. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Kronos leading 43.45.
So that was a good shot in there. So smooth.
Oh,
everybody's had a good shot in, has hit it, eh? Yeah. So now can she?
Tamar still leads.
Dominic must be smiling.
With every rail, Dominic gets closer to the front. He's not going to win it, obviously. Tam is double clear, but he could get close.
Sure. Fabulous.
One down. Same rail as Ronnie.
You wonder as well if they didn't, you know, okay, you have to win and how it is, so you have to risk everything. But you almost need to survive 1, 2, 3, 4, and then your jump off starts.
41.47 the time, Jason, which is the fastest we've seen. So, of course, Amy was out to win it as well. 41.47, but the one down.
Who got George?
Kronos leading 43.45. Liantos in second, 44.90. Both of those double clear. Dominic at this stage in third, 48.85. Last to go here, pole position, Callagho, Lord, Chris, and George Cutlass.
So the time's definitely beatable by Tamong, but she's put out a norm that you can't hack around for it. George just has to try not lose too much time, 1, 2, 3, 4, because Tamar rode a great line.
Oh, he stuttered on takeoff, got away with it. Just to get the horse back into stride.
I think it worked for his 7 strides. Pushes.
Okay, going to have to go now if he wants to win, because...
Hope if you can see a good shot here out the turn, which he has. Up! Oh! Tamar. Sure, what a great one.
Tamar's won it. Tamar Glicksman, Kronos, 15 years old now.
Come
Kronos.
Sure.
Wow. So one down time was 43.78. Tamar's time 43.45. So regardless, he would have, she would have won it.
She would have. I think he did slow up after that.
Yes.
But still, I mean, Tamar did an amazing job. She set the tone. She gave them something which I say in inverted commas was beatable. We saw enough times beating it, but you had to risk. So that was perfectly executed. I think next time you do an interview, understand that she knows what she's doing.
What do they call it? Sandbagging.
Yeah.
She's sandbagging. She's
played
bluffing.
You. She played you.
She should be a real poker player. Old Tamar.
Fabulous.
Told me she wasn't going for it. Told me she was just there to give him a good round. She did that.
What a year for her. Here we have
Indoor Grand Prix, the first of the World Cup qualifiers.
Yeah. Fabulous, fabulous.
I mean, he would have come with a price tag, and good luck to her.
But you still need to ride and execute.
Yes.
Lots of people with all the goods, but unable to execute still. And I mean, Tam, if we think of where Liantos has come back, also coming back from injury, I'd say, I wouldn't say short of experience, but maybe short of running this year. Great round there, second, Domini. I'm sure he'll be a bit kicky himself there, to have one time fault there from that side. But again, I think he'd be super happy. Amy's had a fabulous result this year, considering it's her first 150.
Considering it's a 2-year sabbatical.
Yeah.
First 150 show.
And I mean,
won the 150 Grand Prix and posted a really fast time, 42. What was her time? Fastest time, 41.47. Fastest out of everybody, but just the one down.
Interesting to see how quick Magic Boy was there. I mean, you would always think that Mandarina would be quicker than Magic Boy, and I mean today it showed. And I think, if Ronnie had been clear over that, he might have saved another second there. So that's great. I mean, that really Magic Boy is quick, and so great jumping, eh? Really, really good jumping.
There is Tamar, so great pictures.
I think she's going to do a success jiggle, like Amy.
Tamar Glixman wins 43.45. Tam Rueda in second. Leantos 44.90. Yeah, that time penalty, Jason Domini. But he crept his way back up the leaderboard, didn't he?
Fought back, didn't he?
And that's what can happen. He said he needed to go clear. And he did, so he gets that third check, and that'll give him a good amount of points. 50 to the winner for Tamar. So Tamar on 97 bags another 50, and Domini sitting on 118 will bank 45, I believe, for third. So a good haul of points in the overall year of the legend.
Shoots the right up, doesn't it? Really does. I mean, Ronnie will still be leading it. You'll have Ronnie 1-2, but then you'll have
George,
George, Tamar, and Domini hot on his heels.
There is the winner of the World Cup qualifier, the opening leg of the World Cup Series. Don't forget that apart from the Legends Series, World Cup also run on points, and obviously the winner of the overall series books a ticket overseas if they want to, with a year dispensation from the FEI because of all the travel restrictions. So unlike other territories or zones where if you win your zone or your league you have to compete the very next year, South Africa does get dispensation to compete a year later.
Yeah, and I mean, look at all the ones there that didn't make a great showing there in ninth, with Alexander McHanson, Lawrence there in 10th, Oliver, John, and all great and all great runs today. You know, really, you know, John's unlucky. Oliver, Lawrence was there. You know, Kalaleos.
She's in tears.
This must be her first World Cup win, isn't it?
For sure.
For sure.
In fact, this could be her first World Cup outing.
First World Cup outing, sure. That's one way to remember it. I would stop. Everyone I rode or won.
Yes, 100% record. I'm unbeaten. 15 years old young, and of course Kronos, his son. Look at them. They need to get a picture of the two of them together. Kronos, 15, and Collier 10. So sure, he's doing the business as a 4-year-old, old Kronos, as his progeny. What a great result there for Tamar Glixman. Outdoor Grand Prix, beginning of the year.
But I mean, all the pedigrees of all these 5 horses standing in front of us are amazing. I mean, what Kronos has done in the sport already, what Leantos, and how Leantos is still young, he's still got lots on the go and has already, if not, I don't think he's won a couple of World Cups. I think I remember that, and won some majors. I think he's won the series. Collier is, I think this is probably his first proper year. Last year was his blooding season in. Amy's coming back after winning SA Champs, and what a comeback that is. And you know, Ronnie sitting in 4th and 5th after a 2nd and 3rd on Friday, and 1 and 2 at Outdoor Grand Prix. And that's fabulous.
Gwen Crompton representing Toyota, of course. Gwen Crompton, the Vice President of Marketing, can't be with us today, but of course Gwen, his daughter, ably deputizing in his absence. Leantos flicking that rosette away. I want the winners one. Michelle Turlot going forward along with...
And how small is he compared to them? A different kind of horse compared to Kronos and Collier.
In terms of height, I'm not sure how tall he is, but in his frame, he's lean and he's athletic. He's very blood. There's Dominic Collier. He's so seasoned, Dominic, but one-time penalty.
I think he'll be happy. You know, he definitely won't be unhappy. He might be a little irritated, but he'll get over it quickly.
So Kronos winning, Tamar Glixman, Leantos in 2nd, Tam Rueda, Collier, Dominic Alexander in 3rd, Go to Blue, Amy in 4th, 5th and 6th, Ronnie Healy, Magic Boy in Mandarino, and George 7th position. Minor money, Shari Michaelis gets 8th, 9th place to Laos and Alex Rickhanson, 10th place to Lorenzo Lawrence Moet, 11th to Gaucho, Oliver Bishop, and Lexington and Jean Corba get that 12th check. So the top three are going to dismount and make their way up onto the podium.
It does show you when you see Shari's result there how expensive that silly rail at number 10 was when she jumped a beautiful round, because she couldn't do anything more and ended up 8th and did a great job. But if she had even just jumped double clear and had the exact same time, she would have been 3rd. What a great afternoon of jumping, eh? Nice course. I think it was well received. Good jumping, fun jump off. Good weather. Tough day in Africa, eh?
Amazing, and great to see a new face on the top of the podium.
Yeah.
Great for her. She's really struck up one serious partnership with Kronos and Madgo from strength to strength. She's hard-working. She's
consistent.
Been in the game for a long, long time. She runs a very successful outfit just down the road here at Mini Farnham.
Yeah, and is producing a lot of the future stars in the pony riders and juniors, eh?
She deserves it. She's worked incredibly hard for many years to get where she is.
Very much so, very much so.
I'm sure Dominique and Lorette are very proud as well. She's very emotional, as she should be. It's great to see that sort of emotion on the top tier as well. It's just really moving.
Yeah, to be a World Cup winner. It is, we watch the World Cups overseas, and here it is happening in your own backyard, and what an opportunity for us to be able to ride World Cups like this and have, whether you take it or not, the opportunity to go onto the world stage like Bronwyn did, Because how else would we have ever got there? How else would have had Bronwyn had that opportunity? And if anybody took it with both hands, it would have been her, with her showing this year.
South Africa is knocking on the door, Jason. I mean, it feels like it is the right time. There's these expressions of interest to go overseas. You've got to do it. I mean, it may not be plain sailing when you get there, and it may not all go according to the ultimate dream, but you've got to get in there, get a foot in the door and do it. And now is the time. We've got the riders, like you said.
We have the horses, and I think, like we've said here, with the quarantine, if it could just become a little bit more consistent, I think, for us from that point of view, is not opening and closing, and for whatever reasons, I'm not sure. I think it would be easier, but you talk about all the horses that are overseas and the people that have just recently gone, Jason Slade's gone across recently, Thomas from Rokenborsel's gone across recently, Ronnie's putting his horse on there. If it could be easier like it is in Europe and America and those kind of, free movement of horses, I think it would, it'd be a very interesting horsey industry market in South Africa from that side. And like you said, I don't know, I mean, for Ronnie to put both his horses on the plane to go, you think he has to, with the horsepower that he's got there, the form he's on. When again will you have horses like this, if ever? To do it, you hope you will.
We obviously seeing show jumping and sport horses in front of us, but the same story was true about the racing industry. We were nowhere in the world until we did it, and Mike de Kock took a string in early 2000s over to Dubai, and Ipitombi won, and Victory Moon won, and suddenly South Africa was, oh wow, these guys are breeding good horses. This is a shopping destination for us. It opened the doors.
100%.
The quarantine thing is a major problem and a major headache, but I believe there are moves afoot. Listen, we've heard the story a lot of times, but we're getting closer.
Yeah. Well, it's already going in the right direction, so that's great. And I mean, if you look at all our breeding programs and studs and the horses and the quality of the horses here and the blood, the genes are the genes, and we've got it here.
We've got the breeding grounds as well, and of course we're on the Rand, so as a shopping destination for horses, South Africa could be desirable, even if it does have it's just to open up the doors and to make people go, oh wow, South Africa, they breed good horses, and we are. And they're going to get better.
I
what's
agree.
happening at the moment. Let's take confirmation of the results as we take in these wonderful pictures of Tamar and Kronos, and then we will be getting Tamar in for an interview. So there it is, 43.45. Tamar Glixman, Tamara Rueda and Leanne Tosbach in second, 44.90. Dominique Alexander, one-time penalty from that first round in third. Then Amy, Ronnie, on Magic Boy, and Ronnie again in 6 on Mandarino. Jason has been joining me in co-commentary. Once again, it's been a great privilege having you here. Rest up, mend
Thank
up.
you.
You had a little bit of a spill in the week,
Yeah.
but you're a toughie. You'll be
I
back.
have to say that. No, but thank you. It was a great opportunity and great to be part of this Legends Tour and to watch this incredible jumping and to follow on from the jumping we saw on Friday. Some new faces on the podium today, and I think all good in South African show jumping. Look forward to the next World Cup round. Where is it? I think Shongweni, isn't it?
Shongweni in not too distant future. So Jason, thank you so much. We're going to go to a quick break, and when we come back, that interview with the winning rider, Tamar Glicksman.
My once's dinner's cancelled. Aww.
Aww.
The all-new Toyota Starlet Cross. Own it.
Welcome back. Well, with me is the winner of the first World Cup qualifier for 2025, the first in the series. We've just seen the conclusion. You are emotional. You are allowed to be emotional because this is a huge day in your career. We were saying, Jason and I, you've worked for so many years, so hard. You run a very successful operation down the road. But it's all about the horsepower. It's all about having the horses to be able to ride at top level. You acquired him not so long ago. And wow, what an acquisition it's been, because beginning of the year, indoor Grand Prix. You then went to outdoor Grand Prix. And now today, a World Cup qualifier. Your first on him, your first in a long time. You were telling me about 8 years ago or so you rode Toko, but your first on him, and what a dream result.
Thanks, Aiden. He's just amazing. It feels like a dream. It feels like a dream that I own a horse of that caliber. I'm so grateful for him, and it's a dream that I've just won my first World Cup ever, and I'm just so happy that I actually don't know what to do. For once in my life, I'm speechless, Aiden.
It's absolutely brilliant. Now, let's talk about the first round. You rode a peach of a round. He jumped his socks off for you. I then went and chatted to you on camera during the course walk for the second round, and I said, where's your mind at? You said, well, I'm just going to give him a nice ride. I'm not going to put him under pressure. Were you sandbagging? Was that your poker face?
Well, I just know with him, he's got so much step and so much stride. So if I just give him a good ride and just shorten my lines, he's quick. He really is quick. yeah, for such a big horse, it's incredible how quick he is. And I just love him. I love everything about him.
He looks like a nice person as well. I was watching him he's a stallion, he's a breeding stallion. He had his progeny in the lineup with him, which is just amazing. Collier was there, but he just seems like a cool dude.
He's just the best person in the world, after my husband and my daughter.
Now, well, congratulations! But we do have your round queued up. So this is the second round, and you can take us through it and just let me know where your head was at and when you pressed the button, when you said go, or whether just from the beginning you were just on a nice casual ride and just paid dividends for you. So we're going to roll that round, and Tam, you can talk us through it. You're taking it all in.
He just felt so incredible over 1, and then I moved on to 2, but I knew I had to get straight, and it was just there. I mean, I was expecting to add an extra one into that. And then on the 7, I was thinking, should I do 6? Law actually said to me I should try do the 6, but I was scared he was going to have it down. So then I opted to do the 7, and then he was just incredible in the double. He was unbelievable here because in the Grand Prix, I had that turn back down. So I really wanted to get him balanced and back. And then he was just amazing. And he was listening. He was like whatever I was thinking, he was thinking. We were just in sync. He's just amazing.
Fantastic pictures there. Your first World Cup
It
series
feels like a dream.
win.
Doesn't seem real. Sorry,
Yes.
Aiden.
No. It's going to sink in, and tomorrow's going to be a good day. Lots of
Yes.
champagne this evening. Now, tell me about the courses that you faced over this week, Friday, coming into today. What were the expectations? What was the talk around the park about what Frank was going to pitch for you riders?
I'm not going to lie. I was a bit scared of Frank. I Googled him for about 2 weeks before the show to try and see what kind of courses I was going to get and try to just see what he was going to put out there. And what came back was it was going to be like technical and come quickly, but he would always make it safe for the rider, which made me feel a lot better. And then after the Grand Prix / World Cup on Friday, I thought today was going to be really big, but it was a beautiful course. It rode beautifully. I walked it once. I knew exactly what I needed to do. And yeah, it was a great track.
Brilliant. A word to your support team, Barry and Law, for the longest time.
Yes, my
they
team
must be so proud.
At home. Like, I couldn't do it without you, so thank you so much. Even my yard, my little riding school, had a huge dressage show on today. My little daughter was riding in the dressage show, and they ran it without me. They are incredible. To trust my groom, and Nick and Gibson, 2 other guys, came to support and help me today. They're just amazing. And Lauren, my work rider, Lara, who runs the team at home, Sam, who's the head coach, my team are just incredible. And it's so nice to be able to have a team like that, because you can't do this if you don't have that.
Yeah.
So I'm very grateful to them, grateful to all my sponsors, to Western Shop, Equifeeds, Winks, Max Gut Health. If I don't name you, I'm sorry, but just thank you. And we are so grateful for the sponsorship. We can't do it without you. Toyota, thank you for putting in all that you do, putting on this amazing show, bringing out Frank. It's a privilege to be in a class of this caliber. So thank you. And to all the other riders, they were so good. It seems like a dream to be on the podium next to Dom. And Tam rode, her horse is so quick, so I actually didn't think I was going to win. I really didn't. It really was a shock, and I'm just so grateful. My horse was amazing.
He was amazing. He is amazing. Still plenty more in the tank. He's 15 now. You've got a good few seasons in front of you, and may it go from strength to strength.
From your lips to God's ears.
Absolutely, Tam. Well done.
Okay, thanks, Aiden.
That's an absolutely fantastic result. And Kronos, well, he's doing the business. There's still a few more World Cups to come. And we'll be watching a keen eye. Shongweni's not too far away.
Thank you.
Tamar Glicksman there. Let's go to a break. When we come back, a wrap-up of all the day's action. And a big thank you to all that have made this show what it is. Fantastic.
made you a bucky?
It's not a bucket. It's a Hilux.
The new Hilux GR Sport. Legendary toughness meets ultimate performance.
My lunch's dinner's cancelled. Aww.
Aww.
The all-new Toyota Starlet Cross. Own it.
What a great day show jumping we've seen here from the Peter Mini Arena at Kyalami Equestrian Park. Two great classes. The 140 championship was a thriller. Youngster Divan Bosman, Midgard Zakiro prevailing there. Then there was a build-up to the World Cup. We got a chance to chat to Frank Rothenberger. What a legend of the game he is. Great to get his insights into the strength of South African show jumping, where it's going. It looks like we are on the up and knocking on the international stage, the door of the international stage. So exciting times ahead. Big congratulations to Tamar Glicksman and her wonderful Capital Kronos. Her debut win, her debut performance outing in an FEI World Cup qualifier on the back of Kronos. She's had a few spins in years gone by, but not for the last 8 years or so. Comes out today in her first one with Kronos off of the back of a win in the Indoor South African Championship earlier on in the year, and a good outing at Outdoor Grand Prix. And what does she do? She goes and puts herself on the top step of the podium. It hasn't quite sunk in, but congratulations to Ma. And off camera I said to her, because she was saying how after SA Indoor Championship, how she would like to wear that red jacket, which signifies that you are a championship winner at top level. She felt that she didn't quite deserve to wear it yet. Well, she deserves it today. So come Shongweni, we expect her to be donned in her red jacket. So all you equestrian apparel outlets, take note. Maybe there's a sponsorship in the offering there. So to Tamar, well done. Brilliant job. Of course, this is the second leg of the Legends series. The first was Easter Festival, sponsored by Toyota. And let's take a look at what's going on in the points, I believe. Well, the next leg will be from the 1st to the 5th of October 2025. That's the South African Derby, the third and final leg, where there will be, I believe, one qualifying class for 50 points coming into play, and then the Derby itself, which will be weighted 2.5 times. So plenty left to play for, and anything can happen. So we look forward to that. That's when we'll be back on air with you, the 1st to the 5th of October 2025. So do join us then. From myself, Aidan, from all of our team, Carmen, Thank you for everything that you've done over the past weekend. To Scott, to Mike, to Donovan, to Ethan, to Shay, and of course Darlington and all the camera team. Big thanks to all of you guys. Job well done. We do hope that you have enjoyed this production of Equestrian Live. Until Derby next time, take care. We'll see you then. Bye-bye. The 2025 Toyota FEI World Cup Qualifier, proudly brought to you by Toyota South Africa.